Part 3, Chapter 2, Section 118 of The Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich STRAUSS, translated by George ELIOT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, History of the Passion, Death, and Resurrection of Jesus. Chapter 2, Machinations of the Enemies of Jesus, Treachery of Judas, Last Supper with the Disciples. Section 118, Jesus and his betrayer. Although it had been resolved in the council of the chief priests and elders that the feast time should be allowed to pass over before any measures were taken against Jesus, because any act of violence against him in these days might easily excite an insurrection on the part of his numerous adherents among the visitants to the feast, Matthew chapter 26 verse 5, Mark chapter 14 verse 2. Yet this consideration was superseded by the facility with which one of his disciples offered to deliver him into their hands. Judas, surnamed Iscariotes, doubtless on account of his origin from the Jewish city of Kerioth, Joshua chapter 15 verse 25, went, according to the synoptists, a few days before the Passover to the heads of the priesthood, and volunteered to deliver Jesus quietly into their hands, for which service they promised him money, according to Matthew, 30 pieces of silver, Matthew chapter 26 verse 14 and following, and parallel passages. Of such an antecedent transaction between Judas and the enemies of Jesus, the fourth gospel not only says nothing, but appears, moreover, to represent the matter as if Judas had not formed the determination of betraying Jesus to the priesthood until the Last Supper, and had then promptly put it into execution. The same entering of Satan into Judas, which Luke chapter 22 verse 3 places before his first interview with the chief priests and before any preparation had been made for Jesus and his disciples to eat the Passover together, is represented by the author of the fourth gospel as occurring at this meal, before Judas left the company, chapter 13 verse 27, a proof, as it appears, that in the opinion of this evangelist, Judas now made his first traitorous visit. He does indeed observe before the meal, chapter 13 verse 2, that the devil had put it into the heart of Judas to betray Jesus, and this tu diabolon biblikotos eis ten kardion is commonly regarded as the parallel of Luke's eis ilthe satanas, Satan entered into him, being understood to imply the formation of the treacherous resolve, in consequence of which Judas went to the chief priests. But if he had previously been in treaty with them, the betrayal was already completed, and it is then not easy to perceive what can be meant by the words eis elthein eis auton ho satanas on the occasion of the last meal, since the summoning of those who were to seize Jesus was no new diabolical resolution, but only the execution of that which had already been embraced. The expression in John verse 27 only obtains an entirely consistent sense in distinction from verse 2, when the balin eis ten kardion in the latter is understood of the rising of the thought, the eis elthein in the former of the ripening of this thought into resolution, the supposition that Judas had pledged himself to the chief priests before the meal being thus excluded. In this manner, however, the statement of the synoptists that Judas, some time before the perpetration of his treacherous act, made a bargain with the enemies of Jesus, stands in contradiction with that of John, that he only put himself in league with them immediately before the deed. And here Luca decides in favor of John, maintaining it to be after his departure from the Last Supper, chapter 13, verse 30, that Judas made that application to the chief priests which the synoptists, Matthew chapter 26, verse 14 and following, and parallel passages, place before the meal. But this decision of Luca's is founded solely on deference to the presupposed authority of John. For even if, as he remarks, Judas could very well obtain an interview with the priests when night had commenced, still, regarding the matter apart from any presuppositions, the probability is beyond comparison stronger on the side of the synoptists, who allow some time for the affair, than on that of John, according to whom it is altogether sudden, and Judas, truly as if he were possessed, rushes out when it is already night to treat with the priests, and immediately hurry to the deed. Concerning the motives which induced Judas to league himself with the enemies of Jesus, we learn from the 3 first Gospels no more than that he received money from the chief priests. This would indicate that he was actuated by covetousness, especially according to the narrative in Matthew, where Judas, before he promises to betray Jesus, puts the question, "What will ye give me?" Clearer light is thrown on this subject by the statement of the 4th Gospel, chapter 12, verse 4 and following, that on the occasion of the meal in Bethany, Judas was indignant at the anointing, as an unnecessary expenditure, that he carried the purse and acted the thief in that office, whence it might be supposed that the avarice of Judas, no longer satisfied by his peculations on the funds of the society, hoped to reap a more considerable harvest by betraying Jesus to the rich and powerful sacerdotal party. We must hold ourselves under obligation to the author of the 4th Gospel, that by the preservation of these particulars, which are wanting in the other evangelists, he has made the act of Judas somewhat more comprehensible, so soon as his statements are shown to have an historical foundation. We have shown above, however, how improbable it is that, had the censure really proceeded from Judas, the legend should have lost this trait. How probable, on the other hand, a legendary origin of it is easy to discern. The meal at Bethany stood in the evangelical tradition near to the end of the life of Jesus, an end brought about by the treachery of Judas. How easily might the thought arise in someone that the narrow-minded censure of a noble prodigality should only come from the covetous Judas, that the censure at the same time turned upon the propriety of selling the ointment for the benefit of the poor, could in the mouth of Judas be only a pretext, behind which he concealed his selfishness. But advantage to himself from the sale of the ointment could not be expected by him, unless he allowed himself to purloin some of the money saved. And this again he could not do unless he were the purse-bearer. If it thus appear possible for the statement that Judas was a thief and had the bag to have had an unhistorical origin, we have next to inquire whether there are any reasons for supposing that such was actually the case. Here we must take into consideration another point on which the synoptists and John differ, namely, the foreknowledge of Jesus that Judas would betray him. In the synoptical Gospels, Jesus first manifests this knowledge at the Last Supper, consequently at a time in which the deed of Judas had virtually been perpetrated, and apparently but a short time before, Jesus had so little presentiment that one of the 12 would be lost to him, that he promised them all, without exception, the honor of sitting on 12 thrones of judgment in the palingenesia. Matthew chapter 19, verse 28. According to John, on the contrary, Jesus declares shortly before the time of the last Passover but one, consequently, a year before the result, that one of the 12 is a devil, meaning, according to the observation of the evangelist, Judas as his future betrayer. Chapter 6, verse 70. For, as it had been observed shortly before, verse 64, Jesus knew from the beginning who should betray him. According to this, Jesus knew from the commencement of his acquaintance with Judas that this disciple would prove a traitor, and not merely did he foresee this external issue, but also, since he knew what was in man, John chapter 2, verse 25, he must have penetrated the motives of Judas, namely, covetousness and love of money. And if so, would he have made him purse-bearer, that is, placed him in a position in which his propensity to seek gain by any means, even though dishonest, must have had the most abundant nourishment? Would he have made him a thief by giving him opportunity, and thus, as if designedly, have brought up in him a betrayer for himself? Considered simply in an economical point of view, who entrusts a purse to one of whom he knows that he robs it? Then, in relation to the idea of Jesus as a moral teacher, who places the weak in a situation which so constantly appeals to his weak point, as to render it certain that he will sooner or later give way to the temptation? No, truly, Jesus assuredly did not so play with the souls immediately entrusted to him, did not exhibit to them so completely the opposite of what he taught them to pray for. Lead us not into temptation. Matthew chapter 6, verse 13. As to have made Judas, of whom he foreknew that he would become his betrayer out of covetousness, the purse-bearer of his society. Or, if he gave him this office, he cannot have had such a foreknowledge. In order to arrive at a decision in this alternative, we must consider that foreknowledge separately, and inquire whether, apart from the treasurership of Judas, it be probable or not. We shall not enter on the question of the psychological possibility, because there is always freedom of appeal to the divine nature of Jesus. But with regard to the moral possibility, it is to be asked, whether, presupposing that foreknowledge, it be justifiable in Jesus to have chosen Judas among the 12, and to have retained him within the circle, as it was only by this vocation that his treachery as such could be rendered possible. So Jesus appears, if he foresaw this treachery, to have designedly drawn him into the sin. It is urged that intercourse with Jesus afforded Judas the possibility of escaping that abyss. But Jesus is supposed to have foreseen that this possibility would not be realized. It is further said that even in other circles the evil implanted in Judas would not the less have developed itself in a different form, a proposition which has a strong tinge of fatalism. Again, when it is said to be of no avail to a man that the evil, the germ of which lies within him, should not be developed, this appears to lead to consequences which are repudiated by the Apostle Paul, Romans chapter 3, verse 8, chapter 6, verse 1 and following. And, regarding the subject in relation to feeling merely, how could Jesus endure to have a man, of whom he knew that he would be his betrayer, and that all instruction would be fruitless to him, as his constant attendant throughout the whole period of his public life? Must not the presence of such a person have every hour interfered with his confidential intercourse with the rest of the 12? Assuredly, they must have been weighty motives, for the sake of which Jesus imposed on himself anything so repugnant and difficult. Such motives or objects must either have had relation to Judas, and thus have consisted in the design to make him better, which, however, was precluded by the decided foreknowledge of his crime, or they must have had relation to Jesus himself and his work, that is, Jesus had the conviction that if the work of redemption by means of his death were to be effected, there must be one to betray him. But for the purpose of redemption, according to the Christian theory, the death of Jesus was the only indispensable means, whether this should be brought about by a betrayal or in any other way was of no moment, and that the enemies of Jesus must, earlier or later, have succeeded in getting him into their power without the aid of Judas, is undeniable. That the betrayer was indispensable in order to bring about the death of Jesus exactly at the Passover, which was a type of himself, with such trivialities it will scarcely be attempted to put us off in these days. If, then, we are unable to discover any adequate motive which would induce Jesus advertently to receive and retain in his society his betrayer in the person of Judas, it appears decided that he cannot beforehand have known him to be such. Schleiermacher, in order that he may not infringe on the authority of John by denying this foreknowledge, prefers doubting that Jesus chose the 12 purely by his own act, and supposes that this circle was rather formed by the voluntary adherence of the disciples, since it would be more easy to justify the conduct of Jesus if he merely refrained from rejecting Judas when he spontaneously offered himself, than if he drew him to himself by free choice. But hereby the authority of John is still endangered, for it is he who makes Jesus say to the 12, "Ye have not chosen me, but I have chosen you." Chapter 15, verse 16. Compare with chapter 6, verse 76. Moreover, even dismissing the idea of a decided act of election, still, for anyone to remain constantly with Jesus, there needed his permission and sanction, and even these he could not, acting humanely, give to a man of whom he knew that, by means of this relation to himself, he would be enabled to mature the blackest crime. It is said, however, that Jesus put himself entirely into the divine point of view, and admitted Judas into his society for the sake of the possibility of reformation, which he yet foreknew would never be realized. But this would be a divine inhumanity, not the conduct of the God-man. If, according to this, it is extremely difficult to maintain as historical the statement of the fourth gospel, that Jesus from the beginning knew Judas to be his betrayer, so it is equally easy to discern what even without historical foundation might lead to such a representation. It would be natural to suppose that the fact of Jesus being betrayed by one of his own disciples would be injurious to him in the eyes of his enemies, even if we did not know that Celsus, in the character of a Jew, reproached Jesus that he was betrayed by one of those whom he had called his disciples, as a proof that he was less able to attach his followers to himself than every robber chief. Now, as the injurious consequences to be drawn from the ignominious death of Jesus appeared to be most completely obviated by the assertion that he had long foreknown his death, so the arguments against Jesus derived from the treachery of Judas might seem to be the most effectually repelled by the statement that he had penetrated into the character of the traitor from the first, and could have escaped what his treason prepared for him, since this would involve the inference that he had exposed himself to the effects of his faithlessness by his own free will, and out of higher considerations. This method included a second advantage, which attaches to the enunciator of every prediction alleged to be fulfilled, and which the fourth evangelist naively makes his Jesus express, when, after the exposure of the betrayer, he puts into his mouth the words, "Now I tell you before it come, that when it is come to pass, ye may believe that I am he." Chapter 13, verse 19. In fact, the best motto for every vaticinium post eventum. These two objects were the more completely attained, the earlier the period in the life of Jesus to which his foreknowledge was referred. Whence it is to be explained why the author of the fourth gospel, not satisfied with the ordinary representation, that Jesus predicted his betrayal by Judas at the Last Supper, placed his knowledge on this subject in the commencement of the connection between him and Judas. This early knowledge on the part of Jesus concerning the treachery of Judas being dismissed as unhistorical, there would be room for the statement that Judas carried the purse of the society, since this particular only appeared incompatible with the above foreknowledge, while, if Jesus was in general mistaken in Judas, he might, under this error, have entrusted the funds to him. But by the proof that the representation of John, in relation to the knowledge of Jesus concerning his betrayer, is a fictitious one, its credibility in this matter is so shaken that no confidence can be placed in the other statement. If the author of the fourth gospel has embellished the relation between Jesus and Judas on the side connected with Jesus, he can scarcely have left the side of Judas unadorned. If he has introduced the fact that Jesus was betrayed, by making Jesus foresee this part of his destiny, his other statement, that Judas had beforehand exhibited his avarice by a dishonest use of a common purse, may easily be only an introduction to the fact that Jesus was betrayed by Judas. But even though we renounce the information given by John concerning the character and motives of Judas, we still retain, in the forementioned statement of the synoptists, the most decided intimation that the chief motive of his deed was covetousness. End of section 118. Part 3, Chapter 2, Section 119 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich STRAUSS, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, History of the Passion, Death, and Resurrection of Jesus. Chapter 2, Machinations of the Enemies of Jesus, Treachery of Judas, Last Supper with the Disciples. Section 119, Different opinions concerning the character of Judas and the motives of his treachery. From the earliest to the latest times, there have been persons who have held opinions at issue with this view of the New Testament writers concerning the motives of Judas, and with their entirely reprobatory judgment upon them. Compare Acts chapter 1, verse 16 and following. And this divergency has arisen partly out of an exaggerated supernaturalism, and partly out of a rationalistic bias. An overstrained supernaturalism, proceeding from the point of view presented in the New Testament itself, namely, that the death of Jesus, decreed in the divine plan of the world for the salvation of mankind, might even regard Judas, by whose treachery the death of Jesus was brought about, as a blameless instrument in the hand of providence, a cooperator in the redemption of mankind. He might be placed in this light by the supposition that he had knowledge of that divine decree, and that its fulfillment was the object at which he aimed in betraying Jesus. We actually find this mode of viewing the subject on the part of the Gnostic sect of the Cainites, who, according to the ancient writers on heresies, held that Judas had liberated himself from the narrow Jewish opinions of the other disciples and attained to the gnosis, and accordingly betrayed Jesus because he knew that by his death the kingdom of the inferior spirits who ruled the world would be overthrown. Others in the early church admitted that Judas betrayed Jesus out of covetousness, maintaining, however, that he did not anticipate the death of Jesus as a consequence of his betrayal, but supposed that he would, as he had often previously done, escape from his enemies by an exertion of his supernatural power, an opinion which forms the transition to the modern methods of justifying the traitor. As the above-mentioned supernaturalistic exaltation of Judas by the Cainites immediately proceeded from their antagonistic position with respect to Judaism, in virtue of which they had made it a principle to honor all who were blamed by the Jewish authors of the Old Testament, and the Judaizing authors of the New, and vice versa, so rationalism, especially in its first indignation at the long subjection of the reason to the fetters of authority, felt a certain delight both in divesting of their nimbus those biblical personages who, according to its views, had been too zealously deified by orthodoxy, and also in defending and elevating those who were condemned or depreciated by the latter. Hence, in the Old Testament, the exaltation of Esau over Jacob, of Saul over Samuel, in the New, of Martha over Mary, the eulogiums on the doubting Thomas, and now the apology even for the traitor Judas. According to some, he became a criminal out of injured honor, the manner in which Jesus reproved him at the meal at Bethany, and, in general, the inferior degree of regard which he experienced in comparison with other disciples, converted his love for his teacher into hatred and revenge. Others have preferred the conjecture preserved by Theophylact, that Judas may have hoped to see Jesus this time also escape from his enemies. Some have taken up this idea in the supernaturalistic sense, supposing it to be the expectation of Judas that Jesus would set himself at liberty by an exertion of his miraculous power. Others, consistently with their point of view, have supposed that Judas may probably have expected that, if Jesus were taken prisoner, the people would raise an insurrection in his favor and set him at liberty. These opinions represent Judas as one who, in common with the other disciples, conceived the messianic kingdom as an earthly and political one, and hence was discontented that Jesus so long abstained from availing himself of the popular favor in order to assume the character of the messianic ruler. Instigated either by attempts at bribery on the part of the Sanhedrim, or by the humor of their plan to seize Jesus in secret after the feast, Judas sought to forestall this project, which must have been fatal to Jesus, and to bring about his arrest before the expiration of the feast time, in which he might certainly hope to see Jesus liberated by an insurrection, by which means he would be compelled at last to throw himself into the arms of the people, and thus take the decisive step towards the establishment of his dominion. When he heard Jesus speak of the necessity of his being captured, and of his rising again in 3 days, he understood these expressions as an intimation of the concurrence of Jesus in his plan. Under this mistake, he partly failed to hear, and partly misinterpreted, his additional admonitory discourse, and especially understood the words, "What thou doest, doest quickly," as an actual encouragement to the execution of his design. He took the 30 pieces of silver from the priests, either to conceal his real intentions under the appearance of covetousness, and thus to lull every suspicion on their part, or because, while he expected an exaltation to one of the first places in the kingdom of his master, he was not unwilling to combine with it even that small advantage. But Judas had miscalculated in 2 points. First, in not considering that after the feasting of the Paschal night, the people would not be early on the alert for an insurrection. Secondly, in overlooking the probability that the Sanhedrin would hasten to deliver Jesus into the hands of the Romans, from whom a popular insurrection would hardly suffice to deliver him. Thus, Judas is supposed to be either an honest man misunderstood, or a deluded one, who, however, was of no common character, but exhibited, even in his despair, the wreck of apostolic greatness. Or he is supposed, by evil means indeed, to have sought the attainment of an object which was nevertheless good. Neander imagines the 2 opposite opinions concerning Jesus, the supernatural and the natural, to have presented themselves to the mind of Judas in the form of a dilemma, so that he reasoned thus: if Jesus is the Messiah, a delivery into the hands of his enemies will, owing to his supernatural power, in no way injure him, but will, on the contrary, serve to accelerate his glorification. If, on the other hand, he is not the Messiah, he deserves destruction. According to this, the betrayal was merely a test, by which the doubting disciple meant to try the messiahship of his master. Among these views, that which derives the treachery of Judas from wounded ambition is the only one which can adduce a positive indication in its favor, namely, the repulse which the traitor drew on himself from Jesus at the meal in Bethany. But against such an appeal to this reproof, we have already, on another occasion, applied the remark of the most recent criticism, that its mildness, especially as compared with the far more severe rebuke administered to Peter, Matthew chapter 16, verse 23, must forbid our attributing to it such an effect as the rancor which it is supposed to have engendered in Judas, while that in other instances he was less considered than his fellow disciples, we have nowhere any trace. All the other conjectures as to what was properly the motive of the deed of Judas can only be supported by negative grounds, that is, grounds which make it improbable in general that his project had a bad aim, and in particular that his motive was covetousness. A positive proof that he intended to further the work of Jesus, and especially that he was actuated by violent political views of the Messiah's kingdom, is not to be discovered. That Judas had in general no evil designs against Jesus is argued chiefly from the fact that after the delivery of Jesus to the Romans, and the inevitableness of his death had come to his knowledge, he fell into despair, this being regarded as a proof that he had expected an opposite result. But not only does the unfortunate result of crime, as Paulus thinks, but also its fortunate result, that is, its success, exhibit that which had before been veiled under 1,000 extenuating pretexts, in all the blackness of its real form. Crime, once become real, once passed into act, throws off the mask which it might wear while it remained merely ideal, and existed in thought alone. Hence, as little as the repentance of many a murderer, when he sees his victim lie before him, proves that he did not really intend to commit the murder, so little can the anguish of Judas, when he saw Jesus beyond rescue, prove that he had not beforehand contemplated the death of Jesus as the issue of his deed. But, it is further said, covetousness cannot have been the motive of Judas, for if gain had been his object, he could not be blind to the fact that the continued charge of the purse in the society of Jesus would yield him more than the miserable 30 pieces of silver, a sum which among the Jews formed the compensation for a wounded slave, being 4 months' wages. But these 30 pieces of silver are in vain sought for in any other narrator than Matthew. John is entirely silent as to any reward offered to Judas by the priests. Mark and Luke speak indefinitely of money, which they had promised him, and Peter in the Acts, chapter 1, verse 18, merely mentions a reward which Judas obtained. Matthew, however, who alone has that definite sum, leaves us at the same time in no doubt as to the historical value of his statement. After relating the end of Judas, chapter 27, verse 9 and following, he cites a passage from Zechariah, chapter 11, verse 12 and following. He ascribes it by mistake to Jeremiah, wherein likewise 30 pieces of silver appear as a price at which someone is valued. It is true that in the prophetic passage the 30 pieces of silver are not given as purchase money, but as hire. He to whom they are paid is the prophet, the representative of Jehovah, and the smallness of the sum is an emblem of the slight value which the Jews set upon the divine benefits so plentifully bestowed on them. But how easily might this passage, where there was mention of a shamefully low price, at which the Israelites had rated the speaker in the prophecy, remind a Christian reader of his Messiah, who, in any case, had been sold for a paltry price compared with his value, and hence be led to determine by this passage the price which was paid to Judas for betraying Jesus. Thus, the 30 pieces of silver present no support to those who would prove that it could not be the reward which made Judas a traitor, for they leave us as ignorant as ever how great or how small was the reward which Judas received. Neither can we, with LeniJoeD, conclude that the sum was trifling from Matthew chapter 27, verse 6 and following. Acts chapter 1, verse 18, where it is said that a field was purchased with the reward assigned to the treachery of Judas, since even apart from the historical value of that statement, hereafter to be examined, the two expressions adduced may denote a larger or a smaller piece of land, and the additional observations of Matthew that it was destined to bury strangers in will not allow us to think of a very small extent. How the same theologian can discover in the statement of the two intermediate evangelists that the Jewish rulers had promised Judas money, an intimation that the sum was small, it is impossible to conceive. Far more weighty is the observation above made with a different aim, that Jesus would scarcely have appointed and retained as purse-bearer one whom he knew to be covetous even to dishonesty, whence LeniJoeD directly infers that the fourth evangelist, when he derived the remark of Judas at the meal in Bethany from his covetousness, put a false construction upon it, in consequence of the idea which ultimately prevailed respecting Judas, and especially added the accusation that Judas robbed the common fund out of his own imagination. But in opposition to this, it is to be asked whether in LeniJoeD's point of view it be admissible to impute to the Apostle John, who is here understood to be the author of the fourth gospel, so groundless a calumny, for such it would be according to LeniJoeD's supposition, and in our point of view it would at least be more natural to conclude that Jesus indeed knew Judas to be fond of money, but did not, until the last, believe him to be dishonest, and hence did not consider him unfit for the post in question. Neander observes, in conclusion, if Judas could be induced by money to betray Jesus, he must have long lost all true faith in him. This indeed follows of necessity, and must be supposed in every view of the subject. But this extinction of faith could of itself only lead him to go back. John chapter 6, verse 66. In order to prompt him to meditate treachery, there must be a further special incitement, which intrinsically might just as well be covetousness, as the views which are attributed to him by Neander and others. That covetousness, considered as such an immediate motive, suffices to explain the deed of Judas, I will not maintain. I only contend that any other motives are neither stated nor anywhere intimated in the Gospels, and that consequently every hypothesis as to their existence is built on the air. End of section 119. Part 3, Chapter 2, Section 120 of The Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich STRAUSS, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, History of the Passion, Death, and Resurrection of Jesus. Chapter 2, Machinations of the Enemies of Jesus, Treachery of Judas, Last Supper with the Disciples. Section 120. Preparation for the Passover. On the first day of unleavened bread, in the evening of which the paschal lamb was to be slain, consequently the day before the feast properly speaking, which however commenced on that evening, that is, the 14th of Nisan, Jesus, according to the two first evangelists, in compliance with a question addressed to him by the disciples, sent, Matthew leaves it undecided which and how many, Mark says 2 disciples, whom Luke designates as Peter and John, to Jerusalem, perhaps from Bethany, to bespeak a place in which he might partake of the Passover with them, and to make the further arrangements. Matthew chapter 26, verse 17 and following, and parallel passages. The three narrators do not altogether agree as to the direction which Jesus gave to these disciples. According to all, he sends them to a man of whom they had only to desire, in the name of their master, a place in which to celebrate the Passover, in order at once to have their want supplied. But first, this locality is more particularly described by the two intermediate evangelists than by Matthew, namely, as a large upper room, which was already furnished and prepared for the reception of guests. And secondly, the manner in which they were to find the owner is described by the former otherwise than by the latter. Matthew makes Jesus merely say to the disciples that they were to go to such a man, the others, that, being come into the city, they would meet a man bearing a pitcher of water, whom they were to follow into the house which he should enter, and there make their application to the owner. In this narrative there have been found a multitude of difficulties, which Gabler has assembled in a special treatise. At the very threshold of the narrative it occasions surprise that Jesus should not have thought of any preparation for the Passover until the last day, nay, that he should even then have needed to be reminded of it by the disciples, as the two first evangelists tell us. For owing to the great influx of people at the time of the Passover, 2,700,000, according to Josephus, the accommodations in the city were soon disposed of, and the majority of the strangers were obliged to encamp in tents before the city. It is the more remarkable, then, that, notwithstanding all this, the messengers of Jesus find the desired chamber disengaged, and not only so, but actually kept in reserve by the owner, and prepared for a repast, as if he had had a presentiment that it would be bespoken by Jesus. And so confidently is this reckoned on by Jesus, that he directs his disciples to ask the owner of the house, not whether he can obtain from him a room in which to eat the Passover, but merely where the guest chamber appropriated for this purpose may be. Or, if we take Matthew's account, he directs them to say to him that he will eat the Passover at his house, to which it must be added that, according to Mark and Luke, Jesus even knows what kind of chamber will be assigned to him, and in what part of the house it is situated. But the way in which, according to these two evangelists, the two disciples were to find their way to the right house is especially remarkable. The words hub agete eistin polin proston dena in Matthew verse 18 sound as if Jesus had named the person to whom the disciples were to go, but that the narrator either would not or could not repeat it, whereas in the two other evangelists Jesus indicates the house into which they were to enter by means of a person whom they would meet carrying a vessel of water. Now, how could Jesus in Bethany, or wherever else he might be, foreknow this accidental circumstance, unless, indeed, it had been preconcerted that at this particular time a servant from the house should appear with a vessel of water, and thus await the messengers of Jesus? To the rationalistic expositors, everything in our narrative appeared to point to a preconcerted arrangement, and this being presupposed, they believed that all its difficulties would at once be solved. The disciples, dispatched so late, could only find a room disengaged if it had been previously bespoken by Jesus. He could only direct them to address the owner of the house so categorically if he had already previously made an arrangement with him. This would explain the precise knowledge of Jesus as to the locality, and lastly, the point from which this explanation sets out, his certainty that the disciples would meet a man carrying water from that particular house. This circumlocutory manner of indicating the house, which might have been avoided by the simple mention of the owner's name, is supposed to have been adopted by Jesus, that the place where he intended to keep the Passover might not be known before the time to the betrayer, who would otherwise perhaps have surprised him there, and thus have disturbed the repast. But such is not at all the impression produced by the evangelical narrative. Of a preconcerted arrangement, of a previous bespeaking of the apartment, it says nothing. On the contrary, the words, "he found as he had said unto them," in Mark and Luke, seem intended to convey the idea that Jesus was able to predict everything as they afterwards actually found it. A solicitous foresight is nowhere indicated, but rather a miraculous foreknowledge. Here, in fact, as above in the procuring of the animal for the entrance into Jerusalem, we have a twofold miracle. First, the fact that everything stands ready to supply the wants of Jesus, and that no one is able to withstand the power of his name. Secondly, the ability of Jesus to take cognizance of distant circumstances, and to predict the merest fortuities. It must create surprise that, forcibly as this supernaturalistic conception of the narrative before us urges itself upon the reader, Olshausen himself seeks to elude it, by arguments which would nullify most of the histories of miracles, and which we are accustomed to hear only from rationalists. To this impartial expositor he says, the narrative does not present the slightest warrant for a miraculous interpretation. We almost fancy ourselves transported into the commentary of Paulus. If the narrators intended to recount a miracle, they must have expressly observed that no previous arrangement had been made. Precisely the rationalistic demand. If a cure were meant to be recognized as a miracle, the application of natural means must have been expressly denied. Moreover, the object of such a miracle is not to be discerned. A strengthening of the faith of the disciples was not then necessary, nor was it to be effected by this unimportant miracle, after the more exalted ones which had preceded it, grounds on which the thoroughly similar narrative of the procuring of the ass for the entrance, which Olshausen upholds as a miracle, would be equally excluded from the sphere of the supernatural. The present narrative, indeed, is so strikingly allied to the earlier one just mentioned, that in relation to their historical reality, the same judgment must be passed on both. In the one as in the other, Jesus has a want, the speedy supply of which is so cared for by God, that Jesus foreknows to the minutest particular the manner in which it is to be supplied. In the one he needs a guest chamber, as in the other an animal on which to ride. In the one as in the other he sends out 2 disciples to bespeak the thing required. In the one he gives them a sign by which to find the right house, a man carrying water whom they are to meet. As in the other, they have a sign in the circumstance of the ass being tied where 2 roads meet. In the one, as in the other, he directs his disciples simply to mention him to the owner, in the one case as the Master, in the other as the Lord, in order to ensure unhesitating compliance with his demand. In both instances, the result closely corresponds to his prediction. In the narrative more immediately under our consideration, as in the earlier one, there is wanting an adequate object, for the sake of which so manifold a miracle should have been ordained, while the motive which might occasion the development of the miraculous narrative in the primitive Christian legend is obvious. An Old Testament narrative, to which we have already had occasion to refer in connection with the earlier miracle, is still more strikingly recalled by the one before us. After disclosing to Saul that he was destined to be king of Israel, Samuel, as a sign of the truth of this more remote announcement, foretells whom Saul will meet on his return homewards, namely, first 2 men with the information that his father's asses are found, then 3 others who will be carrying animals for sacrifice, bread and wine, and will offer him some of the bread, etc. 1 Samuel chapter 10, verse 1 and following. Whence we see by what kind of predictions the Hebrew legend made its prophets attest their inspiration. As regards the relation of the Gospels to each other, the narrative of Matthew is commonly placed far below that of the 2 other synoptists, and regarded as the later and more traditional. The circumstance of the man carrying water, especially, is held to have belonged to the original fact, but to have been lost in tradition before the narrative reached Matthew, who inserted in its place the enigmatical "to go to such a man." But we have seen, on the contrary, that the Dana presents no difficulty, while the circumstance of the water-bearer is in the highest degree enigmatical. Still less is the omission of Matthew to designate the 2 commissioned disciples as Peter and John, an indication that the narrative of the 3rd Gospel is the more original one. For when Schleiermacher says that this trait might easily be lost in the course of transmission through several hands, but that it could scarcely have been added by a later hand, the latter half of his proposition, at least, is without foundation. There is little probability that Jesus should have assigned so purely economical an office to the 2 most eminent disciples, whereas it is easy to conceive that in the first instance it was simply narrated, as by Matthew, that Jesus sent the disciples or some disciples, that hereupon the number was fixed at 2, perhaps from the narrative of the procuring of the ass, and that at length, as the appointment had relation to a task which was ultimately of high importance, the preparing of the last meal of Jesus, these places were filled by the 2 chief apostles, so that in this instance even Mark appears to have kept nearer to the original fact, since he has not adopted into his narrative the names of the 2 disciples, which are presented by Luke. End of section 120. Part 3, Chapter 2, Section 121 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich STRAUSS, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, History of the Passion, Death, and Resurrection of Jesus. Chapter 2, Machinations of the Enemies of Jesus, Treachery of Judas, Last Supper with the Disciples. Section 121. Divergent statements respecting the time of the Last Supper. Not only does the fourth evangelist omit all mention of the above arrangements for the paschal meal, he also widely diverges from the synoptists in relation to the meal itself. Independently of the difference which runs throughout the description of the scene, and which can only be hereafter considered, he appears, in regard to the time of the meal, to represent it as occurring before the Passover, as decidedly as it is represented by the synoptists to be the paschal meal itself. When we read in the latter that the day on which the disciples were directed by Jesus to prepare for the meal was already the first day of unleavened bread, when the Passover must be killed, Matthew chapter 26, verse 17 and parallel passages, we cannot suppose the meal in question to have been any other than the paschal. Further, when the disciples ask Jesus, "Where wilt thou that we prepare for thee to eat the Passover?" when it is hereupon said of the disciples that they made ready the Passover, Matthew verse 19 and parallel passages, and of Jesus that when evening was come, he sat down with the 12, verse 20. The meal to which they here sat down appears to be marked out even to the superfluity as the paschal, even if Luke, chapter 22, verse 15, did not make Jesus open the repast with the words, "With desire I have desired to eat this Passover with you," when, on the other hand, the fourth gospel commences its narrative of the last meal with the statement of time. Before the feast of the Passover, chapter 13, verse 1. The supper, which is mentioned immediately after, verse 2, appears also to happen before the Passover, especially as throughout John's description of this evening, which, especially in relation to the discourses accompanying the meal, is very ample, there is not any notice or even allusion to indicate that Jesus was on this occasion celebrating the Passover. Further, when Jesus, after the meal, addresses the traitor with the summons, "What thou doest, do quickly," this is misunderstood by the rest of the disciples to mean, "Buy those things that we have need of against the feast," verse 29. Now the requirements for the feast related chiefly to the paschal meal, and consequently the meal just concluded cannot have been the paschal. Again, it is said, chapter 18, verse 28, that on the following morning the Jews would not enter the Gentile praetorium, lest they should be defiled, but that they might eat the Passover. Whence it would seem that the paschal meal was yet in prospect. To this it may be added that this same succeeding day on which Jesus was crucified is called the preparation of the Passover, that is, the day on the evening of which the paschal lamb was to be eaten. Moreover, when it is said of the second day after the meal in question, being that which Jesus passed in the grave, that Sabbath day was an high day, chapter 19, verse 31. This peculiar solemnity appears to have proceeded from the circumstance that on that Sabbath fell the first day of the Passover, so that the paschal lamb was not eaten on the evening on which Jesus was arrested, but on the evening of his burial. These divergencies are so important that many expositors, in order to prevent the evangelists from falling into contradiction with each other, have here also tried the old expedient of supposing that they do not speak of the same thing, that John intends to describe an altogether different repast from that of the synoptists. According to this view, the deipnon of John was an ordinary evening meal, doubtless in Bethany. On this occasion, Jesus washed the disciples' feet, spoke of the betrayer, and after Judas had left the company, added other discourses of a consoling and admonitory tendency, until at length, on the morning of the 14th of Nisan, he summoned the disciples to depart from Bethany and proceed to Jerusalem, in the words, "Arise, let us go hence." Chapter 14, verse 31. Here the synoptical account may be interposed, since it represents the two disciples as being sent forward to Jerusalem to prepare for the paschal meal, and then records its celebration, concerning which John is silent, and only takes up the thread of the narrative at the discourses delivered after the paschal meal, chapter 15, verse 1 and following. But this attempt to avoid contradiction by referring the respective narratives to totally different events is counteracted by the undeniable identity of many features in the two meals. Independently of isolated particulars, which are found alike in both accounts, it is plain that John, as well as the synoptists, intends to describe the last meal of which Jesus partook with his disciples. This is implied in the introduction to John's narrative, for the proof which is there said to be given of Jesus having loved his own unto the end may be the most suitably referred to his last moments of companionship with them. In like manner, the discourses after the meal point to the prospect of immediate separation, and the meal and discourses are, in John also, immediately followed by the departure to Gethsemane and the arrest of Jesus. It is true that, according to the above opinion, these last named incidents are connected only with those discourses which were delivered on the occasion of the later meal, omitted by John, chapter 15, verse 17. But that between chapter 14, verse 31, and chapter 15, verse 1, the author of the fourth gospel intentionally omitted the whole incident of the paschal meal is a position which, although it might appear to explain with some plausibility the singular "Arise, let us go hence," no one will now seriously maintain. But even admitting such an ellipsis, there still remains the fact that Jesus, chapter 13, verse 38, foretells to Peter his denial with this determination of time, "The cock shall not crow," which he could only make use of at the last meal, and not, as is here presupposed, at an earlier one. Thus this expedient must be relinquished, and it must be admitted that all the evangelists intend to speak of the same meal, namely, the last of which Jesus partook with his disciples, and in making this admission, the fairness which we owe to every author and which was believed to be due in a peculiar degree to the authors of the Bible, appeared to demand an enquiry whether, although they represent one and the same event with great divergencies in several respects, yet, nevertheless, both sides may not be correct. To obtain an affirmative result of this inquiry, it must be shown, as regards the time, either that the three first evangelists, as well as the fourth, do not intend to describe a paschal meal, or that the latter, as well as the former, does so intend. In an ancient fragment, it is sought to solve the problem in the first method, by denying that Matthew places the last meal of Jesus at the proper time for the paschal meal, the evening of the 14th of Nisan, and his passion on the first day of the feast of the Passover, the 15th of Nisan. But one does not see how the express indications respecting the Passover in the synoptists can be neutralized. Hence, it has been a far more general attempt in recent times to draw John to the side of the other evangelists. His expression, before the feast of the Passover, chapter 13, verse 1, was thought to be divested of its difficulty by the observation that it is not immediately connected with the supper, but only with the statement that Jesus knew that his hour was come, and that he loved his own unto the end. It is only in the succeeding verse that there is any mention of the meal, to which, therefore, that determination of time does not refer. But to what then can it refer? To the knowledge that his hour was come? This is only an incidental remark. Or to the love which endured to the end? But to this so special a determination of time can only refer, if an external proof of love be intended, and such an one is presented in his conduct at the meal, which consequently remains the point to which that determination of the day must apply. It is therefore conjectured, further, that the words pro tis heortis were used out of accommodation to the Greeks for whom John wrote, since that people did not, like the Jews, begin their day with the evening. The meal taken at the beginning of the first day of the Passover would appear to them to be taken on the evening before the Passover. But what judicious writer, if he supposes a misconstruction possible on the part of the reader, chooses language which can only serve to encourage that misconstruction? A still more formidable difficulty is presented by chapter 18, verse 28, where the Jews, on the morning after the imprisonment of Jesus, will not enter the judgment hall, lest they should be defiled, but that they may eat the Passover. Nevertheless, it was supposed that passages such as Deuteronomy chapter 16, verses 1 and 2, where all the sacrifices to be killed during the time of the Passover are denoted by the expression Pesach, authorize the interpretation of to Pascha in this place, of the remaining sacrifices to be offered during the Paschal week, and especially of the chagiga, which was to be consumed towards the end of the first feast day. But as Moshem has correctly remarked, from the fact that the paschal lamb, together with the rest of the sacrifices to be offered during the feast of the Passover, was designated Pascha, it by no means follows that these can be so designated with the exclusion of the paschal lamb. On the other hand, the friends of the above view have sought to show the necessity of their mode of interpretation by observing that for the eating of the Passover, which was celebrated late in the evening, consequently at the commencement of the succeeding day, the entering of a Gentile house in the morning, being a defilement which lasted only through the current day, would have been no disqualification, but that it would have been such for the partaking of the chagiga, which was eaten in the afternoon, consequently on the same day which the defilement was contracted. so that only this, and not the Passover, can have been intended. But first, we do not know whether entrance into a Gentile house was a defilement for the day merely. Secondly, if such were the case, the Jews, by a defilement contracted in the morning, would still have disqualified themselves from participating in the preparatory proceedings, which fell on the afternoon of the 14th of Nisan, as, for example, the slaying of the lamb in the outer court of the temple. Lastly, in order to interpret the passage, chapter 19, verse 14, in consistency with their own view, the harmonists understand the preparation of the Passover to mean the day of preparation for the Sabbath in the Easter week, a violence of interpretation which at least finds no countenance in chapter 19, verse 31, where the Pasaskiui is said to be the preparation for the Sabbath, since from this passage it only appears that the evangelist conceived the first day of the Passover as occurring that year on the Sabbath. These difficulties, which resist the reference of the narrative in John to a real Paschal meal, appeared to be obviated by a presupposition derived from Leviticus chapter 23 verse 5, Numbers chapter 9 verse 3, and a passage in Josephus, namely, that the Paschal lamb was eaten not on the evening from the 14th to the 15th, but on that from the 13th to the 14th of Nisan, so that between the Paschal meal and the first feast day, the 15th of Nisan, there fell a working day, the 14th. On this supposition, it would be correct that the day following the last Paschal meal taken by Jesus should be called, as in John chapter 19 verse 14, the preparation of the Passover, because it was actually a day of preparation for the feast day. It would also be correct that the following Sabbath should be called Megali, chapter 19 verse 31, since it would coincide with the first day of the feast. But the greatest difficulty, which lies in John chapter 18 verse 28, remains unsolved, for on this plan the words, that they might eat the Passover, must, since the Paschal meal would be already past, be understood of the unleavened bread, which was eaten also during the succeeding feast days, an interpretation which is contrary to all the usages of language. If to this it be added that the supposition of a working day falling between the Passover and the first feast day has no foundation in the Pentateuch and Josephus, that it is decidedly opposed to later custom, and is in itself extremely improbable, this expedient cannot but be relinquished. Perceiving the impossibility of effecting the reconciliation of the synoptists with John by this simple method, other expositors have resorted to a more artificial expedient. The appearance of the evangelists having placed the last meal of Jesus on different days, is alleged to have its truth in the fact that either the Jews or Jesus celebrated the Passover on another than the usual day. The Jews, say some, in order to avoid the inconvenience arising from the circumstance that in that year the first day of the Passover fell on a Friday, so that 2 consecutive days must have been solemnized as a Sabbath, deferred the Paschal meal until the Friday evening, whence on the day of the crucifixion they had still to beware of defilement. Jesus, however, adhering strictly to the law, celebrated it at the prescribed time, on the Thursday evening, so that the synoptists are right when they describe the last meal of Jesus as an actual celebration of the Passover, and John also is right when he represents the Jews as, the day after, still looking forward to the eating of the Paschal lamb. In this case, Mark would be wrong in his statement that on the day when they killed the Passover, verse 12, Jesus also caused it to be prepared. But the main point is that though in certain cases the Passover was celebrated in a later month, it was still on the 15th day. There is nowhere any trace of a transference to a later day of the same month. It has therefore been a more favorite supposition that Jesus anticipated the usual time of eating the Passover. From purely personal motives, some have thought, foreseeing that at the proper time of the Paschal supper he should be already lying in the grave, or at least not sure of life until that period, he, like those Jews who were prevented from journeying to the feast, and like all the Jews of the present day, without a sacrificed lamb, and with mere substitutes for it, celebrated a commemorative Passover. But in the first place, Jesus would not then, as Luke says, have kept the Passover on the day on which the Passover must be killed. And secondly, in the merely commemorative celebration of the Passover, though the prescribed locality, Jerusalem, is dispensed with, the regular time, the evening from the 14th to 15th Nisan, is inviolably observed. Whereas in the case of Jesus, the reverse would hold, and he would have celebrated the Passover at the usual place, but at an unusual time, which is without example. To shield the alleged transposition of the Passover by Jesus from the charge of being unprecedented and arbitrary, it has been maintained that an entire party of his contemporaries joined in celebrating the Passover earlier than the great body of the nation. It is known that the Jewish sect of the Karaites, or scripturalists, differed from the Rabbinites, or traditionalists, especially in the determination of the new moon, maintaining that the practice of the latter in fixing the new moon according to astronomical calculation was an innovation, whereas they, true to the ancient legal practice, determined it according to an empirical observation of the phase of the new luminary. Now in the time of Jesus, we are told, the Sadducees, from whom the Karaites are said to have sprung, determined the time of the new moon, and with it that of the festival of the Passover, which was dependent upon it, differently from the Pharisees. And Jesus, as the opponent of tradition and the friend of Scripture, favored their practice in this matter. But not to insist that the connection of the Karaites with the ancient Sadducees is a mere conjecture, it was a well-founded objection put forth by the Karaites that the determination of the new moon by calculation did not arise until after the destruction of the temple by the Romans, so that at the time of Jesus such a difference cannot have existed. Nor is there besides any indication to be discovered that at that time the Passover was celebrated on different days by different parties. Supposing, however, that the above difference as to the determining of the new moon already prevailed in the time of Jesus, the settling of it according to the phase, which Jesus is supposed to have followed, would rather have resulted in a later than an earlier celebration of the Passover, whence some have actually conjectured that more probably Jesus followed the astronomical calculation. Besides what may thus be separately urged against every attempt at an amicable adjustment of the differences between the evangelists, as to the time of the Last Supper, there is one circumstance which is decisive against all, and which only the most recent criticism has adequately exposed. With respect, namely, to this contradiction, the case is not so that among passages for the most part harmonious, there appear only one or two statements of an apparently inconsistent sense, of which it might be said that the author had here used an inaccurate expression, to be explained from the remaining passages, but that all the chronological statements of the synoptists tend to show that Jesus must have celebrated the Passover. All those of John, on the contrary, that he cannot have celebrated it. Thus, there stand opposed to each other two differing series of evangelical passages, which are manifestly based on two different views of the fact on the part of the narrators. Hence, as Seifert remarks, to persist in disputing the existence of a divergency between the evangelists can no longer be regarded as scientific exposition, but only as unscientific arbitrariness and obstinacy. Modern criticism is therefore constrained to admit that on one side or the other there is an error, and, setting aside the current prejudices in favor of the fourth gospel, it was really an important reason which appeared to necessitate the imputation of this error to the synoptists. The ancient fragment, attributed to Apollinaris, mentioned above, objects to the opinion that Jesus suffered on the great day of unleavened bread, that this would have been contrary to the law, and in recent times also it has been observed that the day following the last meal of Jesus is treated on all sides so entirely as a working day that it cannot be supposed the first day of the Passover, nor, consequently, the meal of the previous evening, the Paschal meal. Jesus does not solemnize the day, for he goes out of the city, an act which was forbidden on the night of the Passover. Nor do his friends, for they begin the preparations for his burial, and only leave them unfinished on account of the arrival of the next day, the Sabbath. Still less do the members of the Sanhedrim keep it sacred, for they not only send their servants out of the city to arrest Jesus, but also personally undertake judicial proceedings, a trial, sentence, and accusation before the procurator. In general, there appears throughout only the fear of desecrating the following day, which commenced on the evening of the crucifixion, and nowhere any solicitude about the current one. Clear signs that the synoptical representation of the meal as a paschal one is a later error, since in the remaining narrative of the synoptists themselves there is evidence, not easy to be mistaken, of the real fact that Jesus was crucified before the Passover. These observations are certainly of weight. It is true that the first, relative to the conduct of Jesus, might perhaps be invalidated by the contradiction existing between the Jewish decisions as to the law cited, while the last and strongest may be opposed by the fact that trying and giving sentence on the Sabbaths and feast days was not only permitted among the Jews, but there was even a larger place for the administration of justice on such days, on account of the greater concourse of people. So also, according to the New Testament itself, the Jews sent out officers to seize Jesus on the great day of the Feast of Tabernacles. John chapter 7, verse 44 and following. And at the Feast of Dedication, they were about to stone him. John chapter 10, verse 31. While Herod caused Peter to be imprisoned during the days of unleavened bread, though indeed he intended to defer public sentencing and execution until after the Passover. Acts chapter 12, verse 2 and following. In proof that the crucifixion of Jesus might take place on the feast of the Passover, it is urged that the execution was performed by Roman soldiers, and that, moreover, even according to Jewish custom, it was usual to reserve the execution of important criminals for a feast time, in order to make an impression on a greater multitude. But only thus much is to be proved, that during the feast time, and thus during the Passover, on the 5 intermediate and less solemn days, criminals were tried and executed. Not that this was admissible also on the first and last days of the Passover, which ranked as Sabbaths. And thus we read in the Talmud that Jesus was crucified on the Erev Pesach, that is, the evening before the Passover. It would be another thing if, as Dr. Bauer strives to prove, the execution of criminals as a sanguinary expiation for the people belonged to the essential significance of the Passover, as a feast of expiation, and hence the custom, noticed by the evangelists, of liberating a prisoner at the feast had been only the reverse side to the execution of another, presenting the same relation as that between the 2 goats and the 2 sparrows in the Jewish offerings of atonement and purification. It is certainly very possible that the primitive Christian tradition might be led even unhistorically to associate the Last Supper of Jesus with the Paschal Lamb, and the day of his death with the feast of the Passover. As the Christian supper represented in its form the Passover, and in its import the death of Jesus, it was natural enough to unite these 2 points, to place the execution of Jesus on the first day of the Passover, and to regard his last meal, at which he was held to have founded the Christian supper, as the Paschal meal. It is true that, presupposing the author of the first gospel to have been an apostle and a participator in the last meal of Jesus, it is difficult to explain how he could fall into such a mistake. At least it is not enough to say, with Thyla, that the more the last meal partaken with their master transcended all paschal meals in interest to the disciples, the less would they concern themselves as to the time of it, whether it occurred on the evening of the Passover or a day earlier. For the first evangelist does not leave this undetermined, but speaks expressly of a paschal meal, and to this degree a real participator, however long he might write after that evening, could not possibly deceive himself. Thus, on the above view, the supposition that the first evangelist was an eyewitness must be renounced, and he must be held, in common with the 2 intermediate ones, to have drawn his materials from tradition. The difficulty arising from the fact that all the synoptists, and consequently all those writers who have preserved to us the common evangelical tradition, agree in such an error, may perhaps be removed by the observation that just as generally as in the Judeo-Christian communities in which the evangelical tradition was originally formed, the Jewish Passover was still celebrated, so generally must the effort present itself to give that feast a Christian import, by referring it to the death and the last meal of Jesus. But it is equally easy, presupposing the correctness of the synoptical determination of time, to conceive how John might be led erroneously to place the death of Jesus on the afternoon of the 14th of Nisan, and his last meal on the previous evening. If, namely, this evangelist found in the circumstance that the legs of the crucified Christ were not broken, a fulfillment of the words, "Not a bone of him shall be broken," Exodus chapter 12, verse 46, this supposed relation between the death of Jesus and the Paschal Lamb might suggest to him the idea that at the same time in which the Paschal lambs were killed, on the afternoon of the 14th of Nisan, Jesus suffered on the cross and gave up the ghost, in which case the meal taken the evening before was not the Paschal meal. Thus, we can conceive a possible cause of error on both sides, and since the internal difficulty of the synoptical determination of time, namely, the manifold violations of the first day of the Passover, is in some degree removed by the observations above cited, and is counterpoised by the agreement of 3 evangelists, our only course is to acknowledge an irreconcilable contradiction between the respective accounts, without venturing a decision as to which is the correct one. End of section 121. Part 3, Chapter 2, Section 122 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich STRAUSS, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, History of the Passion, Death, and Resurrection of Jesus. Chapter 2, Machinations of the Enemies of Jesus, Treachery of Judas, Last Supper with the Disciples. Section 122, Divergencies in relation to the occurrences at the last meal of Jesus. Not only in relation to the time of the last meal of Jesus, but also in relation to what passed on that occasion, there is a divergency between the evangelists. The chief difference lies between the synoptists and the fourth gospel, but on a stricter comparison, it is found that only Matthew and Mark closely agree, and that Luke diverges from them considerably, though on the whole he is more accordant with his predecessors than with his successor. Besides the meal itself, the following features are common to all the accounts: that during the meal the coming betrayal of Judas is spoken of, and that during or after the meal Jesus predicts to Peter his denial. As minor differences, we may notice that in John, the mode of indicating the traitor is another and more precise than that described by the other evangelists, and has a result of which the latter are ignorant, and that further, in the fourth gospel, the meal is followed by prolonged farewell discourses, which are not found in the synoptists. But the principal difference is that while, according to the synoptists, Jesus instituted the Lord's Supper at this final meal, in John he instead of this washes the disciples' feet. The three synoptists have in common the instituting of the Lord's Supper, together with the announcement of the betrayal and the denial. But there exists a divergency between the two first and the third as to the order of these occurrences. For in the former, the announcement of the betrayal stands first, in the latter the instituting of the supper, while the announcement of Peter's denial, in Luke, apparently takes place in the room in which the repast had been held, in the two other evangelists on the way to the Mount of Olives. Again, Luke introduces some passages which the two first evangelists either do not give at all, or not in this connection. The contention for preeminence and the promise of the 12 thrones have in their narratives a totally different position, while what passes in Luke on the subject of the swords is in them entirely wanting. In his divergency from the two first evangelists, Luke makes some approximation to the fourth. As John, in the washing of the disciples' feet, presents a symbolical act having reference to ambitious contention for preeminence, accompanied by discourses on humility, so Luke actually mentions a contention for preeminence, and appends to it discourses not entirely without affinity with those in John. Further, it is in common with John that Luke makes the observations concerning the betrayer occur at the opening of the repast, and after a symbolical act. And lastly, that he represents the announcement of Peter's denial as having been delivered in the room where the repast had been held. The greatest difficulty here naturally arises from the divergency that the institution of the Lord's Supper, unanimously recorded by the synoptists, is wanting in John, who in its stead relates a totally different act of Jesus, namely, the washing of the disciples' feet. Certainly by those who, in similar cases, throughout the whole previous course of the evangelical narrative, have found a sufficient resource in the supposition that it was the object of John to supply the omissions of the earlier Gospels. The present difficulty is surmounted as well, or as ill, as any other. John, it is said, saw that the institution of the supper was already narrated in the three first evangelists in a way which fully agreed with his own recollection. Hence he held a repetition of it superfluous. But if, among the histories already recorded in the 3 first Gospels, the 4th evangelist really intended to reproduce only those in the representation of which he found something to rectify or supply, why does he give another edition of the history of the miraculous feeding, in which he makes no emendation of any consequence, and at the same time omit the institution of the Lord's Supper? For here the divergencies between the synoptists in the arrangement of the scene, and the turn given to the word of Jesus, and more especially the circumstance that they, according to his representation, erroneously make that institution occur on the evening of the Passover, must have appeared to him a reason for furnishing an authentic account. In consideration of this difficulty, the position that the author of the 4th Gospel was acquainted with the synoptical writings, and designed to complete and rectify them, is now, indeed, abandoned. But it is still maintained that he was acquainted with the common oral tradition, and supposed it known to his readers also, and on this ground, it is alleged, he passed over the institution of the supper as a history generally known. But that it should be the object of an evangelical writing to narrate only the less known, omitting the known, is an idea which cannot be consistently entertained. Written records imply a mistrust of oral tradition. They are intended not merely as a supplement to this, but also as a means of fixing and preserving it, and hence the capital facts being the most spoken of, and therefore the most exposed to misrepresentation, are precisely those which written records can the least properly omit. Such a fact is the founding of the Lord's Supper, and we find, from a comparison of the different New Testament accounts, that the expressions with which Jesus instituted it must have early received additions or mutilations. Consequently, it is the last particular which John should have omitted. But, it is further said, the narrating of the institution of the Lord's Supper was of no importance to the object of the 4th Gospel. How so? With regard to its general object, the convincing of its readers that Jesus is the Christ, the Son of God, chapter 20, verse 31, was it of no importance to communicate a scene in which he appears as the founder of a new covenant? And in relation to the special object of the passage in question, namely, the exhibiting of the love of Jesus as a love which endured unto the end, chapter 13, verse 1, would it have contributed nothing to mention how he offered his body and blood as meat and drink to his followers, and thus realized his words in John chapter 6? But, it is said, John here as elsewhere only concerns himself with the more profound discourses of Jesus, for which reason he passes over the institution of the supper, and begins his narrative with the discourse connected with the washing of the disciples' feet. Nothing, however, but the most obdurate prejudice in favor of the 4th Gospel can make this discourse on humility appear more profound than what Jesus says of the partaking of his body and blood when instituting the Lord's Supper. But the main point is that harmonists should show us in what part of John's narrative, if we are to believe that he presupposed Jesus to have instituted the supper at this last meal, he can have made the alleged omission, that they should indicate the break at which that incident may be suitably introduced. On looking into the different commentaries, there appears to be more than one place excellently adapted to such an insertion. According to Olshausen, the end of the 13th chapter, after the announcement of Peter's denial, presents the interval in which the institution of the supper must be supposed to occur. Herewith the repast closed, and the succeeding discourses, from chapter 14, verse 1, were uttered by Jesus, after the general rising from the table and while standing in the chamber. But here it appears as if Olshausen, for the sake of obtaining a resting place between chapter 13 verse 38 and chapter 14 verse 1, had resigned himself to the delusion of supposing that the words, "Arise, let us go hence," at which he makes Jesus rise from the table and deliver the rest of his discourse standing, are found at the end of the 13th chapter, whereas they do not occur until the end of the 14th. Jesus had been speaking of going whither his disciples could not follow him, and had just rebuked the rashness of Peter in volunteering to lay down life for his sake, by the prediction of his denial. Here, at chapter 14 verse 1 and following, he calms the mind of the disciples, whom this prediction had disturbed, exhorting them to faith, and directing their attention to the blessed effects of his departure. Repelled by the firm coherence of this part of the discourse, other commentators, for example Paulus, retreat to chapter 13 verse 30, and are of opinion that the institution of the supper may be the most fitly introduced after the withdrawal of Judas, for the purpose of putting his treachery into execution, since this circumstance might naturally excite in Jesus those thoughts concerning his death which lie at the basis of the institution. But even rejecting the opinion of Luca and others, that when he went out should be united to Jesus said, it is unquestionable that the words of Jesus, verse 31, now is the Son of Man glorified, etc., and what he says farther on, verse 33, of his speedy departure, have an immediate reference to the retiring of Judas. For the verb doxazein in the fourth gospel always signifies the glorification of Jesus, to which he is to be led by suffering, and with the departure of the apostate disciple to those who brought suffering and death on Jesus, his glorification and speedy death were decided. The verses 31 through 33 being thus inseparably connected with verse 30, the next step is to carry the institution of the supper somewhat lower, and place it where this connection may appear to cease. Accordingly, Luca makes it fall between verse 33 and 34, supposing that after Jesus, verse 31 through 33, had composed the minds of the disciples, disturbed and shocked by the departure of the traitor, and had prepared them for the sacred meal, he, at verse 34 and following, annexes to the distribution of the bread and wine the new commandment of love. But, as it has been elsewhere remarked, since at verse 36 Peter asks Jesus, in allusion to verse 33, whither he will go, it is impossible that the supper can have been instituted after the declaration of Jesus, verse 33. For otherwise, Peter would have interpreted the expression, I go, by the body given, and the blood shed, or in any case, would rather have felt prompted to ask the meaning of these latter expressions. Acknowledging this, LeniJoeD retreats a verse, and inserts the supper between verses 32 and 33. But he thus violently severs the obvious connection between the words, shall straightway glorify him, in the former verse, and the words, yet a little while I am with you, in the latter. It is therefore necessary to retreat still farther than LeniJoeD, or even Paulus. But as from verse 30 up to verse 18, the discourse turns uninterruptedly on the traitor, and this discourse again is inseparably linked to the washing of the disciples' feet and the explanation of that act. There is no place at which the institution of the supper can be inserted until the beginning of the chapter. Here, however, according to one of the most recent critics, it may be inserted in a way which perfectly exonerates the author of the Gospel from the reproach of misleading his reader by an account which is apparently continuous, while it nevertheless passes over the supper. For, says this critic, from the very commencement, John does not profess to narrate anything of the meal itself, or what was concomitant with it, but only what occurred after the meal, inasmuch as the most natural interpretation of deipnu genomenu is, after the meal was ended, while the words, he riseth from supper, plainly show that the washing of the disciples' feet was not commenced until after the meal. But after the washing of the feet is concluded, it is said of Jesus, that he sat down again. Consequently, the meal was not yet ended when he commenced that act, and by the words, he riseth from supper, it is meant that he rose to wash the disciples' feet from the yet unfinished meal, or at least after the places had been taken preparatory to the meal. Again, deipnu genomenu does not mean after a meal was ended, any more than the words tu Iesu genomenu en Bathania, Matthew chapter 26, verse 6, mean after Jesus had been in Bethany. As the latter expression is intended by Matthew to denote the time during the residence of Jesus in Bethany, so the former is intended by John to denote the course of the meal itself. Hence, he thereby professes to inform us of every remarkable occurrence connected with that meal, and in omitting to mention the institution of the Lord's Supper, which was one of its features, he incurs the reproach of having given a deficient narrative, nay, of having left out precisely what is most important. Instead of this highest extremity of John's account, Kern has recently taken the lowest, and has placed the institution of the supper after the words, Arise, let us go hence, chapter 14, verse 31, whereby he assigns to it the improbable and indeed unworthy position of an act only occurring to Jesus when he is preparing to depart. Thus, viewing the subject generally, there is no conceivable motive why John, if he spoke of this last evening at all, should have omitted the institution of the Lord's Supper, while, on descending to a particular consideration, there is in the course of his narrative no point where it could be inserted. Hence, nothing remains but to conclude that he does not mention it because it was unknown to him. But as a means of resisting this conclusion, theologians, even such as acknowledge themselves unable to explain the omission of the institution, rely on the observation that a rite so universally prevalent in the primitive church as was the Lord's Supper cannot possibly have been unknown to the fourth evangelist, whoever he may have been. Certainly he knew of the Lord's Supper as a Christian rite, for this may be inferred from his 6th chapter, and unavoidably he must have known of it. It may, however, have been unknown to him under what circumstances Jesus formally instituted this observance. The referring of so revered an usage to the authority of Jesus himself was an object of interest to this evangelist. But from unacquaintance with the synoptical scene, and also from a partiality for the mysterious, which led him to put into the mouth of Jesus expressions unintelligible at the moment, and only to be explained by the issue, he effected this purpose, not by making Jesus actually institute the rite, but by attributing to him obscure expressions about the necessity of eating his flesh and drinking his blood, which, being rendered intelligible only by the rite of the Lord's Supper introduced into the church after his death, might be regarded as an indirect institution of that rite. As John omits the institution of the Lord's Supper, So the synoptists omit the washing of the disciples' feet. But it cannot be maintained with equal decision that they were therefore ignorant of this incident, partly on account of its inferior importance and the more fragmentary character of this part of the synoptical narrative, and partly because, as has been above remarked, the contention for preeminence in Luke verse 24 and following has appeared to many expositors to be connected with the washing of the disciples' feet, as the inducement to that action on the part of Jesus. But as regards this contention for preeminence, we have shown above that being unsuited to the tenor of the scene before us, it may owe its position only to a fortuitous association of ideas in the narrator, while the washing of the disciples' feet in John might appear to be a legendary development of a synoptical discourse on humility. In Matthew chapter 20, verse 26 and following, Jesus admonishes his disciples that he among them who would be great must be the minister of others, just as he himself came not to be ministered unto, but to minister. And in Luke chapter 22, verse 27, he expresses the same thought in the question, "Whether is greater, he that sitteth at meat, or he that serveth?" and adds, "But I am among you as he that serveth." Now it is certainly probable that Jesus might see fit to impress this lesson on the disciples through the medium of their senses, by an actual serving among them, while they played the part of those sitting at meat. But it is equally probable, since the synoptists are silent respecting such a measure, that either the legend, before it reached the fourth evangelist, or this writer himself, spun the fact out of the dictum. Nor is it necessary to suppose that the above declaration came to him as having been uttered at the last meal of Jesus, in accordance with the representation of Luke, for it naturally resulted from the expressions to recline at meat and to serve. That this symbolizing of the relation which they denote should be attached to a meal, and this meal might on easily conceivable grounds appear to be the most appropriately represented as the last. According to Luke's representation, Jesus on this occasion addresses the disciples as those who had continued with him in his temptations, and as a reward for this fidelity promises them that they shall sit with him at table in his kingdom, and seated on thrones judge the 12 tribes of Israel, verses 28 through 30. This appears incongruous with a scene in which he had immediately before announced his betrayal by one of the 12, and in which he immediately after predicted his denial by another, at a time, moreover, in which the temptations, properly so called, were yet future. After what we have already observed in relation to the entire character of the scene in Luke, we can hardly seek the reason for the insertion of this fragment of a discourse in anything else than a fortuitous association of ideas, in which the contention about rank among the disciples might suggest the rank promised to them by Jesus, and the discourse on sitting at table and serving, the promise that the disciples should sit at table with Jesus in his messianic kingdom. In the succeeding conversation, Jesus says to his disciples, figuratively, that now it will be necessary to buy themselves swords, so hostilely will they be met on all sides, but is understood by them literally, and is shown 2 swords already in the possession of the society. Concerning this passage, I am inclined to agree with Schleiermacher, who is of opinion that Luke introduced it here as a prelude to Peter's use of the sword in the ensuing narrative. The other divergencies in relation to the last meal will come under review in the course of the following investigations. End of section 122. Part 3, Chapter 2, Section 123 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich STRAUSS, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, History of the Passion, Death, and Resurrection of Jesus. Chapter 2, Machinations of the Enemies of Jesus, Treachery of Judas, Last Supper with the Disciples. Section 123, Announcement of the Betrayal and the Denial. In the statement that Jesus from the beginning knew who would be his betrayer, the fourth gospel stands alone. But all four of the evangelists concur in testifying that at his last meal he predicted his betrayal by one of his disciples. But in the first place, there is this difference. While, according to Matthew and Mark, the discourse respecting the betrayer opens the scene, and in particular precedes the institution of the Lord's Supper, Matthew chapter 26, verse 21 and following, Mark chapter 14, verse 18 and following, Luke represents Jesus as not speaking of the betrayer until after the commencement of the meal and the institution of the commemorative rite, chapter 22, verse 21 and following. And in John, what relates to the betrayer goes forward during and after the washing of the disciples' feet, chapter 13, verses 10 through 30. The intrinsically trivial question, which evangelist is here right, is extremely important to theologians, because its decision involves the answer to another question, namely, whether the betrayer also partook of the ritual supper. It neither appeared consistent with the idea of that supper as a feast of the most intimate love and union, that a virtual alien like Judas should participate in it, nor did it seem to accord with the love and compassion of the Lord, that he should have permitted an unworthy disciple by this participation to aggravate his guilt. So undesirable a view of the facts was believed to be avoided by following the arrangement of Matthew and Mark, and making the designation of the betrayer precede the institution of the supper. For, as it was known from John, that as soon as Judas saw himself detected and exposed, he withdrew from the company, it would thence appear that Jesus did not institute the supper until after the retirement of the traitor. But this expedient is founded on nothing but an inadmissible incorporation of the narrative of John with that of the synoptists. For the withdrawal of Judas is mentioned only by the fourth evangelist, and he alone needs the supposition of such a circumstance, because, according to him, Judas now first entered into his transactions with the enemies of Jesus, and thus, in order to come to terms with them and obtain the requisite force, needed a somewhat longer time. In the synoptists, there is no trace of the betrayer having left the company. On the contrary, everything in their narrative appears to imply that Judas, first on the general departure from the room in which the repast had been taken, instead of going directly to the garden, went to the chief priests, of whom he at once, the agreement having been made beforehand, received the necessary force for the arrest of Jesus. Thus, whether Luke or Matthew be right in the arrangement of the scene, all the synoptists intimate that Judas did not leave the company before the general departure, and consequently that he partook of the ritual supper. But also as to the manner in which Jesus pointed out his betrayer, there exists no slight divergency between the evangelists. In Luke, Jesus only makes the brief remark that the hand of his betrayer is with him on the table, whereupon the disciples ask among themselves who it can be that is capable of such a deed. In Matthew and Mark he says, first, that one of those who are present will betray him, and when the disciples individually ask him, "Lord, is it I?" he replies, "He that dippeth his hand with me in the dish," until at last, after a woe has been denounced on the traitor, according to Matthew, Judas also puts that question, and receives an affirmative answer. In John, Jesus alludes to the betrayer during and after the washing of the disciples' feet, in the observations that not all the disciples present are clean, and that, on the contrary, the scripture must be fulfilled, "He that eateth bread with me hath lifted up his heel against me." Then he says plainly that one of them will betray him. The disciples look inquiringly at each other, wondering of whom he speaks, when Peter prompts John, who is lying next to Jesus, to ask who is the traitor. Jesus replies, "He to whom he shall give a sop," which he immediately does to Judas, with the admonition to hasten the execution of his project, whereupon Judas leaves the company. Here again, the harmonists are at once ready to incorporate the different scenes with each other and render them mutually consistent. According to them, Jesus, on the question of each disciple whether he were the traitor, first declared aloud that one of his companions at table would betray him, Matthew. Hereupon John asked in a whisper which of them he meant, and Jesus also in a whisper made the answer, "He to whom he should give the sop," John. Then Judas likewise in a whisper asked whether it were he, and Jesus in the same manner replied in the affirmative, Matthew. Lastly, after an admonition from Jesus to be speedy, the betrayer left the company, John. But that the question and answer interchanged between Jesus and Judas were spoken in a whisper, Matthew, who alone communicates them, gives no intimation, nor is this easily conceivable without presupposing the improbable circumstance that Judas reclined on the one side of Jesus, as John did on the other. If, however, the colloquy were uttered aloud, the disciples could not, as John narrates, have so strangely misunderstood the words, "What thou doest, do quickly." And the supposition of a stammering question on the side of Judas, and a low-toned answer from Jesus, cannot be seriously held a satisfactory explanation. Nor is it probable that Jesus, after having already made the declaration, "He who dippeth with me in the dish will betray me," would, for the more precise indication of the traitor, have also given him a sop. It is rather to be supposed that these are but two different modes of reporting the same particular. But when once this is admitted, as it is by Paulus and Olshausen, so much is already renounced either in relation to the one narrative or the other, that it is inconsistent to resort to forced suppositions in order to overcome the difficulty involved in the explicit answer which Matthew makes Jesus give to the traitor. And it should rather be allowed that we have before us two divergent accounts, of which the one was not so framed that its deficiencies might be supplied by the other. Having, with Seifert and Fritzsche, attained this degree of insight, the only remaining question is, to which of the two narratives must we give the preference as the original? Seifert has answered this question very decidedly in favor of John. Not merely, as he maintains, because he shares in the prejudice which attributes to that evangelist the character of an eyewitness, but also because his narrative is in this part, by its intrinsic evidence of truthfulness and the vividness of its scenes, advantageously distinguished from that of Matthew, which presents no indications of an autoptical origin. For example, while John is able to describe with the utmost minuteness the manner in which Jesus indicated his betrayer, the narrative of the first gospel is such as to induce the conjecture that its author had only received the general information, that Jesus had personally indicated his betrayer. It certainly cannot be denied that the direct answer which Jesus gives to Judas in Matthew, verse 25, has entirely the appearance of having been framed, without much fertility of imagination, to accord with the above general information, and in so far it must be regarded as inferior to the more indirect, and therefore more probable mode of indicating the traitor in John. But in relation to another feature, the result of the comparison is different. In the two first evangelists, Jesus says, "He who has dipped," or "he who dippeth with me." In John, "he to whom I shall give a sop when I have dipped it." A difference in which the greater preciseness of the indication, and consequently the inferior probability, is on the side of the fourth gospel. In Luke, Jesus designates the traitor merely as one of those who are sitting at meat with him, and as regards the expression ho embarpsas, etc., in Matthew and Mark, the interpretation given of it by Kuinol and Henneberg, who suppose it to mean one of the party at table, leaving it uncertain which, is not so mistaken as Olshausen represents it to be. For first, to the question of the several disciples, "Is it I?" Jesus might see fit to return an evasive answer. And secondly, the above answer, as Kuinol has correctly remarked, stands in the relation of an appropriate climax to the previous declaration, "One of you shall betray me," verse 21, since it presents that aggravating circumstance of the betrayal, fellowship at table. Even if the authors of the two first Gospels understood the expression in question to imply that Judas in particular dipped his hand in the dish with Jesus, and hence supposed this second declaration to have indicated him personally, still the parallel passage in Luke and the words "one of the 12," which in Mark precede ho embaptomenos, show that originally the second expression was merely an amplification of the former, though from the wish to have a thoroughly unequivocal designation of the betrayer on the part of Jesus, it was early interpreted in the other more special sense. When, however, a legendary exaggeration of the preciseness of the indication is once admitted, the manner in which the fourth gospel describes that indication must be included in the series of progressive representations. And, according to Seifert, it must have been the original from which all the rest proceeded. But if we beforehand renounce the affirmative reply to Judas, "Thou hast said," in Matthew, the mode of designation in John is the most definite of all, for the intimation, "one of my companions at table," is comparatively indefinite, and even the expression, "he who dippeth with me in the dish," is a less direct sign of the traitor than if Jesus had himself dipped the morsel and presented it to him. Now, is it in the spirit of the ancient legend, if Jesus really gave the more precise designation, to lose its hold of this, and substitute one less precise, so as to diminish the miracle of the foreknowledge exhibited by Jesus? Assuredly not, but rather the very reverse holds true. Hence we conclude that Matthew, together with the unhistorically precise, has yet at the same time preserved the historically less precise, whereas John has entirely lost the latter and has retained only the former. After thus renouncing what is narrated of a personal designation of the traitor by Jesus, as composed post eventum, there yet remains to us the general precognition and prediction on the part of Jesus, that one of his disciples and companions at table would betray him. But even this is attended with difficulties. That Jesus received any external notification of treason brooding against him in the circle of his confidential friends, there is no indication in the Gospels. He appears to have gathered this feature of his destiny also out of the Scriptures alone. He repeatedly declares that by his approaching betrayal the Scripture would be fulfilled. John chapter 13, verse 18, chapter 17, verse 12, compare with Matthew chapter 26, verse 24, and parallel passages. And in the fourth Gospel, chapter 13, verse 18, he cites as this scripture the words, "He that eateth bread with me hath lifted up his heel against me," from Psalm 41, verse 10. This passage in the Psalms refers either to the well-known perfidious friends of David, Ahithophel and Mephibosheth, or, if the psalm be not the composition of David, to some unknown individuals who stood in a similar relation to the poet. There is so little trace of a messianic significance that even Tholuck and Olshausen acknowledge the above to be the original sense. But according to the latter, in the fate of David was imagined that of the Messiah. According to the former, David himself, under a divine impulse, often used expressions concerning himself, which contained special allusions to the fate of Jesus. When, however, Tholuck adds, David himself, under the influence of inspiration, did not always comprehend this more profound sense of his expressions. What is this but a confession that by the interpretation of such passages as relating to Christ, there is given to them another sense than that in which their author originally intended them? Now that Jesus deduced from this passage of the 41st Psalm that it would be his lot to be betrayed by a friend, in the way of natural reflection, is the more inconceivable, because there is no indication to be discovered that this psalm was interpreted messianically among the Jews, while that such an interpretation was a result of the divine knowledge in Jesus is impossible, because it is a false interpretation. It is rather to be supposed that the passage in question was applied to the treachery of Judas only after the issue. It is necessary to figure to ourselves the consternation which the death of the Messiah must have produced in the minds of his first adherents, and the solicitous industry with which they endeavored to comprehend this catastrophe, and to remember that to a mind of Jewish culture, to comprehend a fact or doctrine was not to reconcile it with consciousness and reason, but to bring it into harmony with Scripture. In seeking such a result, the primitive Christians found predicted in the oracles of the Old Testament not only the death of the Messiah, but also his falling by means of the perfidy of one of his friends, and even the subsequent fate and end of this traitor. Matthew chapter 27, verse 9 and following, Acts chapter 1, verse 20. And as the most striking Old Testament authority for the betrayal, there presented itself the above passage from Psalm 41, where the author complains of maltreatment from one of his most intimate friends. These vouchers from the Old Testament might be introduced by the writers of the evangelical history, either as reflections from themselves or others, by way of appendix to their narrative of the result, as is done by the authors of the first Gospel and the Acts, where they relate the end of Judas, or what would be more impressive, they might put them into the mouth of Jesus himself before the issue, as is done by the author of the fourth Gospel in the present instance. The psalmist had meant by akal lachmi, as one who generally was accustomed to eat bread with him, But this expression might easily come to be regarded as the designation of one in the act of eating bread with the subject of the prophecy, and hence it seemed appropriate to choose as the scene for the delivery of the prediction a meal of Jesus with his disciples, and, for the sake of proximity to the end of Jesus, to make this meal the last. For the rest, the precise words of the psalm were not adhered to, for instead of "he who eateth bread with me," was substituted either the synonymous phrase "with me on the table," as in Luke, or in accordance with the representation of the synoptists that this last was a paschal meal, an allusion to the particular sauce used on that occasion, "he who dippeth with me in the dish," as in Mark and Matthew. This at first entirely synonymous with the expression ho trogon, etc., as a designation of some one of his companions at table, was soon, from the desire for a personal designation, misconstrued to mean that Judas accidentally dipped his hand into the dish at the same moment with Jesus, and at length the morsel dipped into the dish by Judas at the same time with Jesus was by the fourth evangelist converted into the sop presented by Jesus to his betrayer. There are other parts also of this scene in John, which, instead of having a natural character, as Seifert maintains, must rather be pronounced artificial. The manner in which Peter has to use the intervention of the disciple leaning on Jesus' bosom, in order to obtain from the latter a more definite intimation concerning the betrayer, besides being foreign to the synoptists, belongs to that unhistorical coloring which, as we have above shown, the fourth gospel gives to the relation of the two apostles. Moreover, to disguise an indication of Judas in the evil character of the traitor, beneath an action of friendliness, as that of giving him the sop, must retain something untruthful and revolting, whatever may be imagined of objects which Jesus might have in view, such as the touching of the traitor with compunction even at that hour. Lastly, the address, "What thou doest, do quickly," after all that can be done to soften it, is still harsh, a kind of braving of the impending catastrophe, and rather than resort to any refinements in order to justify these words as spoken by Jesus, I prefer agreeing with the author of the Probabilia, who sees in them the effort of the fourth evangelist to improve on the ordinary representation, according to which Jesus foreknew the betrayal and refrained from preventing it, by making him even challenge the traitor to expedite his undertaking. Besides the betrayal, Jesus is said to have predicted the denial by Peter, and to have fixed the precise time of its occurrence, declaring that before the cock should crow, Mark says twice, on the following morning Peter would deny him thrice. Matthew chapter 26, verse 33 and following, and parallel passages. Which prediction, according to the Gospels, was exactly accomplished. It is here observed on the side of rationalism that the extension of the prophetic gift to the cognizance of such merely accessory circumstances as the crowing of cocks must excite astonishment, as also that Jesus, instead of warning, predicts the result as inevitable, a feature which calls to mind the fate of the Greek tragedy, in which a man, in spite of his endeavor to avoid what the oracle has predicted of him, nevertheless fulfills its inexorable decree. Paulus will not admit either ou phonesai al ector, or aperneithai, or tris, to have been spoken in their strict verbal signification, but gives to the entire speech of Jesus only this indecisive and problematical sense. So easily to be shaken is the imagined firmness of this disciple, that between the present moment and the early morning, events may arise which would cause him more than once to stumble and be unfaithful to his Master. But this is not the right mode of removing the difficulty of the evangelical narrative. The words attributed to Jesus so closely agree with the subsequent event, that the idea of a merely fortuitous coincidence is not to be here entertained. Occurring as they do in a tissue of prophecies post eventum, we must rather suppose that after Peter had really denied Jesus more than once during that night, the announcement of such a result was put into the mouth of Jesus, with the common marking of time by the crowing of the cock, and the reduction of the instances of denial to 3. That this determination of time and number was permanent in the evangelical tradition, except that Mark, doubtless arbitrary, for the sake of balancing the thrice denying by another number, speaks of the twice crowing of the cock, appears to be explained without any great difficulty by the familiarity of the expressions early chosen, and the ease with which they could be retained in the memory. Just as little claim to be regarded as a real prophecy has the announcement of Jesus to the rest of his disciples that they will all of them be offended because of him on the coming night, that they will forsake him and disperse. Matthew chapter 26, verse 31 and parallel passages. Compare with John chapter 16, verse 32. Especially as the evangelists themselves in the words, "For it is written, I will smite the shepherd, and the sheep of the flock shall be scattered abroad," point out to us the Old Testament passage, Zechariah chapter 13, verse 7, which, first sought out by the adherents of Jesus for the satisfaction of their own difficulties as to the death of their Master, and the melancholy consequences which immediately ensued, was soon put into the mouth of Jesus as a prophecy of these consequences. End of section 123. Part 3, Chapter 2, Section 124 of the Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich STRAUSS, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, History of the Passion, Death, and Resurrection of Jesus. Chapter 2, Machinations of the Enemies of Jesus, Treachery of Judas, Last Supper with the Disciples. Section 124, The Institution of the Lord's Supper. It was at the last meal, according to the synoptists, with whom the Apostle Paul also agrees, 1 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 23 and following, that Jesus gave to the unleavened bread and the wine, which, agreeably to the custom of the Paschal feast, he, as head of the family, had to distribute among his disciples, a relation for his speedily approaching death. During the repast, we are told, he took bread, and after giving thanks, broke it, and gave it to his disciples with the declaration, "This is my body," to which Paul and Luke add, "which is given, or broken for you." In like manner, according to Paul and Luke, after supper he presented to them a cup of wine with the words, "This is my blood of the New Testament," or, according to Paul and Luke, "the New Testament in my blood, which is shed for many," or "for you," to which Matthew adds, "for the remission of sins," and Paul, what he and Luke previously give in reference to the bread, "Do this," Paul with the wine, "as oft as ye drink it, in remembrance of me." The controversy between different confessions as to the meaning of these words whether they signify the transmutation of bread and wine into the body and blood of Christ, or a presence of the body and blood of Christ with and beneath those elements, or lastly, the symbolizing of the body and blood of Christ by bread and wine, may be pronounced obsolete, and ought not to be any longer pursued, at least exegetically, because it is founded on a misplaced distinction. It is only when transmitted to a modern age and to the Occidental mind, in which the forms of thought are more abstract, that what the ancient Oriental understood by the words touto esti divides itself into the above variety of possible significations. And if we would obtain a correct conception of the idea which originally suggested the expression, we must cease to discriminate thus. To explain the words in question as implying a transmutation of the substance is to go too far and to be too definite. To understand them of an existence cum et sub specie, etc., is too much of a refinement, while to translate them, this signifies, is too limited and meager an interpretation. To the writers of our Gospels, the bread in the commemorative supper was the body of Christ, and had they been asked whether the bread was transmuted, they would have denied it. Had they been spoken to of partaking of the body with and under the form of bread, they would not have understood it. Had it been inferred that, consequently, the bread merely signified the body, they would not have been satisfied. Thus, to dispute farther on this point is a fruitless labor. It is a more interesting question whether Jesus merely intended this peculiarly significant distribution of bread and wine as a parting demonstration of attachment to his disciples, or whether he designed that it should be celebrated by his disciples in memory of him after his departure. If we had only the account of the two first evangelists, this is admitted even by orthodox theologians, there would be no solid ground for the latter supposition. But the words, "Do this in remembrance of me," which are added by Paul and Luke, appear decisive of the fact that Jesus purposed the founding of a commemorative meal, which, according to Paul, the Christians were to celebrate until he should come. Concerning this very addition, however, it has been of late conjectured that it may not have been originally uttered by Jesus, but that in the celebration of the Lord's Supper in the primitive church, the presiding member of the community, in distributing the elements, may have exhorted the rest to continue the repetition of this meal in remembrance of Christ, and that from this primitive Christian ritual the above words were added to the address of Jesus. This conjecture should not be opposed by an exaggerated estimate of the authority of the Apostle Paul, such as that of Olshausen, who infers from the words, "I have received of the Lord," that he here delivers an immediate revelation from Christ, nay, that Christ himself speaks through him, since, even as Susskind has admitted, and as Schultz has recently shown in the most convincing manner, the phrase parlambanein apo typos cannot signify an immediate reception, but only a mediate transmission from the individual specified. If, however, Paul had not that addition from Jesus himself, still Susskind thinks himself able to prove that it must have been communicated, or at least confirmed, by an apostle, and is of opinion, in the manner of his school, that by a series of abstract distinctions he can define certain boundary lines which must, in this case, prevent the intrusion of an unhistorical tradition. But the severe attention to evidence which characterizes our own day ought not to be expected from an infant religious society, between the distant portions of which there was not yet any organized connection, or for the most part any other than oral communication. On the other hand, however, we must not be induced to regard the words tuto poieti, etc., as a latter addition to the address of Jesus, on false grounds, such as that it would have been repugnant to the humility of Jesus to found a rite in remembrance of himself. Nor must we rate too highly the silence of the two first evangelists in opposition to the testimony of Paul. Perhaps this point may be decided by means of another more general question, namely, what led Jesus to make this peculiarly significant distribution of bread and wine among his disciples? Orthodox theologians seek to remove as far as possible from the person of Jesus, as divine, all progress, and especially a gradual or sudden origination of plans and resolutions not previously present in his mind. Hence, according to them, there lay in Jesus from the beginning, together with the foreknowledge of his destiny and his entire plan, the design to institute this supper as a commemorative rite to be observed by his church. And this opinion may at least appeal for support to the allusions implying that he already contemplated the institution a year beforehand, attributed to Jesus in the 6th chapter of the 4th Gospel. This is certainly an insecure support, for, as a previous inquiry has shown, those allusions, totally unintelligible before the institution of the supper, cannot have proceeded from Jesus, but only from the evangelist. Further, as viewing the subject generally, it appeared to annul the reality of the human nature in Jesus, to suppose that all lay foreseen and prepared in him from the first, or at least from the commencement of his mature age. Rationalism has maintained, on the contrary, that the idea of the symbolical act and words in question did not arise in Jesus until the last evening. According to this view, at the sight of the broken bread and the outpoured wine, Jesus had a foreboding of his near and violent death. He saw in the former an image of his body which was to be put to death, and in the latter of his blood which was to be shed. And this momentary impression was communicated by him to his disciples. But such a tragic impression could only be felt by Jesus if he contemplated his death as a near event. That he did so with a greater distinctness at the last meal is thought to be proved by the assurance which, according to all the synoptists, he gave to his disciples, that he would no more drink of the fruit of the vine until he drank it new in the kingdom of his Father. Whence, as there is no ground for supposing a vow of abstinence on his part, he must have foreseen that his end would arrive within the next few days. If, however, we observe how in Luke this assurance in relation to the wine is preceded by the declaration of Jesus that he will no more eat the Passover until it be fulfilled in the kingdom of heaven, it appears probable that originally the fruit of the vine also was understood not as wine in general, but as specially the beverage of the Passover, of which a trace may perhaps be discovered in the expression of Matthew and Mark, this fruit of the vine. Meals in the Messianic kingdom were, in accordance with the ideas of the age, often spoken of by Jesus, and he may have expected that in that kingdom the Passover would be observed with peculiar solemnity. When, therefore, he declares that he will no more partake of this meal in the present age, but only in the future, first, this does not apply to eating and drinking in general, and hence does not mean that his sojourn in this pre-messianic world was to have an end within the next few days, but only within the space of a year. nor, secondly, does it necessarily involve the idea that this change was to be introduced by his death, for he might even yet expect that the kingdom of the Messiah would commence during his life. Meanwhile, to deny every presentiment of his end on the part of Jesus in these last days of his life is, on the one hand, not warranted by our previous examination, and on the other, would compel us to doubt the institution of the ritual supper by Jesus, which we can hardly do in opposition to the testimony of Paul. It is, moreover, easily conceivable that the continually increasing involvement of his relation to the Jewish hierarchy might at length bring to Jesus the conviction that his death was inevitable, and that in a moment of emotion he might even fix the next Passover as the term which he should not survive. Thus, each of the supposed cases appears possible, either that, owing to a thought suggested by the impressiveness of the moment, at the last Passover which he celebrated with his disciples, he made bread and wine the symbols of his body which was to be slain, and his blood which was to be shed; or that, for some time previously, he had embraced the design of bequeathing such a commemorative meal to his adherents, in which case he may very probably have uttered the words preserved by Paul and Luke. But before this intimation of the death of Jesus had been duly appropriated by the disciples and received into their conviction, they were overtaken by the actual catastrophe, for which, therefore, they might be regarded as wholly unprepared. End of section 124. Part 3, Chapter 3, Section 125 of the Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich STRAUSS, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, History of the Passion, Death, and Resurrection of Jesus. Chapter 3, Retirement to the Mount of Olives, Arrest, Trial, Condemnation, and Crucifixion of Jesus. Section 125, Agony of Jesus in the Garden. According to the synoptical narratives, Jesus, immediately after the conclusion of the meal and the singing of the Hallel, it being his habit during this feast time to spend the night out of Jerusalem, Matthew chapter 21 verse 17, Luke chapter 22 verse 39, went to the Mount of Olives into a garden called Gethsemane, Matthew chapter 26 verses 30 and 36 and parallel passages. John, who gives the additional particular that the garden lay over the brook Kedron, does not represent him as departing thither until after the long series of valedictory discourses, chapters 14 through 17, of which we shall hereafter have to speak again. While John makes the arrest of Jesus follow immediately on the arrival of Jesus in the garden, the synoptists insert between the two that scene which is usually designated the agony of Jesus. Their accounts of this scene are not in unison. According to Matthew and Mark, Jesus takes with him his three most confidential disciples, Peter and the sons of Zebedee, leaving the rest behind, is seized with fearfulness and trembling, tells the three disciples that he is sorrowful even unto death, and admonishing them to remain wakeful in the meantime, removes to a distance from them also, that he may offer a prayer for himself, in which, with his face bent to the earth, he entreats that the cup of suffering may pass from him, but still resigns all to the will of his Father. When he returns to the disciples, he finds them sleeping, again admonishes them to watchfulness, then removes from them a second time, and repeats the former prayer, after which he once more finds his disciples asleep. For the third time he retires to repeat the prayer, and returning for the third time finds the disciples sleeping, but now awakes them in order to meet the coming betrayer. Of the number 3, which thus doubly figures in the narrative of the two first evangelists, Luke says nothing. According to him, Jesus retires from all the disciples after admonishing them to watch, for the distance of about a stone's cast, and prays kneeling once only, but nearly in the same words as in the other Gospels, then returns to the disciples and awakes them, because Judas is approaching with the multitude. But on the other hand, Luke, in his single scene of prayer, has two circumstances which are foreign to the other narrators, namely, that while Jesus was yet praying, and immediately before the most violent mental struggle, an angel appeared to strengthen him, and that during the agony which ensued, the sweat of Jesus was, as it were, great drops of blood falling to the ground. From the earliest times, this scene in Gethsemane has been a stumbling block, because Jesus therein appears to betray a weakness and fear of death, which might be considered unworthy of him. Celsus and Julian, doubtless having in their minds the great examples of the dying Socrates and other heathen sages, expressed contempt for the fear of death exhibited by Jesus. Vanini boldly extolled his own demeanor in the face of execution as superior to that of Jesus. And in the Evangelium Nicodemi, Satan concludes from this scene that Christ is a mere man. The supposition resorted to in this apocryphal book, that the trouble of Jesus was only assumed in order to encourage the devil to enter into a contest with him, is but a confession of inability to reconcile a real truth of that kind with the ideal of Jesus. Hence, appeal has been made to the distinction between the two natures in Christ, the sorrowfulness and the prayer for the removal of the cup having been ascribed to the human nature, the resignation to the will of the Father to the divine. As, however, in the first place, this appeared to introduce an inadmissible division in the nature of Jesus, and in the second place, even a fear experienced by his human nature in the prospect of approaching bodily sufferings appeared unworthy of him. His consternation was represented as being of a spiritual and sympathetic character, as arising from the wickedness of Judas, the danger which threatened his disciples, and the fate which was impending over his nation. The effort to free the sorrow of Jesus from all reference to physical suffering, or to his own person, attained its highest pitch in the ecclesiastical tenet that Jesus, by substitution, was burthened with the guilt of all mankind, and vicariously endured the wrath of God against that guilt. Some have even supposed that the devil himself wrestled with Jesus. But such a cause for the trouble of Jesus is not found in the text. On the contrary, here as elsewhere, Matthew chapter 20, verse 22 and following, and parallel passages, the cup for the removal of which Jesus prays must be understood of his own bodily sufferings and death. Moreover, the above ecclesiastical opinion is founded on an unscriptural conception of the vicarious office of Jesus. It is true that even in the conception of the synoptists, the suffering of Jesus is a vicarious one for the sins of many. But the substitution consists, according to them, not in Jesus having immediately borne these sins and the punishment due to mankind on account of them, but in a personal suffering being laid upon him on account of those sins, and in order to remove their punishment. Thus, as on the cross, it was not directly the sins of the world and the anger of God in relation to them which afflicted him, but the wounds which he received, and his whole lamentable situation, wherein he was indeed placed for the sins of mankind. So, according to the idea of the evangelists, in Gethsemane also, it was not immediately the feeling of the misery of humanity which occasioned his dismay, but the presentiment of his own suffering, which, however, was encountered in the stead of mankind. From the untenable ecclesiastical view of the agony of Jesus, a descent has in more modern times been made to coarse materialism, by reducing what it was thought hopeless to justify ethically, as a mental condition, to a purely physical one, and supposing that Jesus was attacked by some malady in Gethsemane, an opinion which Paulus, with a severity which he should only have more industriously applied to his own explanations, pronounces to be altogether unseemly and opposed to the text, though he does not regard as improbable Human's hypothesis that in addition to his inward sorrow, Jesus had contracted a cold in the clayey ground traversed by the Kedron. On the other hand, the scene has been depicted in the colors of modern sentimentalism, and the feelings of friendship, the pain of separation, the thoughts of parting, have been assigned as the causes which so lacerated the mind of Jesus, or a confused blending of all the different kinds of sorrow, selfish and sympathetic, sensual and spiritual, has been presupposed. Paulus explains, "If it be possible, let this cup pass from me," as an expression of a purely moral anxiety on the part of Jesus, as to whether it were the will of God that he should give himself up to the attack immediately at hand, or whether it were not more accordant with the divine pleasure that he should yet escape from this danger, thus converting into a mere inquiry of God what is obviously the most urgent prayer. While Olshausen falls back on the ecclesiastical theory, and authoritatively declares that the supposition of external corporeal suffering having called forth the anguish of Jesus ought to be banished as one which would annihilate the essential characteristics of his mission, others have more correctly acknowledged that in that anguish the passionate wish to be delivered from the terrible sufferings in prospect, the horror of sensitive nature in the face of annihilation, are certainly apparent. With justice also, it is remarked, in opposition to the reproach which has been cast on Jesus, that the speedy conquest over rebellious nature removes every appearance of sinfulness, that, moreover, the shrinking of physical nature at the prospect of annihilation belongs to the essential conditions of life, nay, that the purer the human nature in an individual, the more susceptible is it in relation to suffering and annihilation, that the conquest over suffering intensely appreciated is greater than a stoical or even a Socratic insensibility. With more reason, criticism has attacked the peculiar representation of the third gospel. The strengthening angel has created no little difficulty to the ancient church on dogmatical grounds, to modern exposition on critical grounds. An ancient scholium on the consideration, that he who was adored and glorified with fear and trembling by all the celestial powers did not need the strengthening of an angel, interprets the eniskouon ascribed to the angel as a declaring strong, that is, as the offering of a doxology, while others, rather than admit that Jesus could need the strengthening by an angel, transform the angelos eniskouon into an evil angel who attempted to use force against Jesus. The orthodox also, by founding a distinction between the state of humiliation and privation in Christ and that of his glorification, or in some similar way, have long blunted the edge of the dogmatical difficulty, but in place of this, a critical objection has been only so much the more decidedly developed. In consideration of the suspicion which, according to our earlier observations, attaches to every alleged angelic appearance, it has been sought to reduce the angel in this narrative first into a man, and then into an image of the composure which Jesus regained. But the right point in the angelic appearance for criticism to grapple with is indicated by the circumstance that Luke is the only evangelist from whom we learn it. If, according to the ordinary presupposition, the first and fourth Gospels are of apostolic origin, why this silence as to the angel on the part of Matthew, who is believed to have been in the garden? Why especially on the part of John, who was among the three in the nearer neighborhood of Jesus? If it be said, because sleepy as they were, and at some distance, and moreover under cover of the night, they did not observe him, it must be asked, whence are we to suppose that Luke received this information? That, assuming the disciples not to have themselves observed the appearance, Jesus should have narrated it to them on that evening, there is, from the intense excitement of those hours and the circumstance that the return of Jesus to his disciples was immediately followed by the arrival of Judas, little probability, and as little that he communicated it to them in the days after the resurrection, and that nevertheless this information appeared worthy of record to none but the third evangelist, who yet received it only at second hand. As in this manner there is every presumption against the historical character of the angelic appearance, why should not this also, like all appearances of the same kind which have come under our notice, especially in the history of the infancy of Jesus, be interpreted by us mythically? Gabler has been before us in advancing the idea that in the primitive Christian community the rapid transition from the most violent mental conflict to the most tranquil resignation, which was observable in Jesus on that night, was explained, agreeably to the Jewish mode of thought, by the intervention of a strengthening angel, and that this explanation may have mingled itself with the narrative. Schleiermacher, too, finds it the most probable that this moment, described by Jesus himself as one of hard trial, was early glorified in hymns by angelic appearances, and that this embellishment, originally intended in a merely poetical sense, was received by the narrator of the third Gospel as historical. The other feature peculiar to Luke, namely the bloody sweat, was early felt to be no less fraught with difficulty than the strengthening by the angel. At least it appears to have been this more than anything else, which occasioned the exclusion of the entire edition in Luke verses 43 and 44 from many ancient copies of the Gospels. For as the orthodox, who according to Epiphanius rejected the passage, appear to have shrunk the most from the lowest degree of fear which is expressed by the bloody sweat, so to the docetic opinions of some who did not receive this passage, this was the only particular which could give offense. Thus, in an earlier age, doubts were raised respecting the fitness of the bloody sweat of Jesus on dogmatical considerations, while in more modern times this has been done on psychological grounds. It is true that authorities are adduced for instances of bloody sweat from Aristotle down to the more recent investigators of nature, but such a phenomenon is only mentioned as extremely rare, and as a symptom of decided disease. Hence Paulus points to the as it were, as indicating that it is not directly a bloody sweat which is here spoken of, but only a sweat which might be compared to blood. This comparison, however, he refers only to the thick appearance of the drops, and Olshausen also agrees with him thus far, that a red color of the perspiration is not necessarily included in the comparison. But in the course of a narrative which is meant as a prelude to the sanguinary death of Jesus, it is the most natural to take the comparison of the sweat to drops of blood in its full sense. Further, here, yet more forcibly than in relation to the angelic appearance, the question suggests itself, how did Luke obtain this information? Or, to pass by all questions which must take the same form in this instance as in the previous one, how could the disciples at a distance and in the night discern the falling of drops of blood? According to Paulus, indeed, it ought not to be said that the sweat fell, for as the word falling refers not to sweat, but to the drops of blood, which are introduced merely for the purpose of comparison, it is only meant that a sweat as thick and heavy as falling drops of blood stood on the brow of Jesus. But whether it be said, the sweat fell like drops of blood to the earth, or it was like drops of blood falling to the earth, it comes pretty much to the same thing. At least the comparison of a sweat standing on the brow to blood falling on the earth would not be very apt, especially if together with the falling we are to abstract also the color of the blood, so that of the words, as it were drops of blood falling on the ground, only as it were drops would properly have any decided meaning. Since then we can neither comprehend the circumstance nor conceive what historical authority for it the narrator could have had, let us, with Schleiermacher, rather take this feature also as a poetical one construed historically by the evangelist, or better still, as a mythical one, the origin of which may be easily explained from the tendency to perfect the conflict in the garden as a prelude to the sufferings of Jesus on the cross, by showing that not merely the psychical aspect of that suffering was foreshadowed in the mental trouble, but also its physical aspect in the bloody sweat. As a counterpoise to this peculiarity of Luke, his two predecessors have, as we have said, the twofold occurrence of the number 3, the 3 disciples taken apart, and the 3 retirements and prayers of Jesus. It has indeed been contended that so restless a movement hither and thither, so rapid an alternation of retirement and return, is entirely suited to the state of mind in which Jesus then was, and also that in the repetition of the prayer there is correctly shown an appropriate gradation, a more and more complete resignation to the will of the Father. But that the two narrators count the retirements of Jesus, marking them by the expressions ekdeuteron and ektriton, at once shows that the number 3 was a point of importance to them, and when Matthew, though he certainly gives in the second prayer an expression somewhat different from that of the first, in the third makes Jesus only repeat the same words, and when Mark does this even the second time, this is a significant proof that they were embarrassed how to fill up the favorite number 3 with appropriate matter. According to Olshausen, Matthew, with his 3 acts of this conflict, must be right in opposition to Luke, because these 3 attacks made on Jesus through the medium of fear correspond to the 3 attacks through the medium of desire in the history of the temptation. This parallel is well founded. It only leads to an opposite result to that deduced by Olshausen. For which is more probable, that in both cases the threefold repetition of the attack had an objective ground, in a latent law of the kingdom of spirits, and hence is to be regarded as really historical, or that it had merely a subjective ground in the manner of the legend, so that the occurrence of this number here, as certainly as above in the history of the temptation, points to something mythical. If then we subtract the angel, the bloody sweat, and the precisely threefold repetition of the retirement and prayer of Jesus as mythical additions, there remains so far as an historical kernel the fact that Jesus on that evening in the garden experienced a violent access of fear, and prayed that his sufferings might be averted, with the reservation, nevertheless, of an entire submission to the will of God. And at this point of the inquiry, it is not a little surprising, on the ordinary view of the relation between our Gospels, that even this fundamental fact of the history in question is wanting in the Gospel of John. End of section 125. Part 3, Chapter 3, Section 126 of the Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich STRAUSS, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, History of the Passion, Death, and Resurrection of Jesus. Chapter 3, Retirement to the Mount of Olives, Arrest, Trial, Condemnation, and Crucifixion of Jesus. Section 126. Relation of the fourth Gospel to the events in Gethsemane, the farewell discourses in John, and the scene following the announcement of the Greeks. The relation of John to the synoptical narratives just considered has, when regarded more closely, two aspects. First, he has not what the synoptists present, and secondly, instead of this, he has something which it is difficult to reconcile with their statements. As regards the first and negative side, it has to be explained how, on the ordinary supposition concerning the author of the fourth Gospel and the correctness of the synoptical account, it happens that John, who according to the two first Gospels was one of the three whom Jesus took with him to be the more immediate witnesses of his conflict, passes in silence over the whole event. It will not suffice to appeal to his sleepiness during the scene, for if this was a hindrance to its narration, all the evangelists must have been silent on the subject, and not John alone. Hence, the usual expedient is tried here also, and he is said to have omitted the scene because he found it already presented with sufficient care in the writings of the synoptists. But between the two first synoptists and the third, there is here so important a divergency as to demand more urgently that John, if he took their accounts into consideration, should speak a mediating word in this difference. If, however, John had not the works of his predecessors lying before him, he might still, it is said, suppose that history to be sufficiently familiar to his readers as a part of evangelical tradition. But as this tradition was the source of the divergent representations of the synoptists, it must itself have early begun to exhibit variations, and to narrate the fact first in one way, then in another. Consequently, on this view also, there was a call on the author of the fourth Gospel to rectify these wavering accounts. Hence, of late, an entirely new supposition has been adopted, namely, that John omits the events in Gethsemane, lest, by the mention of the strengthening angel, he should give any furtherance to the Ebionitish opinion that the higher nature in Christ was an angel, which unified itself with him at baptism, and now, as it might be inferred, again departed from him before the hour of suffering. But not to urge that we have already found any hypothesis of this nature inadequate to explain the omissions in the Gospel of John, if this evangelist wished to avoid any indication of a close relation between Jesus and angels, he must also have excluded other passages from his Gospel. Above all, as Luca remarks, the declaration concerning the ascending and descending of angels upon him, chapter 1, verse 52, and also the idea, given indeed only as the conjecture of some bystanders, that an angel spake to him, chapter 12, verse 29. If, however, he on any ground whatever found special matter of hesitation in the appearance of the angel in the garden, this would only be a reason for omitting the intervention of the angel, with Matthew and Mark, and not for excluding the whole scene, which was easily separable from this single particular. If the mere absence of the incident from the narrative of John is not to be explained, the difficulty increases when we consider what this evangelist communicates to us instead of the scene in the garden, concerning the mental condition of Jesus during the last hours previous to his arrest. In the same place which the synoptists assign to the agony in the garden, John, it is true, has nothing, for he makes the capture of Jesus follow at once on his arrival in the garden. But immediately before, at, and after the last meal, he has discourses inspired by a state of mind which could hardly have, as a sequel, scenes like those which, according to the synoptical narratives, occurred in the garden. In the farewell discourses in John, namely chapters 14 through 17, Jesus speaks precisely in the tone of one who has already inwardly triumphed over approaching suffering, from a point of view in which death is quenched in the beams of the glory which is to come after, with a divine peace which is cheerful in the certainty of its immovability. How is it possible that, immediately after, this peace should give place to the most violent mental emotion, this tranquillity to a trouble even unto death, and that from victory achieved he should sink again into doubtful contest, in which he needed strengthening by an angel? In those farewell discourses he appears throughout as one who from the plenitude of his inward serenity and confidence comforts his trembling friends. And yet he now seeks spiritual aid from the drowsy disciples, for he requests them to watch with him. There he is so certain of the salutary effects of his approaching death as to assure his followers that it is well for them that he should go away, else the Comforter would not come to them. Here he again doubts whether his death be really the will of the Father. There he exhibits a consciousness which, under the necessity of death, inasmuch as it comprehends that necessity, recovers freedom, so that his will to die is one with the divine will that he should die. Here these two wills are so at variance that the subjective submissively indeed, but painfully, bows to the absolute. And these two opposite states of mind are not even separated by any intervening incident of an appalling character, but only by the short space of time which elapsed during the walk from Jerusalem to the Mount of Olives, across the Kedron, just as if, in that brook, as in another Lethe, Jesus had lost all remembrance of the foregoing discourses. It is true that we are here referred to the alternation of mental states, which naturally becomes more rapid in proportion as the decisive moment approaches, to the fact that not seldom in the life of believers there occurs a sudden withdrawal of the higher sustenance of the soul, an abandonment of them by God, which alone renders the victory nevertheless achieved truly great and admirable. But this latter opinion at once betrays its unintelligent origin from a purely imaginative species of thought, to which the soul can appear like a lake, ebbing or flowing according as the floodgates of the conducting canals are opened or closed, by the contradictions in which it is on all sides involved. The triumph of Christ over the fear of death is said only to appear in its true magnitude when we consider that while a Socrates could only conquer because he remained in the full possession of his mental energies, Christ was able to triumph over all the powers of darkness even when forsaken by God and the fullness of his Spirit, by his merely human soul. But is not this the rankest Pelagianism, the most flagrant contradiction of the doctrine of the Church, as of sound philosophy, which alike maintain that without God man can do no good thing, that only by his armor can man repel the shafts of the wicked one. To escape from thus contradicting the results of sober reflection, the imaginative thinker is driven to contradict himself by supposing that in the strengthening angel, which, incidentally, contrary to the verbal significance of the text, is reduced to a merely internal vision of Jesus, there was imparted to Jesus, when wrestling in the extremity of his abandonment, an influx of spiritual strength, so that he thus would not, as it was at first vaunted, have conquered without, but only with divine aid. If, in accordance with Luke, the angel be supposed to have appeared prior to the last, most violent part of the conflict, in order to strengthen Jesus for this ultimate trial. But rather than fall into so evident a self-contradiction, Olshausen prefers covertly to contradict the text, and hence transposes the order of the incidents, assuming, without further preliminary, that the strengthening came after the third prayer, consequently after the victory had been already gained, whence he is driven to the extreme arbitrariness of interpreting the phrase, "and being in an agony he prayed," as the pluperfect, "he had prayed." But setting aside this figurative representation of the cause which produced the sudden change of mood in Jesus, such a change is in itself burthened with many difficulties. Correctly speaking, what here took place in Jesus was not a mere change, but a relapse of the most startling kind. In the so-called sacerdotal prayer, John chapter 17 especially, Jesus had completely closed his account with the Father. All fear in relation to what awaited him lay so far behind the point which he had here attained, that he spent not a single word on his own suffering, and only spoke of the afflictions which threatened his friends. The chief subject of his communion with the Father was the glory into which he was about to enter, and the blessedness which he hoped to have attained for his followers, so that his departure to the scene of his arrest has entirely the character of an accessory fact, merely consummating by external realization what was already inwardly and essentially effected. Now if Jesus, after this closing of his account with God, once more opened it, if after having held himself already victor, he once more sank into anxious conflict, must he not have laid himself open to the remonstrance, "Why didst thou not, instead of indulging in vain anticipations of glory, rather occupy thyself betimes with earnest thoughts of the coming trial, that by such a preparation thou mightest spare thyself perilous surprise on its approach? Why didst thou utter the words of triumph before thou hadst fought, so as to be obliged with shame to cry for help at the oncoming of the battle?" In fact, after the assurance of already achieved victory expressed in the farewell discourses, and especially in the final prayer, the lapse into such a state of mind as that described by the synoptists would have been a very humiliating declension, which Jesus could not have foreseen. Otherwise he would not have expressed himself with so much confidence, and which, therefore, would prove that he was deceived in himself, that he held himself to be stronger than he actually found himself, and that he had given utterance to this too high self-valuation, not without a degree of presumption. Those who regard this as inconsistent with the equally judicious and modest character which Jesus manifests on other occasions, will find themselves urged to the dilemma, that either the farewell discourses in John, at least the final prayer, or else the events in Gethsemane, cannot be historical. It is to be regretted that in coming to a decision in this case, theologians have set out rather from dogmatical prejudices than from critical grounds. Usteri's assertion, at least, that the representation given in John of the state of mind of Jesus in his last hours is the only correct one, while that of the synoptists is unhistorical, is only to be accounted for by that author's then zealous adherence to the paragraphs of Schleiermacher's Dogmatik, wherein the idea of the impeccability of Jesus is carried to an extent which excludes even the slightest degree of conflict. For that, apart from such presuppositions, the representation given in John of the last hours of Jesus is the more natural and appropriate, it might be difficult to prove. On the contrary, Bretschneider might rather appear to be right when he claims the superiority in naturalness and intrinsic evidence of truth for the synoptists, were it not that our confidence in the decisions of this writer is undermined by his dislike for the dogmatical and metaphysical purport of the discourses assigned to this period in John, a dislike which appears to indicate that his entire polemic against John originated in the discordance between his own critical philosophy of reflection and the speculative doctrine of the fourth gospel. John, indeed, as even the author of the Probabilia remarks, has not wholly passed over the anxiety of Jesus in relation to his approaching death. He has only assigned to it an earlier epoch, John 12, verse 27 and following. The scene with which John connects it takes place immediately after the entrance of Jesus into Jerusalem, when certain Greeks, doubtless proselytes of the gate, who had come among the multitude to the feast, wished to have an interview with him. With all the diversity of the circumstances and of the event itself, there is yet a striking agreement between what here occurs and what the synoptists place in the last evening of the life of Jesus, and in the seclusion of the garden. As Jesus here declares to his disciples, "My soul is troubled even unto death," Matthew 26, verse 38. So there he says, "Now my soul is troubled," John 12, verse 27. As here he prays, "that if it be possible this hour may pass from him," Mark 14, verse 35, so there he entreats, "Father, save me from this hour," John 12, verse 27. As here he calms himself by the restriction, "Nevertheless, not as I will, but as thou wilt," Mark 14, verse 36, so there, by the reflection, "But for this cause came I to this hour," John 12, verse 27. Lastly, as here an angel appears strengthening Jesus, Luke 22, verse 43, so there something happens which occasions the bystanders to observe that an angel spake to him, John 12, verse 29. This similarity has induced many of the more modern theologians to pronounce the incident in John 12, verse 27 and following, and that in Gethsemane, identical, and after this admission the only question was, on which side the reproach of inaccurate narration, and more especially of erroneous position, ought to fall. Agreeably to the tendency of the latest criticism of the Gospels, the burthen of error in this matter has been more immediately cast on the synoptists. The true occasion of the mental conflict of Jesus is said to be found only in John, namely, in the approach of those Greeks who intimated to him through Philip and Andrew their wish for an interview with him. These persons doubtless wished to make the proposal that he should leave Palestine and carry forward his work among the foreign Jews. Such a proposal held out to him the enticement of escape from the threatening danger, and this for some moments placed him in a state of doubt and inward conflict, which however ended by his refusing to admit the Greeks to his presence. Here we have the effects of a vision rendered so acute by a double prejudice, both critical and dogmatical, as to read statements between the lines of the text. For of such an intended proposal on the part of the Greeks there is no trace in John. And yet, even allowing that the evangelist knew nothing of the plan of the Greeks from these individuals themselves, there must have been some intimation in the discourse of Jesus that his emotion had reference to such a proposal. Judging from the context, the request of the Greeks had no other motive than that the solemn entrance of Jesus, and the popular rumor concerning him, had rendered them curious to see and know the celebrated man. And this desire of theirs was not connected with the emotion which Jesus experienced on the occasion, otherwise than that it led Jesus to think of the speedy propagation of his kingdom in the Gentile world, and of its indispensable condition, namely his death. Here, however, the idea of his death was only mediately and remotely presented to the soul of Jesus. Hence, it is more difficult to conceive how it could affect him so strongly as that he should feel himself urged to beseech the Father for delivery from this hour, and if he were ever profoundly moved by the presentiment of death, the synoptists appear to place this fear in a more suitable position, in immediate proximity to the commencement of his sufferings. The representation of John is also deficient in certain circumstances, presented by the synoptists, which appear to vindicate the trouble of Jesus. In the solitude of the garden and the gloom of night, such an ebullition of feeling is more conceivable, and its unrepressed utterance to his most intimate and worthy friends is natural and justifiable. But according to John, that agitation seized Jesus in the broad daylight, in the concourse of people, a situation in which it is ordinarily more easy to maintain composure, or in which at least it is usual, from the possibility of misconstruction, to suppress the more profound emotions. Hence, it is more easy to agree with Theile's opinion that the author of the fourth gospel has inserted the incident, correctly placed by the synoptists, in a false position. Jesus having said, as an introduction to the answer which he returned to the request of the Greeks, that they might see the man who had been so glorified by his entrance into the city, yes, the hour of my glorification is come, but of glorification by death. Chapter 12, verse 23 and following. This led the narrator astray, and induced him, instead of giving the real answer of Jesus to the Greeks together with the result, to make Jesus dilate on the intrinsic necessity of his death, and then almost unconsciously to interweave the description of the internal conflict which Jesus had to experience in virtue of his voluntary sacrifice, whence he subsequently, in its proper place, omits this conflict. There is nothing strange in Theile's opinion, except that he supposes it possible for the Apostle John to have made such a transposition. That the scene in Gethsemane, from his having been asleep while it was passing, was not deeply imprinted on his mind, and that it was besides thrust into the background of his memory by the crucifixion which shortly followed, might have been considered explanatory of an entire omission, or a merely summary account of the scene on his part, but by no means of an incorrect position. If, notwithstanding his sleepiness at the time, he had taken any notice of the event, he must at least have retained thus much, that that peculiar state of mind in Jesus befell him close upon the commencement of his sufferings, in the night and in privacy. How could he ever so far belie his memory as to make the scene take place at a much earlier period, in the open day, and among many people? rather than thus endanger the authenticity of the Gospel of John, others, alleging the possibility that such a state of mind might occur more than once in the latter part of the life of Jesus, deny the identity of the two scenes. Certainly, between the synoptical representation of the mental conflict of Jesus and that given in John, besides the external difference of position, there exist important internal divergencies. The narrative in John containing features which have no analogy with anything in the synoptical account of the events in Gethsemane. It is true that the petition of Jesus in John for the deliverance from this hour is perfectly in unison with his prayer in the synoptists. But, on the other hand, there is no parallel to the additional prayer in John, Father, glorify thy name, chapter 12, verse 28. Further, though in both accounts an angel is spoken of, yet there is no trace in the synoptists of the heavenly voice which in the fourth gospel occasions the belief that an angel is concerned. Such heavenly voices are not found in the three first gospels elsewhere than at the baptism, and again at the transfiguration, of which latter scene the prayer of Jesus in John, Father, glorify thy name, may remind us. In the synoptical description of the transfiguration, it is true the expressions glory and to glorify are not found. But the second epistle to Peter represents Jesus as receiving in the transfiguration honor and glory, and the heavenly voice as coming from the excellent glory, chapter 1, verse 17 and following. Thus, in addition to the two narratives already considered, there presents itself a third as a parallel, since the scene in John chapter 12, verse 27 and following is, on the one side, by the trouble of spirit and the angel, allied to the occurrences in Gethsemane, while on the other side, by the prayer for glorification and the confirmatory voice from heaven, it has some affinity with the history of the transfiguration. And here two cases are possible, either that the narrative of John is the simple root, the separation of which into its constituent elements have given rise in a traditional manner to the two synoptical anecdotes of the transfiguration and the agony in the garden, or that these last are the original formations, from the fusing and intermingling of which, in the legend, the narrative of John is the mixed product. Between which cases only the intrinsic character of the narratives can decide. That the synoptical narratives of the transfiguration and the agony in the garden are clear pictures, with strongly marked features, can by itself prove nothing, since, as we have sufficiently shown, a narrative of legendary origin may just as well possess these characteristics as one of a purely historical nature. Thus, if the narrative in John were merely less clear and definite, this need not prevent it from being regarded as the original simple sketch, from which the embellishing hand of tradition had elaborated those more highly colored pictures. But the fact is that the narrative in John is wanting not only in definiteness, but in agreement with the attendant circumstances and with itself. We have no intimation what was the answer of Jesus to the Greeks, or what became of those persons themselves. No appropriate motive is given for the sudden anguish of Jesus and his prayer for glorification. Such a mixture of heterogeneous parts is always the sign of a secondary product, of an alluvial conglomeration, and hence we seem warranted to conclude that in the narrative of John the two synoptical anecdotes of the transfiguration and the agony in the garden are blended together. If, as is apparently the case, the legend when it reached the fourth evangelist presented these two incidents in faded colors, and an indistinct outline, it would be easy for him, since the idea of glorification had the double aspect of suffering and exaltation, to confuse the two. What he gathered from the narrative of the agony in the garden, of a prayer of Jesus to the Father, he might connect with the heavenly voice in the history of the Transfiguration, making this an answer to the prayer, to the voice the more particular import of which, as given by the synoptists, was unknown to him. He gave, in accordance with his general notion of this incident as a glory conferred on Jesus, the import, "I have both glorified and will glorify again." And to make it correspond with this divine response, he had to unite with the prayer of Jesus for deliverance that for glorification also. The strengthening angel, of which the fourth evangelist had perhaps also heard something, was included in the opinion of the people as to the source of the heavenly voice. In regard to the time, John placed his narrative about midway between the Transfiguration and the agony in the garden, and from the ignorance of the original circumstances, the choice in this respect was infelicitous. If we here revert to the question from which we set out, whether we are rather to retain the farewell discourses in John as thoroughly historical, and renounce the synoptical representation of the scene in Gethsemane, or vice versa, we shall be more inclined, considering the result of the inquiry just instituted, to embrace the latter alternative. The difficulty that it is scarcely conceivable how John could accurately remember these long discourses of Jesus, Paulus has thought to solve by the conjecture that the apostle, probably on the next Sabbath, while Jesus lay in the grave, recalled to his mind the conversations of the previous evening, and perhaps also wrote them down. But in that period of depression, which John also shared, he would be scarcely in a condition to reproduce these discourses without obscuring their peculiar hue of unclouded serenity. On the contrary, as the author of the Wolfenbüttel Fragments observes, had the narrative of the words and deeds of Jesus been committed to writing by the evangelists in the couple of days after the death of Jesus, when they had no longer any hope, all promises would have been excluded from their Gospels. Hence, even Luca, in consideration of the mode of expression in the farewell discourses, and particularly in the final prayer, being so peculiarly that of John, has relinquished the position that Jesus spoke in the very words which John puts into his mouth, that is, the authenticity of these discourses in the strictest sense, but only to maintain the more firmly their authenticity in the wider sense, that is, the genuineness of the substantial thoughts. Even this, however, has been attacked by the author of the Probabilia, for he asks, with a special reference to chapter 17, whether it be conceivable that Jesus, in the anticipation of violent death, had nothing of more immediate concern than to commune with God on the subject of his person, the works he had already achieved, and the glory to be expected, and whether it be not rather highly probable that the prayer flowed only from the mind of the writer, and was intended by him as a confirmation of his doctrine of Jesus as the incarnate Word, and of the dignity of the apostles. This representation is so far true that the final prayer in question resembles not an immediate outpouring of soul, but a product of reflection, is rather a discourse on Jesus than a discourse from him. It presents everywhere the mode of thought of one who stands far in advance of the circumstances of which he writes, and hence already sees the form of Jesus in the glorifying haze of distance, an illusion which he heightens by putting his own thoughts, which had sprung from an advanced development of the Christian community, into the mouth of its founder prior to its actual existence. But in the preceding farewell discourses also, there are many thoughts which appear to have taken their shape from an experience of the event. Their entire tone may be the most naturally explained by the supposition that they are the work of one to whom the death of Jesus was already a past event, the terrors of which had melted away in its blessed consequences and in the devotional contemplation of the Church. In particular, apart from what is said of the return of Christ, that era in the Christian cause, which is generally called the outpouring of the Holy Spirit, is predicted in the declarations concerning the Paraclete, and the judgment which he would hold over the world. Chapter 14, verse 16 and following, verse 25, chapter 15, verse 26, chapter 16, verse 7 and following, verse 13 and following, with a distinctness which seems to indicate light borrowed from the issue. In relation, however, to the fact that the farewell discourses involve the decided foreknowledge of the immediately approaching result, the sufferings and death of Jesus, chapter 13, verse 18 and following, verses 33 and 38, chapter 14, verse 30 and following, chapter 16, verse 5 and following, verses 16 and 32 and following. The narrative of John stands on the same ground with the synoptical one, since this also rests on the presupposition of the most exact prescience of the hour and moment when the sufferings will commence. It was not only at the last meal and on the departure to the Mount of Olives that this foreknowledge was shown, according to the three first Gospels, for in them, as well as in John, Jesus predicts that the denial of Peter will take place before the cock crow. Not only does the agony in the garden rest on the foreknowledge of the impending sufferings, but at the end of this conflict, Jesus is able to say that now, at this very minute, the betrayer is in the act of approaching. Matthew chapter 26, verse 45 and following. Paulus, it is true, maintains that Jesus saw from a distance the troop of guards coming out of the city, which, as they had torches, was certainly possible from a garden on the Mount of Olives. But without being previously informed of the plans of his enemies, Jesus could not know that he was the object of pursuit, and at any rate the evangelists narrate the words of Jesus as a proof of his supernatural knowledge. But if, according to our previous inquiry, the foreknowledge of the catastrophe in general could not proceed from the higher principle in Jesus, neither could that of the precise moment when it would commence, while that he, in a natural way, by means of secret friends in the Sanhedrim, or otherwise, was apprised of the fatal blow which the Jewish rulers, with the help of one of his disciples, were about to aim at him in the coming night, we have no trace in our evangelical accounts, and we are therefore not authorized to presuppose anything of the kind. On the contrary, as the above declaration of Jesus is given by the narrators as a proof of his higher knowledge, either we must receive it as such, or, if we cannot do this, we must embrace the negative inference, that they are here incorrect in narrating such a proof. And the positive conclusion on which this borders is, not that the knowledge was, in fact, only a natural one, but that the evangelical narrators must have had an interest in maintaining a supernatural knowledge of his approaching sufferings on the part of Jesus, an interest the nature of which has been already unfolded. The motive also for heightening the prescience into a real presentiment, and thus for creating the scene in Gethsemane, is easy of discovery. On the one hand, there cannot be a more obvious proof that a foreknowledge of an event or condition has existed than its having risen to the vividness of a presentiment. On the other hand, the suffering must appear the more awful if the mere presentiment extorted from him who was destined to that suffering, anguish even to bloody sweat, and prayer for deliverance. Further, the sufferings of Jesus were exhibited in a higher sense as voluntary, if before they came upon him externally, he had resigned himself to them internally. And lastly, it must have gratified primitive Christian devotion to withdraw the real crisis of these sufferings from the profane eyes to which he was exposed on the cross, and to enshrine it as a mystery only witnessed by a narrow circle of the initiated. As materials for the formation of this scene, besides the description of the sorrow and the prayer which were essential to it, there presented itself first the image of a cup used by Jesus himself as a designation of his sufferings, Matthew chapter 20, verse 22 and following, and secondly, Old Testament passages in Psalms of lamentation, Psalm 42, verses 6 and 12, Psalm 43, verse 5, where in the Septuagint the soul exceeding sorrowful occurs, and in addition to this, the expression unto death, the more naturally suggested itself, since Jesus was here really about to encounter death. This representation must have been of early origin, because in the Epistle to the Hebrews, chapter 5, verse 7, there is an indubitable allusion to this scene. Thus, Gabler said too little when he pronounced the angelic appearance a mythical garb of the fact that Jesus, in the deepest sorrow of that night, suddenly felt an accession of mental strength, since rather the entire scene in Gethsemane, because it rests on presuppositions destitute of proof, must be renounced. Herewith, the dilemma above stated falls to the ground, since we must pronounce unhistorical not only one of the two, but both representations of the last hours of Jesus before his arrest. The only degree of distinction between the historical value of the synoptical account and that of John is that the former is a mythical product of the first era of traditional formation, the latter of the second, or more correctly, the one is a product of the second order, the other of the third. The representation common to the synoptists and to John, that Jesus foreknew his sufferings even to the day and hour of their arrival, is the first modification which the pious legend gave to the real history of Jesus. The statement of the synoptists that he even had an antecedent experience of his sufferings is the second step of the mythical, while that, although he foreknew them, and also in one instance had a foretaste of them, John chapter 12, verse 27 and following, he had yet long beforehand completely triumphed over them, and when they stood immediately before him, looked them in the face with unperturbed serenity. The representation of the fourth gospel is the third and highest grade of devotional, but unhistorical embellishment. End of section 126. Part 3, Chapter 3, Section 127 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich STRAUSS, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, History of the Passion, Death, and Resurrection of Jesus. Chapter 3, Retirement to the Mount of Olives, Arrest, Trial, Condemnation, and Crucifixion of Jesus. Section 127. Arrest of Jesus. In strict accordance with the declaration of Jesus that even now the betrayer is at hand, Judas, while he is yet speaking, approaches with an armed force. Matthew chapter 26, verse 47 and parallel passages. Compare with John chapter 17, verse 3. This band, which according to the synoptists came from the chief priests and elders, was, according to Luke, led by the captains of the temple, and hence was probably a detachment of the soldiers of the temple, to whom, judging from the word ochlos, and from staves being mentioned among the weapons, was apparently joined a tumultuous crowd. According to the representation of John, who, together with the servants or officers of the chief priests and Pharisees, speaks of a band and a captain, without mentioning any tumultuary force, it appears as if the Jewish magistrates had procured as a support a detachment of Roman soldiery. According to the three first evangelists, Judas steps forth and kisses Jesus, in order by this preconcerted sign to indicate him to the approaching band as the individual whom they were to seize. According to the fourth gospel, on the contrary, Jesus advances apparently out of the garden to meet them, and presents himself as the person whom they seek. In order to reconcile this divergency, some have conceived the occurrences thus. Jesus, to prevent his disciples from being taken, first went towards the multitude and made himself known. Hereupon Judas stepped forth and indicated him by the kiss. But had Jesus already made himself known, Judas might have spared the kiss. For that the people did not believe the assertion of Jesus that he was the man whom they sought, and still waited for its confirmation by the kiss of the bribed disciple, is a supposition incompatible with the statement of the fourth gospel, that the words, "I am he," made so strong an impression on them that they went backward and fell to the ground. Hence, others have inverted the order of this scene, imagining that Judas first stepped forward and distinguished Jesus by the kiss, and that then, before the crowd could press into the garden, Jesus himself advanced and made himself known. But if Judas had already indicated him by the kiss, and he had so well understood the object of the kiss as is implied in his answer to it, Luke verse 48, there was no need for him still to make himself known, seeing that he was already made known. To do so for the protection of the disciples was equally superfluous, since he must have inferred from the traitor's kiss that it was intended to single him out and carry him away from his followers. If he did so merely to show his courage, this was almost theatrical. While in general, the idea that Jesus, between the kiss of Judas and the entrance of the crowd, which was certainly immediate, advanced towards the latter with questions and answers, throws into his demeanor a degree of hurry and precipitancy so ill-suited to his circumstances that the evangelists can scarcely have meant such an inference to be drawn. It should therefore be acknowledged that neither of the two representations is designed as a supplement to the other, since each has a different conception of the manner in which Jesus was made known, and in which Judas was active in the affair. That Judas was guide to them that took Jesus, Acts chapter 1 verse 16, all the evangelists agree. But while, according to the synoptical account, the task of Judas includes not only the pointing out of the place, but also the distinguishing of the person by the kiss, John makes the agency of Judas end with the indication of the place, and represents him after the arrival on the spot as standing inactive among the crowd. Why John does not assign to Judas the task of personally indicating Jesus, it is easy to see, because, namely, he would have Jesus appear not as one delivered up, but as delivering himself up, so that his sufferings may be manifested in a higher degree as undertaken voluntarily. We have only to remember how the earliest opponents of Christianity imputed the retirement of Jesus out of the city into the distant garden as an ignominious flight from his enemies, in order to find it conceivable that there arose among the Christians at an early period the inclination to transcend the common evangelical tradition in representing his demeanor on his arrest in the light of a voluntary self-resignation. In the Synoptists, the kiss of Judas is followed by the cutting question of Jesus to the traitor. In John, after Jesus has uttered the "I am he," it is stated that under the influence of these commanding words, the multitude who had come out to seize him went backward and fell to the ground, so that Jesus had to repeat his declaration, and, as it were, encourage the people to seize him. Of late, it has been denied that there was any miracle here. The impression of the personality of Jesus, it is said, acted psychologically on those among the crowd who had already often seen and heard Jesus, and in support of this opinion, reference is made to the examples of this kind in the life of Marius, Coligny, and others. But neither in the synoptical account, according to which there needed the indication of Jesus by the kiss, nor in that of John, according to which there needed the declaration of Jesus, "I am he," does Jesus appear to be known to the crowd, at least in such a manner as to exercise any profound influence over them, while the above examples only show that sometimes the powerful impression of a man's personality has paralyzed the murderous hands of an individual or of a few, but not that a whole detachment of civil officers and soldiers has been made not merely to draw back, but to fall to the ground. It answers no purpose for Luca to make first a few fall down and then the whole crowd, except that of rendering it impossible to imagine the scene with gravity. Hence we turn to the old theologians, who here unanimously acknowledge a miracle. The Christ, who by word of his mouth cast down the hostile multitude, is no other than he who, according to 2 Thessalonians 2, verse 8, shall consume the Antichrist with the spirit of his mouth, that is, not the historical Christ, but the Christ of the Jewish and primitive Christian imagination. The author of the fourth Gospel especially, who had so often remarked how the enemies of Jesus and their creatures were unable to lay hands on him, because his hour was not yet come. Chapter 7 verses 30, 32, and 44 and following, chapter 8 verse 20, had an inducement now, when the hour was come, to represent the ultimately successful attempt as also failing at the first in a thoroughly astounding manner, especially as this fully accorded with the interest by which he is governed throughout the description of this whole scene, the demonstrating that the capture of Jesus was purely an act of his own free will. When Jesus lays the soldiers prostrate by the power of his word, he gives them a proof of what he could do if to liberate himself were his object. And when he allows himself to be seized immediately after, this appears as the most purely voluntary self-sacrifice. Thus, in the fourth Gospel, Jesus gives a practical proof of that power, which in the first he only expresses by words, when he says to one of his disciples, "Thinkest thou that I cannot now pray to my Father, and he shall presently give me 12 legions of angels?" Verse 53. After this, the author of the fourth Gospel very inappropriately holds up the solicitude which Jesus manifested, that his disciples should not be taken captive with him, as a fulfillment of the declaration of Jesus, chapter 17, verse 12, that he had lost none of those entrusted to him by the Father, a declaration which was previously more suitably referred to the spiritual preservation of his disciples. As the next feature in the scene, all the evangelists agree, that when the soldiers began to lay hands on Jesus, one of his disciples drew his sword and cut off the ear of the high priest's servant, an act which met with a reproof from Jesus. Still, Luke and John have each a peculiar trait. Not to mention that both particularize the ear as the right ear, while their two predecessors had left this point undetermined, the latter not only gives the name of the wounded servant, but states that the disciple who wounded him was Peter. Why the synoptists do not name Peter, it has been sought to explain in different ways. The supposition that they wished to avoid compromising the apostle, who at the time of the composition of their Gospels was yet living, belongs to the justly exploded fictions of an exegesis framed on the false principle of supplying conjecturally all those links in the chain of natural causation which are wanting in the Gospels. That these evangelists elsewhere for the most part omit names is too sweeping an accusation as regards Matthew, though he does indeed leave unnamed indifferent persons, such as Jairus or Bartimaeus, but that the real Matthew, or even the common evangelical tradition, thus early and generally should have lost the name from an anecdote of Peter so thoroughly accordant with the part played by this apostle, can scarcely be considered very probable. To me, the reverse would be much more conceivable, namely, that the anecdote was originally current without the mention of any name. And why should not a less distinguished adherent of Jesus? For from the synoptists it is not necessarily to be inferred that it was one of the 12, whose name was therefore the more readily forgotten, have had courage and rashness enough to draw his sword at that crisis. But a later narrator thought such a mode of conduct particularly suited to the impetuous character of Peter, and hence ascribed it to him by a combination of his own. On this supposition we need not appeal, in support of the possibility that John could know the servant's name, to his acquaintance with the household of the high priest, any more than to a peculiar acquaintance of Mark with some inhabitants of Jericho, in explanation of his obtaining the name of the blind man. The distinctive trait in Luke's account of this particular is, that Jesus heals the servant's ear apparently by a miracle. Olshausen here makes the complacent remark that this circumstance best explains how Peter could escape uninjured. Astonishment at the cure absorbed the general attention, while according to Paulus, Jesus, by touching the wounded ear, only meant to examine it, and then told what must be done for the purpose of healing. Had he cured it by a miracle, there must have been some notice of the astonishment of the spectators. Such painstaking interpretations are here especially needless, since the fact that Luke stands alone in giving the trait in question, together with the whole tenor of the scene, tells us plainly enough what opinion we are to form on the subject. Should Jesus, who had removed by his miraculous power so much suffering of which he was innocent, leave uncured suffering which one of his disciples, out of attachment to him, and thus indirectly he himself, had caused? This must soon have been found inconceivable, and hence to the stroke of the sword of Peter was united a miraculous cure on the part of Jesus, the last in the evangelical history. Here, immediately before he is led away, the synoptists place the remonstrance which Jesus addressed to those who had come to take him prisoner, that though, by his daily public appearance in the temple, he had given the best opportunity for them to lay hands upon him, yet, a bad augury for the purity of their cause, They came to a distance to seek him with as many preparations as against a thief? In the fourth gospel, he is made to say something similar to Annas, to whose inquiries concerning his disciples and his doctrine, he replies by referring him to the publicity of his entire agency, to his teaching in the temple and synagogue, chapter 18, verse 20 and following. Luke, as if he had gathered from both that Jesus had said something of this kind to the high priest, and also at the time of his arrest, represents the chief priests and elders themselves as being present in the garden, and Jesus as here speaking to them in the above manner, which is certainly a mere blunder. According to the two first evangelists, all the disciples now fled. Here, Mark has the special particular that a young man with a linen cloth cast about his naked body, when he was in danger of being seized, left the linen cloth and fled naked. Apart from the industrious conjectures of ancient and even modern expositors as to who this young man was, this information of Mark's has been regarded as a proof of the very early origin of this gospel, on the ground that so unimportant an anecdote, and one moreover to which no name is attached, could have no interest except for those who stood in close proximity to the persons and events. But this inference is erroneous, for the above trait gives even to us, at this remote distance of time, a vivid idea of the panic and rapid flight of the adherents of Jesus, and must therefore have been welcome to Mark, from whatever source he may have received it, or how late soever he may have written. End of section 127. Part 3, Chapter 3, Section 128 of The Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich STRAUSS, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, History of the Passion, Death, and Resurrection of Jesus. Chapter 3, Retirement to the Mount of Olives, Arrest, Trial, Condemnation, and Crucifixion of Jesus. Section 128, Examination of Jesus before the High Priest. From the place of arrest, the synoptists state Jesus to have been led to the high priest, whose name, Caiaphas, is, however, only mentioned by Matthew, while John represents him as being led in the first instance to Annas, the father-in-law of the existing high priest, and only subsequently to Caiaphas. Matthew chapter 26, verse 57 and following, and parallel passages. John chapter 18, verse 12 and following. The important rank of Annas renders this representation of John as conceivable as the silence of the synoptists is explicable, on the ground that the ex-high priest had no power of deciding in this cause. But it is more surprising that, as must be believed from the first glance, the fourth evangelist merely gives some details of the transaction with Annas, and appears entirely to pass by the decisive trial before the actual high priest, except that he states Jesus to have been led away to Caiaphas. There was no more ready expedient for the harmonists than the supposition, which is found, for example, in Euthymius, that John, in consistency with the supplementary character of his gospel, preserved the examination before Annas as being omitted by the synoptists, while he passed by that before Caiaphas, because it was described with sufficient particularity by his predecessors. This opinion, that John and the synoptists speak of two entirely distinct trials, has a confirmation in the fact that the tenor of the respective trials is totally different. In that which the synoptists describe, according to Matthew and Mark, the false witnesses first appear against Jesus. The high priest then asks him if he really pretends to be the Messiah, and on receiving an affirmative answer, declares him guilty of blasphemy and worthy of death, whereupon follows maltreatment of his person. In the trial depicted by John, Jesus is merely questioned concerning his disciples and his doctrine. He appeals to the publicity of his conduct, and, after having been maltreated for this reply by an attendant, is sent away without the passing of any sentence. That the fourth evangelist should thus give no particulars concerning the trial before Caiaphas is the more surprising, since in the one before Annas, if it be this which he narrates, according to his own representation, nothing was decided, and consequently the grounds for the condemnation of Jesus by the Jewish authorities, and the sentence itself, are altogether wanting in his gospel. To explain this by the supplementary object of John is to impute to him too irrational a mode of procedure. For if he omitted facts because the other evangelists had already given them, without intimating that he did so purely for that reason, he could only reckon on introducing confusion, and entailing on himself the suspicion of having given a false narrative. He can hardly have had the opinion that the trial before Annas was the principal one, and that therefore it was allowable to omit the other, since he reports no judgment as having been passed in the former. But if he knew the trial before Caiaphas to have been the principal one, and yet gave no more particular information concerning it, this also was a highly singular course for him to take. Thus, the very simplest view of the case seems at once to point to the attempt to discover in the account of the fourth gospel indications that it also is to be understood of the trial before Caiaphas. What affords the strongest presumption of the identity of the two trials is the identity of an incident concomitant with both, John as well as the synoptists making Peter deny Jesus during the trial detailed. It is further remarkable that after Annas has been spoken of, at verse 13, as the father-in-law of Caiaphas, there follows at verse 14 a more precise designation of Caiaphas as the author of the fatal counsel, recorded in John chapter 11 verse 50, although apparently the evangelist proceeds to narrate a trial held not before Caiaphas, but before Annas. Moreover, in the description of the trial itself, there is mention throughout of the palace and of questions from the high priest, a title which John nowhere else applies to Annas, but only to Caiaphas. But that, in accordance with the above supposition, the evangelist, from verse 15, should be describing something which passed before Caiaphas, appears impossible from verse 24, for it is there first said that Annas sent Jesus to Caiaphas, so that he must until then have been before Annas. With ready thought, this difficulty was first met by removing the 24th verse to the place where it was wanted, namely after verse 13, and laying the blame of its present too late position on the negligence of transcribers. As, however, this transposition, being destitute of any critical authority, must appear an arbitrary and violent expedient for getting rid of the difficulty, it was next tried whether the statement in verse 24, without being actually moved from its place, might not receive such an interpretation as to come in point of sense after verse 13. That is, the word apesteilen was taken as a pluperfect, and it was supposed that John intended here to supply retrospectively what he had forgotten to observe at verse 13, namely, that Annas immediately sent Jesus to Caiaphas, so that the trial just described was conducted by the latter. As the general possibility of such an analoghe temporum is admissible, the only question is whether it be accordant with the style of the present writer, and whether it be intimated in the context. In the latter respect, it is certainly true that if nothing important had occurred in the presence of Annas, the evangelist, in annexing to his notice of the relationship of Annas to Caiaphas the more precise designation of the latter, might be drawn on to speak without further preface of the trial before Caiaphas, and might afterwards, by way of appendix, at some resting place, as here at the close of the transactions of the high priest with Jesus, intimate the transaction which he had made. An accurate Greek writer certainly in this case, if he did not use the pluperfect, would at least have made evident the explanatory reference to what had preceded, by the addition of a gar to the aorist. Our evangelist, however, in whom the characteristic of the Hellenistic writers to connect their propositions but loosely, in accordance with the genius of the Hebrew language, is very strongly marked, might perhaps have introduced that supplementary observation even without a particle, or, according to the ordinary reading, by oun, which is not merely indicative that a subject is continued, but also that it is resumed. If these considerations be held to establish that he also intended to narrate the trial before Caiaphas, it is clear from the aspect of his account taken by itself, as well as from the previous comparison with the synoptical one, that his narrative cannot be complete. We turn, therefore, to the account of the synoptists, and among them also, namely, between the two first and the third, we find numerous divergencies. According to the former, when Jesus was brought into the palace of the high priest, the scribes and elders were already assembled, and while it was still night, proceeded to hold a trial, in which first witnesses appeared, and then the high priest addressed to him the decisive question, on the answer to which the assembly declared him worthy of death. In John also, the trial goes forward in the night, but there is no intimation of the presence of the great council. According to the representation of the third gospel, on the other hand, Jesus throughout the night is merely kept under guard in the high priest's palace, and maltreated by the underlings, and when at the break of day the Sanhedrim assembles, no witnesses appear, but the high priest precipitates the sentence by the decisive question. Now, that in the depth of the night, while Judas was gone out with the guard, the members of the council should have assembled themselves for the reception of Jesus, might be regarded as improbable, and in so far, the preference might be given to the representation of the third gospel, which makes them assemble at daybreak only, were it not that Luke himself neutralizes this advantage by making the high priests and elders present at the arrest, a zeal which might well have driven them straightway to assemble for the sake of accelerating the conclusion. But in the account of Matthew and Mark also, there is this singularity, that after they have narrated to us the whole trial together with the sentence, they yet say, chapter 27 verse 1 and chapter 15 verse 1, when the morning was come, they took counsel, thus making it appear, if not that the members of the Sanhedrim reassembled in the morning, which could hardly be, seeing that they had been together the whole night, yet that they now first came to a definite resolution against Jesus, though, according to these same evangelists, this had already been done in the nocturnal council. It may be said that to the sentence of death already passed in the night, was added in the morning the resolution to deliver Jesus to Pilate. But according to the then existing state of the law, this followed as a matter of course, and needed no special resolution. That Luke and John omit the production of the false witnesses is to be regarded as a deficiency in their narrative. For from the coincidence of John chapter 2 verse 19 and Acts chapter 6 verse 14 with Matthew and Mark, it is highly probable that the declaration about the destruction and rebuilding of the temple was really uttered by Jesus, while that declaration should be used as an article of accusation against him on his trial was an almost necessary result. The absence of this weighty point in Luke, Schleiermacher explains by the circumstance that the author of this passage in the third gospel had indeed followed the escort which conducted Jesus from the garden, but had with most others been excluded from the palace of the high priest, and consequently narrated what occurred there merely from hearsay. But not to anticipate future points, the single trait of the cure of the servant's ear suffices to preclude our attributing to the author of this portion of Luke's gospel so close a proximity to the fact. It rather appears that the above declaration came to the third evangelist under the form of an article of accusation against Stephen instead of Jesus, while the fourth has it only as a declaration from Jesus, and not as an article of accusation against him. This subject having, however, necessarily come under our observation at an earlier point of our inquiry, it is needless to pursue it further here. When Jesus made no answer to the allegations of the witnesses, he was asked, according to the two first evangelists, by the high priest, in the third gospel, without the above cause, by the Sanhedrin, whether he actually maintained that he was the Messiah, the Son of God. To this question, according to the former, he at once replies in the affirmative, in the words, "Thou hast said," and "I am," and adds that hereafter or immediately they would see the Son of Man sitting on the right hand of the divine power, and coming in the clouds of heaven. According to Luke, on the other hand, he first declares that his answer will be of no avail, and then adds that hereafter the Son of Man shall sit on the right hand of the power of God. Whereupon all eagerly ask, "Art thou then the Son of God?" And he replies in the affirmative. Thus, Jesus here expresses the expectation that by his death he will at once enter into the glory of sitting as Messiah at the right hand of God, according to Psalm 110 verse 1, which he had already, Matthew chapter 22 verse 44, interpreted of the Messiah. For even if he at first perhaps thought of attaining his messianic glorification without the intervention of death, because this intervention was not presented to him by the ideas of the age, if it was only at a later period, and as a result of circumstances, that the foreboding of such a necessity began to arise and gradually to acquire distinctness in his mind, now a prisoner forsaken by his adherents, in the presence of the rancorously hostile Sanhedrim, it must, if he would retain the conviction of his messiahship, become a certainty to him that he could enter into his messianic glorification by death alone. When, according to the two first evangelists, Jesus adds to the sitting on the right hand of power, the coming in the clouds of heaven, he predicts, as on an earlier occasion, his speedy advent, and in this instance he decidedly predicts it as a return. Olshausen maintains that the aparti of Matthew ought to be referred only to kathimenon, etc., because it would not suit the erchomenon, etc., since it is not to be conceived that Jesus could then have represented himself as about to come in the clouds, a purely dogmatical difficulty, which does not exist in our point of view, but which cannot, in any point of view, warrant such an offence against grammatical interpretation as this of Olshausen. On the above declaration of Jesus, according to Matthew and Mark, the high priest rends his clothes, declaring Jesus convicted of blasphemy, and the council pronounces him guilty of death. And in Luke also, all those assembled observe that now there is no need of any further witness, since the criminal declaration has been uttered by Jesus in their own hearing. To the sentence is then added, in the two first evangelists, the maltreatment of Jesus, which John, who here mentions no sentence, represents as following the appeal of Jesus to the publicity of his work, while Luke places it before the trial, more probably because it was not any longer precisely known when this maltreatment occurred, than because it was repeated at various times and under various circumstances. In John, the maltreatment is said to proceed from an attendant, in Luke from the men that held Jesus. In Mark, on the contrary, those who began to spit in the face of Jesus must have been some of those who had just before condemned him, since he distinguishes the servants from them, and in Matthew also, who, without introducing a new nominative, proceeds merely with, then began they. It is plainly the members of the Sanhedrim themselves who descend to such unworthy conduct, which Schleiermacher justly considers improbable, and insofar prefers the representation of Luke to that of Matthew. In John, the maltreatment consists in a blow on the cheek with the palm of the hand, which an attendant gives Jesus on account of a supposed insolent answer to the high priest. In Matthew and Mark, in spitting on the face, and blows on the head and cheek, to which it is added, in Luke also, that he was blindfolded, then struck on the face, and scoffingly asked to attest his messianic second sight by telling who was the giver of the blow. According to Olshausen, the spirit of prophecy did not scorn to predict these rudenesses in detail, and at the same time to describe the state of mind which the Holy One of God opposed to the unholy multitude. He correctly adduces, in relation to this scene, Isaiah chapter 50, verse 6 and following, from the Septuagint, I gave my back to the smiters, and my cheeks to them that plucked off my hair. I hid not my face from shame and spitting, etc. Compare Micah chapter 4, verse 14. And for the manner in which Jesus bore all this, the well-known passage, Isaiah chapter 53, verse 7, where the servant of God is represented as enduring maltreatment in silence. But the interpretation of these passages in Isaiah as prophecies concerning the Messiah is equally opposed to the context in both instances. Consequently, the agreement of the result with these passages must either have been the effect of human design or purely accidental. Now it is certain that the servants and soldiers, in their maltreatment, had not the intention of causing prophecies to be fulfilled in Jesus, and it will hardly be chosen to suppose that Jesus affected silence in this view, while to deduce from mere chance a coincidence which certainly, as Olshausen says, extends to minutiae, is always unsatisfactory. Probable as it is from the rude manners of that age, that Jesus was maltreated when a prisoner, and moreover that, amongst other things, he received just such insults as are described by the evangelists, it is yet scarcely to be denied that their descriptions are modeled on prophecies which, when once Jesus appeared as a sufferer and maltreated person, were applied to him. And however consistent it may be with the character of Jesus that he should have borne this maltreatment patiently, and repelled improper questions by a dignified silence, the evangelists would scarcely have noticed this so often and so solicitously, if it had not been their intention thus to exhibit the fulfillment of Old Testament oracles. End of section 128. Part 3, Chapter 3, Section 129 of The Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich STRAUSS, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, History of the Passion, Death, and Resurrection of Jesus. Chapter 3, Retirement to the Mount of Olives, Arrest, Trial, Condemnation, and Crucifixion of Jesus. Section 129. The Denial of Peter. The two first evangelists state that at the moment in which Jesus was led away from the garden, all the disciples forsook him and fled. But in their accounts, as well as in those of Luke and John, Peter is said to have followed him at a distance, and to have obtained admission with the escort into the court of the high priest's palace, while according to the synoptists it is Peter alone who gives this proof of courage and attachment to Jesus, which, however, soon enough issues in the deepest humiliation for him. The fourth evangelist gives him John for a companion, and, moreover, represents the latter as the one who, by means of his acquaintance with the high priest, procures admittance for Peter into his palace, a divergency which, with the whole peculiar relation in which this gospel places Peter with respect to John, has already been considered. According to all the evangelists, it was in this court that Peter, intimidated by the inauspicious turn in the fortunes of Jesus, and the high priest's domestics by whom he was surrounded, sought to allay the repeatedly expressed suspicion that he was one of the followers of the arrested Galilean, by reiterated asseverations that he knew him not. But, as we have already intimated, in relation to the owner of this habitation, there exists an apparent divergency between the fourth gospel and the synoptists. In John, to judge from the first glance at his narrative, the first denial, chapter 18, verse 17, happens during the trial before Annas, since it stands after the statement that Jesus was led to Annas, verse 17, and before the verse in which he is said to have been sent to Caiaphas, verse 24, and only the two further acts of denial, verses 25 through 27, insofar as they follow the last named statement, and as immediately after them the delivery to Pilate is narrated, verse 28, appear in John also to have occurred during the trial before Caiaphas in his palace. But to this supposition of a different locality for the first denial and the two subsequent ones, there is a hindrance in the account of the fourth gospel itself. After the mention of the first denial, which happened at the door of the palace, of Annas apparently, it is said that the night being cold, the servants and officers had made a fire of coals, and Peter stood with them and warmed himself. Verse 18. Now, when farther on, the narrative of the second and third denial is opened with nearly the same words, and Simon Peter stood and warmed himself, verse 25, this cannot be understood otherwise than as an allusion to the previously noticed circumstances of the fire of coals, and of Peter's standing by it to warm himself, and hence it must be inferred that the evangelist intended to represent the second and third denial as having occurred by the same fire. Consequently, on the above supposition, likewise in the house of Annas. It is true that the synoptists speak of a fire in the court of the palace of Caiaphas also, Mark verse 54, Luke verse 55, at which Peter warmed himself, here however sitting, as in John standing. But it does not thence follow that John also imagined a similar fire to have been in the court of the actual high priest, and according to the supposition on which we have hitherto proceeded, he only mentions such a fire in the house of Annas. They who regard as too artificial and expedient the conjecture of Euthymius, that the dwellings of Annas and Caiaphas perhaps had a common court, and that consequently Peter could remain standing by the same fire after Jesus had been led away from the former to the latter, prefer the supposition that the second and third denial occurred, according to John, not after, but during the leading away of Jesus from Annas to Caiaphas. Thus, on the presupposition that John narrates a trial before Annas, the difference between the Gospels in relation to the locality of the denial remains a total one. And in this irreconcilable divergency, some have decided in favor of John, on the ground that the scattered disciples had only fragmentary information concerning this scene, that Peter himself, being a stranger in Jerusalem, did not know in which palace he had, to his misfortune, entered, but that he, and after him the first evangelists, supposed the denials to have taken place in the court of Caiaphas, whereas John, from his more intimate acquaintance with the city and the high priest's palace, was able to rectify this mistake. But even admitting the incredible supposition that Peter erroneously believed himself to have denied Jesus in the palace of Caiaphas, still John, who in these days was in the society of Peter, would certainly at once have corrected his assertion, so that such an erroneous opinion could not have become fixed in his mind. Hence it might be preferred to reverse the attempt, and to vindicate the synoptists at the expense of John, were it not that the observations contained in the foregoing section, according to which John, after having merely mentioned that Jesus was led away to Annas, may speak from verse 15 of what occurred in the palace of Caiaphas, present a possible solution of this contradiction also. In relation to the separate acts of denial, all the evangelists agree in stating that there were 3 of them, in accordance with the prediction of Jesus. But in the description of the several instances, they are at variance. First, as it regards place and persons, according to John, the first denial is uttered on the very entrance of Peter to a damsel that kept the door, verse 17. In the synoptists, in the inner court, where Peter sat at the fire, to a damsel, Matthew verse 69 and following and parallel passages. The second takes place in John, verse 25, and also in Luke, who at least notices no change of position, verse 58, at the fire. In Matthew, verse 71, and Mark, verse 68 and following, after Peter was gone out into the porch. Further, in John it is made to several persons, in Luke to one, in Matthew to another damsel than the one to whom he made the first denial, in Mark to the same. The third denial happened, according to Matthew and Mark, who mention no change of place after the second, likewise in the porch, according to Luke and John, since they likewise mention no change of place, undoubtedly still in the inner court at the fire. Further, according to Matthew and Mark, to many bystanders, according to Luke, to one, according to John, to one who happens to be a relative of the servant who had been wounded in the garden. As regards the conversation which passed on this occasion, the suspicious queries are at one time addressed to Peter himself, at another to the bystanders, in order to point him out to their observation, and in the two first instances they are given by the different evangelists with tolerable agreement, as merely expressing the opinion that he appeared to be one of the adherents of the man recently taken prisoner. But in the third instance, where the parties render a motive for their suspicion, they, according to the synoptists, mention his Galilean dialect as a proof of its truth, while in John the relative of Malchus appeals to his recollection of having seen Peter in the garden. Now the former mode of accounting for the suspicion is as natural as the second, together with the designation of the individual who adduced it as a relative of Malchus appears artificial, and fabricated for the sake of firmly interweaving into the narrative the connection of the sword stroke given in the garden with the name of Peter. In the answers of Peter, there is the divergency that, according to Matthew, he already the second time fortifies his denial by an oath, while according to Mark, this is not the case until the third denial. And in the two other evangelists, this circumstance is not mentioned at all. Moreover, Matthew, to preserve a gradation, adds on the third denial that Peter began to curse, as well as to swear, a representation which, when compared with the other Gospels, may appear exaggerated. So, to adjust these very differently narrated denials in such a manner that no evangelist may be taxed with having given an incorrect or even a merely inexact account, was no light labor for the harmonists. Not only did the older supernaturalistic expositors, such as Bengel, undertake this task, but even recently Paulus has given himself much trouble to bring the various acts of denial recounted by the evangelists into appropriate order, and thus to show that they have a natural sequence. According to him, Peter denies the Lord, 1. Before the portress, first denial in John; 2. Before several standing at the fire, second in John; 3. Before a damsel at the fire, first in the synoptists; 4. Before one who has no particular designation, second in Luke; 5. On going out into the porch, before a damsel, second in Matthew and Mark. Out of this denial Paulus should in consistency have made 2, since the damsel who points out Peter to the bystanders is, according to Mark, the same as the one in number 3, but according to Matthew another. 6. Before the relative of Malchus, third in John. 7. Before one who professes to detect him by his Galilean dialect, third in Luke, and who forthwith, 8, is seconded by several others, to whom Peter yet more strongly affirms that he knows not Jesus, third in Matthew and Mark. Meanwhile, by such a discrimination of the accounts out of respect to the veracity of the evangelists, there was incurred the danger of impeaching the yet more important veracity of Jesus, for he had spoken of a threefold denial, whereas on the plan of discrimination, according to the more or less consequent manner in which it is carried out, Peter would have denied Jesus from 6 to 9 times. The old exegesis found help in the canon Abignatio ad plures plurium, interrogationes facta uno, paroxysmo, pro una numeratur. But, even granting such a mode of reckoning admissible, still, as each of the four narrators for the most part notices a greater or less interval between the separate denials which he recounts. In each instance, denials related by different evangelists, for example, one narrated by Matthew, one by Mark, and so forth, must have occurred in immediate succession, a supposition altogether arbitrary. Hence, of late, it has been a more favorite expedient to urge that the thrice in the mouth of Jesus was only a round number, intended to express a repeated denial, as also that Peter, once entangled in the confusion to a supposed necessity for falsehood, would be more likely to repeat his asseverations to 6 or 7 than merely to 3 inquirers. But even if, according to Luke, verse 59 and following, the interval from the first denial to the last be estimated as more than an hour, still such a questioning from all kinds of people on all sides, as well as the ultimate impunity of Peter amid so general a suspicion, is extremely improbable. And when expositors describe the state of mind of Peter during this scene as a complete stupefaction, they rather present the condition which befalls the reader, who has to arrange his ideas in such a crowd of continually repeated questions and answers having an identical meaning, like the incessant and lawless beating of a watch out of order. Olshausen has justly discarded the attempt to remove such differences as a fruitless labor. Nevertheless, he, on the one hand, immediately proceeds to a forced reconciliation of the divergencies at some points of the narrative, and on the other, he maintains that there were precisely 3 denials, whereas Paulus again has evinced a more correct discernment in pointing out the premeditated effort of the evangelists to show that the denial was threefold. What on that evening happened repeatedly, not however 8 or 9 times, was represented as having happened precisely 3 times, in order to furnish the closest fulfillment to the prediction of Jesus, which was understood in its strictest literality. The termination, and, as it were, the catastrophe, of the whole history of the denial is, in all the narratives, according to the prediction of Jesus, introduced by the crowing of the cock. In Mark, it crows after the first denial, verse 68, and then a second time after the third. In the other evangelists, only once, after the last act of denial. While John concludes his account with this particular, Matthew and Mark proceed to tell us that on the hearing the cock crow, Peter remembered the words of Jesus and wept. But Luke has an additional feature peculiar to himself, namely, that on the crowing of the cock, Jesus turned and looked at Peter, whereupon the latter, remembering the prediction of Jesus, broke out into bitter weeping. Now, according to the 2 first evangelists, Peter was not in the same locality with Jesus, for he is said to have been without, Matthew verse 69, or beneath, Mark verse 66, in the court, and it is thus implied that Jesus was in an inner or upper apartment of the palace. It must be asked, therefore, how could Jesus hear the denial of Peter, and thereupon turn to look at him? In relation to the latter part of the difficulty, the usual answer is that Jesus was at that moment being led from the palace of Annas to that of Caiaphas, and looked significantly at the weak disciple in passing. But of such a removal of Jesus, Luke knows nothing, and his expression, "The Lord turned and looked on Peter," would not so well imply that Jesus looked at Peter in passing, as that he turned round to do so when standing. Besides, the above supposition will not explain how Jesus became aware that his disciple had denied him, since in the tumult of this evening he could not very well, as Paulus thinks, have heard when in a room of the palace the loud tones of Peter in the court. It is true that the express distinction of the places in which Jesus and Peter were is not found in Luke, and according to him, Jesus also might have had to remain for some time in the court. But first, the representation of the other evangelists is here more probable. Secondly, Luke's own narrative of the denial does not previously create the impression that Jesus was in the immediate vicinity. But hypotheses for the explanation of that look of Jesus might have been spared had a critical glance been directed at the origin of the incident. The unaccountable manner in which Jesus, who in the whole previous occurrence is kept behind the scene, here all on a sudden casts a glance upon it, ought itself, together with the silence of the other evangelists, to have been taken as an indication of the real character of this feature in Luke's narrative. When also it is added, that as Jesus looked on Peter, the latter remembered the words which Jesus had earlier spoken to him concerning his coming denial. It might have been observed that the glance of Jesus is nothing else than the sensible image of Peter's remorseful recollection. The narrative of John, which is in this case the simplest, exhibits the fulfillment of the prediction of Jesus objectively, by the crowing of the cock. The two first evangelists add to this the subjective impression, which this coincidence made on Peter, while Luke renders this again objective, and makes sorrowful remembrance of the words of the Master, with the force of a penetrating glance, pierce the inmost soul of the disciple. End of section 129. Part 3, Chapter 3, Section 130 of The Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich STRAUSS, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, History of the Passion, Death, and Resurrection of Jesus. Chapter 3, Retirement to the Mount of Olives, Arrest, Trial, Condemnation, and Crucifixion of Jesus. Section 130, The Death of the Betrayer. On hearing that Jesus was condemned to death, Judas, according to the first Gospel, chapter 27, verse 3 and following, was smitten with remorse, and hastened to the chief priests and elders to return to them the 30 pieces of silver, with the declaration that he had betrayed an innocent person. When, however, the latter scornfully retorted that on him alone rested all responsibility for that deed, Judas, after casting down the money in the temple, impelled by despair, went away and hanged himself. Hereupon the Sanhedrists, holding it unlawful to put the money returned by Judas into the treasury, since it was the price of blood, bought with it a potter's field as a burying place for strangers. To this particular the evangelist appends 2 remarks. First, that from this mode of purchase, the piece of ground was called the field of blood up to this time. And secondly, that by this course of things an ancient prophecy was fulfilled. The rest of the evangelists are silent concerning the end of Judas. But, on the other hand, we find in the Acts of the Apostles, chapter 1, verse 16 and following, some information on this subject which in several points diverges from that of Matthew. Peter, when about to propose the completion of the apostolic number by the choice of a new colleague, thinks proper, by way of preliminary, to remind his hearers of the manner in which the vacancy of the apostolic circle had arisen, that is, of the treachery and the end of Judas. And in relation to the latter, he says that the betrayer purchased himself a field with the reward of his crime, but fell headlong and burst asunder in the midst, so that all his bowels gushed out, which being known in all Jerusalem, the piece of ground was called the Field of Blood. In addition to this, the narrator makes Peter observe that these occurrences were a fulfillment of two passages in the Psalms. Between these two accounts there exists a double divergency, the one pertaining to the manner of the death of Judas, the other to the statement when and by whom the piece of ground was bought. As regards the former, Matthew declares that Judas laid violent hands on himself out of remorse and despair, whereas in the Acts nothing is said of remorse on the part of the traitor, and his death has not the appearance of suicide, but of an accident, or more accurately, of a calamity decreed by heaven as a punishment. Further, in Matthew, he inflicts death on himself by the cord. According to the representation of Peter, it is a fall which puts an end to his life by causing a horrible rupture of the body. How active the harmonists of all times have been in reconciling these divergencies may be seen in Suicer and Quinault. Here we need only briefly adduce the principal expedients for this purpose. As the divergency lay chiefly in the words apigzato, he hanged himself, in Matthew, and prinis genomenos, falling headlong, in Luke, the most obvious resource was to see whether one of these expressions could not be drawn to the side of the other. This has been tried with apigzato in various ways, this word being interpreted at one time as signifying only the torments of a guilty conscience, at another a disease consequent on these, at another any death chosen out of melancholy and despair. And to this it has been thought that the statement prinis genomenos, etc., in the Acts added the more precise information, that the kind of death to which Judas was driven by an evil conscience and despair was precipitation from a steep eminence. Others, on the contrary, have sought to accommodate the meaning of prinis genomenos and apigzato, understanding it merely to express as a circumstance what apigzato expresses as an act, and accordingly maintaining that if the latter should be rendered se suspendit, the former should be translated by suspensus. From repugnance to the obvious violence of this attempt, others, sparing the natural meaning of the expressions on both sides, have reconciled the divergent accounts by the supposition that Matthew narrates an earlier, the author of the Acts a later, stage of the events which marked the end of Judas. Some of the ancient commentators, indeed, separated these two stages so widely as to see in Matthew's statement, apigzato, only an unsuccessful attempt at self-destruction, which from the bough whereon he suspended himself having broken, or from some other cause, Judas outlived, until the judgment of heaven overtook him in the prinis genomenos, falling headlong. But since Matthew evidently intends in his expression apigzato to narrate the last moments of the traitor, the two epochs, the account of which is supposed to be respectively given by Matthew and the Acts, have in later times been placed in closer proximity, and it has been held that Judas attempted to hang himself to a tree on an eminence, but as the rope gave way or the branch broke, he was precipitated into the valley over steep cliffs and sharp bushes, which lacerated his body. The author of a treatise on the fate of Judas, in Schmidt's Bibliothek, has already remarked as a surprising circumstance how faithfully, according to this opinion, the two narrators have shared the information between them, for it is not the case that one gives the less precise statement, the other the more precise, but that one of them narrates precisely the first part of the incident without touching on the second, the other the second without intruding on the first. And Hase justly maintains that each narrator knew only the state of the fact which he has presented, since otherwise he could not have omitted the other half. After thus witnessing the total failure of the attempts at reconciliation in relation to the first difference, we have now to inquire whether the other, relative to the acquisition of the piece of ground, can be more easily adjusted. It consists in this. According to Matthew, it is the members of the Sanhedrim who, after the suicide of Judas, purchase a field with the money which he had left behind, from a potter, moreover, a particular which is wanting in the Acts. Whereas, according to the Acts, Judas himself purchases the piece of ground, and on this very spot is overtaken by sudden death. And from this difference there results another, namely, that according to the latter account, it was the blood of the betrayer shed on the piece of ground; according to the former, the blood of Jesus cleaving to the purchase money, which caused the ground to be named the field of blood. Now here, Matthew's manner of expressing himself is so precise, that it cannot well be twisted so as to favor the other narrative. But the word ektisato, he purchased or acquired, in the Acts, presents inviting facilities for its adaptation to Matthew. By the reward of treachery, Judas acquired a field. Such, it is said, is the meaning in the Acts. Not immediately, but mediately, since by returning the money he gave occasion for the purchase of a piece of ground, not for himself, but for the Sanhedrim, or the public good. But, however numerous the passages adduced in which katasthai has the signification to acquire for another, still, in such instances, it is necessary that the other party, for whom one acquires, should be specified or intimated, and when this is not the case, as in the passage in the Acts, it retains the original meaning, to acquire for one's self. This Paulus felt, and hence gave the facts the following turn. The terrible fall of Judas into a lime pit was the cause of this piece of ground being purchased by the Sanhedrim, and thus Peter might very well say of Judas, ironically, that in death by the fall of his corpse, he had appropriated to himself a fine property. But in the first place, this interpretation is in itself strained, and in the second, the passage cited by Peter from the Psalms, "Let his habitation be desolate," shows that he thought of the piece of ground as the real property of Judas, and as being judiciously doomed to desolation as the scene of his death. According to this, neither the one difference nor the other admits of a favorable reconciliation. Indeed, the existence of a real divergency was admitted even by Salmasius, and Hase thinks that he can explain this discrepancy without endangering the apostolic origin of the two statements, from the violent excitement of those days, in consequence of which only the general fact that Judas committed suicide was positively known, and concerning the more particular circumstances of the event, various reports were believed. But in the Acts nothing is said of suicide, and that two apostles, Matthew and Peter, if the first gospel be supposed to proceed from the former, the discourse in the Acts from the latter, should have remained so entirely in the dark concerning the death of their late colleague, the death which took place in their immediate vicinity, that one of them represented him as dying by accident, the other voluntarily, is difficult to believe. That therefore only one of the two accounts can be maintained as apostolic has been correctly perceived by the author of the above-mentioned treatise in Schmidt's Bibliothek, and in choosing between the two, he has proceeded on the principle that the narrative the least tending to glorification is the more authentic, whence he gives the preference to the account in the Acts before that in the first Gospel, because the former has not the glorifying circumstances of the remorse of Judas, and his confession of the innocence of Jesus. But it is ever the case with two contradictory narratives, not only that if one stands, it excludes the other, but also that if one falls, it shakes the other. Hence, if the representation of the facts, which is attested by the authority of the Apostle Matthew, be renounced, there is no longer any warrant for the other, which professedly rests on the testimony of the Apostle Peter. If, then, we are to treat the two narratives on the same footing, namely, as legends, with respect to which it is first to be discovered how far their historical nucleus extends, and how far they consist of traditional deposits, we must, in order to be clear on the subject, consider the data which form the roots of the two narratives. Here we find one which is common to both, with two others of which each has one peculiarly to itself. The datum common to both narratives is, that there was in Jerusalem a piece of ground which was called the Field of Blood, or, in the original tongue, according to the statement of the Acts, Akeldama. As this information is concurrently given by two narratives in other respects totally divergent, and as, besides, the author of the first Gospel appeals to the actual practice of his day in proof that the field was called by this name, we cannot well doubt the existence of a piece of ground so named. That it really had a relation to the betrayer of Jesus is less certain, since our two narratives give different accounts of this relation, the one stating that Judas himself bought the property, the other that it was not purchased until after his death, with the 30 pieces of silver. We can therefore draw no further conclusion than that the primitive Christian legend must have early attributed to that field of blood a relation to the betrayer. But the reason wherefore this relation took various forms is to be sought in the other datum from which our narratives proceed, namely, in the Old Testament passages, which the authors cite, from different sources however, as being fulfilled by the fate of Judas. In the passage of the Acts, Psalm 69 verse 25 and Psalm 109 verse 8 are quoted in this manner. The latter is a psalm which the first Christians from among the Jews could not avoid referring to the relation of Judas to Jesus. For not only does the author, alleged to be David, but doubtless a much later individual, dilate from the opening of the psalm on such as speak falsely and insidiously against him, and return him hatred for his love, but from verse 6, where the curses commence, he directs himself against a particular person, so that Jewish expositors thought of Doeg, David's calumniator with Saul, and the Christians just as naturally of Judas. From this psalm is gathered the verse which, treating of the transfer of one office to another, appeared perfectly to suit the case of Judas. The other psalm, it is true, speaks more vaguely of such as hate and persecute the author without cause, yet this also is ascribed to David, and is so similar to the other in purport and style, that it might be regarded as its parallel, and if curses might be applied to the betrayer out of the former, they might be so out of the latter. Now if Judas had actually bought with the wages of his treachery a piece of land, which, from being the scene of this horrible end, subsequently remained waste, it was a matter of course to refer to him precisely those passages in this psalm which denounce on the enemies the desolation of their habitation. As, however, from the divergency of Matthew, the fact that Judas himself bought that piece of ground and came to his end upon it, is doubtful. While it can scarcely be supposed that the piece of land on which the betrayer of Jesus met his end would be so abhorrent to the Jews that they would let it lie waste as a land of blood, it is more probable that this name had another origin no longer to be discovered, and was interpreted by the Christians in accordance with their own ideas, so that we must not derive the application of the passage in the Psalms, and the naming of that waste piece of land, from an actual possession of it by Judas, but, on the contrary, we must refer to those two causes the existence of the legend, which ascribes such a possession to Judas. For if the two psalms in question were once applied to the betrayer, and if in one of them the desolation of his epaulis was denounced, he must have previously been in possession of such an epaulis, and this, it was thought, he would probably have purchased with the reward of his treason. Or rather, that out of the above psalms the desolation of the epaulis was a particular specially chosen, appears to have been founded on the natural presupposition that the curse would be chiefly manifested in relation to something which he had acquired by the wages of his iniquity, added to the circumstance that among the objects anathematized in the psalm, the one most capable of being bought was the epaulis. This conception of the facts was met in the most felicitous manner by the Ekeldama lying near Jerusalem, which, the less was known of the origin of its name and the horror attached to it, might the more easily be applied by the primitive Christian legend to its own purposes, and regarded as the desolate habitation of the betrayer. Instead of these passages from the Psalms, the first Gospel cites as being fulfilled by the last acts of Judas, a passage which it attributes to Jeremiah, but to which nothing corresponding is to be found except in Zechariah chapter 11, verse 12 and following, whence it is now pretty generally admitted that the evangelist substituted one name for the other by mistake. How Matthew might be led by the fundamental idea of this passage, an unreasonably small price for the speaker in the prophecy, to an application of it by the treachery of Judas, who for a paltry sum had, as it were, sold his master, has been already shown. Now, the prophetic passage contains a command from Jehovah to the author of the prophecy to cast the miserable sum with which he had been paid into the house of the Lord, and also LeniJoeD, which, it is added, was done. The person who casts down the money is, in the prophecy, the same with the speaker, and consequently with him who is rated at the low price, because the sum here is not the purchase money, but higher, and hence is received by the person so meanly estimated, who alone can cast it away again. In the application of the evangelist, on the contrary, the sum being considered as purchase money, other than the one so meanly estimated, was to be thought of as receiving and casting away the sum. If the one sold for so paltry a price was Jesus, he who received the money and finally rejected it could be no other than his betrayer. Hence it is said of the latter that he cast down the pieces of silver in the temple, corresponding to the phrase Bet Yahweh va'aslich otov in the prophetic passage, although these very words happen to be absent from the extremely mutilated citation of Matthew. But in opposition to the Bet Yahweh, wherein the money was cast, there stood besides LeniJoeD. The Septuagint translates eis to conjuterion, into the furnace. Now it is with reason conjectured that the pointing should be altered thus, ELIOT, and the word rendered into the treasury. The author of our gospel adhered to the literal translation by potter. But what the potter had to do here, why the money should be given to him, must at first have been as incomprehensible to him as it is to us when we adhere to the common reading. Here, however, there occurred to his recollection the field of blood, to which, as we gather from the Acts, the Christian legend gave a relation to Judas, and hence resulted the welcome combination, that it was probably that field for which the 30 pieces of silver were to be given to the potter. As, however, it was impossible to conceive the potter as being in the temple when receiving the money, and yet, according to the prophetic passage, the pieces of silver were cast into the temple, a separation was made between the casting into the temple and the payment to the potter. If the former must be ascribed to Judas, if he had thus once cast away the money, he himself could no longer purchase the piece of ground from the potter. But this must be done by another party, with the money which Judas had cast away. Who this party must be followed of course. If Judas gave up the money, he would give it up to those from whom he had received it. If he cast it into the temple, it would fall into the hands of the rulers of the temple. Thus, in both ways, it would revert to the Sanhedrim. The object of the latter in purchasing the ground was perhaps drawn from the use to which that waste place was actually appropriated. Lastly, if Judas cast away again the reward of his treachery, this, it must be inferred, could only be out of remorse. To make Judas manifest a remorse, and thus win from the traitor himself a testimony to the innocence of Jesus, was as natural to the conception of the primitive Christian community as to convert Pilate, and to make Tiberius himself propose in the Roman Senate the deification of Christ. But how would the remorse of Judas further manifest itself? A return to the right on his part was not only unattested by any facts, but was besides far too good a lot for the traitor. Hence repentance must have become in him despair, and he must have chosen the end of the well-known traitor in the history of David, Ahithophel, of whom it is said, 2 Samuel chapter 17, verse 23, and hanged himself. As of Judas here, he departed and went and hanged himself. A tradition referred to Papias appears to be allied to the narrative in the Acts rather than to that of Matthew. Ecumenius, quoting the above collector of traditions, says that Judas, as an awful example of impiety, had his body distended to such a degree that a space where a chariot could pass was no longer sufficiently wide for him, and that at last, being crushed by a chariot, he burst asunder, and all his bowels were pressed out. The latter statement doubtless arose from a misconstruction of the ancient legend, for the chariot was not originally brought into immediate contact with the body of Judas, but was merely used as a measure of his size, and this was afterwards erroneously understood as if a chariot in passing had crushed the swollen body of Judas. Hence, not only in Theophylact and in an ancient scholium, without any distinct reference to Papias, but also in a catena with an express citation of his exegesis, we actually find the fact narrated without that addition. The monstrous swelling of Judas, spoken of in this passage, might, it is supposed, originally be only an explanation of the displacing and protrusion of the viscera, and in the like manner the dropsy into which Theophylact represents him as falling, might be regarded as an explanation of this swelling. When, however, in Psalm 109, applied in the Acts to Judas, amongst other maledictions, we read, "So let it, cursing, come into his bowels like water," verse 18. It appears possible that the dropsical disease may have been also taken from this passage, as also one of the features in the monstrous description which Papias gives of the condition of Judas, namely, that from the enormous swelling of his eyelids he could no longer see the light of day, might remind us of verse 23 in the other psalm applied to Judas, where, among the curses, this is enumerated: "Let their eyes be darkened, that they see not," a hindrance to sight, which, when once the swollen body of Judas was presupposed, must necessarily assume the form of a swelling up of the eyelids. If, then, the tradition which is allied to the account in Acts chapter 1 developed its idea of the end of Judas, chiefly in correspondence with the ideas presented in these two psalms, and if, in the passage of the Acts itself, the account of the connection of Judas with the piece of ground is derived from the same source, it is no far-fetched conjecture that what is said in the Acts concerning the end of the betrayer may have had a similar origin. That he died an early death may be historical, but even if not so, in Psalm 109, in the very same verse, verse 8, which contains the transfer of the office to another, an early death is predicted for the betrayer in the words, "Let his days be few." And it might also be believed that the death by falling headlong also was gathered from Psalm 69, verse 22, where it is said, "Let their table become a snare before them." Thus, we scarcely know with certainty concerning Judas, even so much as that he came to a violent and untimely death. For if, as was natural, after his departure from the community of Jesus, he retired, so far as the knowledge of its members was concerned, into an obscurity in which all historical information as to his further fate was extinguished, the primitive Christian legend might, without hindrance, represent as being fulfilled in him all that the prophecies and types of the Old Testament threatened to the false friend of the son of David, and might even associate the memory of his crime with a well-known desecrated place in the vicinity of Jerusalem. End of section 130. Part 3, Chapter 3, Section 131 of The Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich STRAUSS, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, History of the Passion, Death, and Resurrection of Jesus. Chapter 3, Retirement to the Mount of Olives, Arrest, Trial, Condemnation, and Crucifixion of Jesus. Section 131. Jesus before Pilate and Herod. According to all the evangelists, it was in the morning when the Jewish magistrates, after having declared Jesus worthy of death, caused him to be led away by the Roman procurator Pontius Pilate. Matthew chapter 27, verse 1 and following, and parallel passages. John chapter 18, verse 28. According to Matthew and Mark, Jesus was bound, preparatory to his being conducted before Pilate. According to John chapter 18, verse 12, immediately on his arrest in the garden. Luke says nothing of his being bound. To this measure of sending him to Pilate, they were compelled, according to John chapter 18, verse 31, by the circumstance that the Sanhedrin was deprived of the authority to execute the punishment of death, without the concurrence of the Roman government. But, at all events, the Jewish rulers must in this instance have been anxious to call in the agency of the Romans, since only their power could afford security against an uproar among the people, which the former feared as a result of the execution of Jesus during the feast time. Matthew chapter 26, verse 5 and parallel passages. Arrived at the praetorium, the Jews, according to the representation of the fourth gospel, remained without, from fear of Levitical defilement. But Jesus was led into the interior of the building, so that Pilate must alternatively have come out when he would speak to the Jews, and have gone in again when he proceeded to question Jesus. Chapter 18, verse 28 and following. The synoptists in the sequel represent Jesus as in the same locality with Pilate and the Jews, for in them Jesus immediately hears the accusations of the Jews and answers them in the presence of Pilate. Since they, as well as John, make the condemnation take place in the open air, after the condemnation they represent Jesus as being led to the praetorium, Matthew chapter 27, verse 27, and Matthew, like John chapter 19, verse 13, describes Pilate ascending the judgment seat, which, according to Josephus, stood in the open air, without mentioning any change of place in connection with the trial. They apparently conceived the whole transaction to have passed on the outer place, and supposed, in divergency from John, that Jesus himself was there. The first question of Pilate to Jesus is, according to all the Gospels, "Art thou the King of the Jews?" That is, the Messiah. In the two first evangelists, this question is not introduced by any accusation on the part of the Jews. Matthew verse 11, Mark verse 12. In John, Pilate, stepping out of the praetorium, asks the Jews what accusation they have to bring against Jesus, chapter 18, verse 29, on which they insolently reply, "If he were not a malefactor, we would not have delivered him up unto thee," an answer by which they could not expect to facilitate their obtaining from the Roman a ratification of their sentence, but only to embitter him. After Pilate, with surprising mildness, has rejoined that they may take him and judge him according to their law, apparently not supposing a crime involving death, and the Jews have opposed to this permission their inability to administer the punishment of death, the procurator re-enters and addresses to Jesus the definite question, "Art thou the King of the Jews?" which thus here likewise has no suitable introduction. This is the case only in Luke, who first adduces the accusations of the Sanhedrists against Jesus, that he stirred up the people and encouraged them to refuse tribute to Caesar, giving himself out to be Christ, a king. Chapter 23, verse 2. If, in this manner, the narrative of Luke enables us to understand how Pilate could at once put to Jesus the question whether he were the King of the Jews, it leaves us in all the greater darkness as to how Pilate, immediately on the affirmative answer of Jesus, could without any further inquiries declare to the accusers that he found no fault in the accused. He must first have ascertained the grounds, or the want of grounds, for the charge of exciting the populace, and also have informed himself as to the sense in which Jesus claimed the title of King of the Jews, before he could pronounce the words, "I find no fault in this man." In Matthew and Mark, it is true, to the affirmation of Jesus that he is the King of the Jews is added his silence, in opposition to the manifold accusations of the Sanhedrists, a silence which surprises Pilate, and this is not followed by a precise declaration that no fault is to be found in Jesus, but merely by the procurator's attempt to set Jesus at liberty by coupling him with Barabbas. Still, what should move him even in this attempt does not appear from the above Gospels. On the other hand, this point is sufficiently clear in the fourth gospel. It is certainly surprising that when Pilate asks whether he be really the king of the Jews, Jesus should reply by the counter-question, whether he say this of himself or at the suggestion of another. In an accused person, however conscious of innocence, such a question cannot be held warrantable, and hence it has been sought in every possible way to give the words of Jesus a sense more consonant with propriety. But the question of Jesus is too definite to be a mere repulse of the accusation as absurd, and too indefinite to be regarded as an inquiry whether the procurator intended the title basileus ton Iudaion in the Roman sense or in the Jewish. And Pilate does not so understand it, but as an unwarrantable question to which it is a mark of his indulgence that he replies, in the first instance it is true, with some impatience, by the second counter-question, whether he be a Jew, and thus able of himself to have information concerning a crime so specifically Jewish. But hereupon he good-naturedly adds that it is the Jews and their rulers by whom Jesus has been delivered to him, and that he is therefore at liberty to speak more particularly of the crime which these lay to his charge. Now on this, Jesus gives Pilate an answer which, added to the impression of his whole appearance, might certainly induce in the procurator a conviction of his innocence. He replies, namely, that his kingdom is not of this world, and adduces as a proof of this the peaceful, passive conduct of his adherents on his arrest. Verse 36. On the further question of Pilate, whether, since Jesus has thus ascribed to himself a kingdom, although no earthly one, he then claims to be a king, he replies that certainly he is so, but only in so far as he is born to be a witness to the truth. Whereupon follows the famous question of Pilate, what is truth? Although in this latter reply of Jesus we cannot but be struck by its presenting the peculiar hue of thought which characterizes the author of the fourth gospel, in the use of the idea of truth. As we were before surprised at the unwarrantable nature of the counter-question of Jesus, still this account in John renders it conceivable how Pilate could immediately step forth and declare to the Jews that he found no fault in Jesus. But another point might easily create suspicion against this narrative of John. According to him, the trial of Jesus went forward in the interior of the praetorium, which no Jew would venture to enter. Who then are we to suppose heard the conversation of the procurator with Jesus, and was the informant who communicated it to the author of the fourth gospel? The opinion of the older commentators that Jesus himself narrated these conversations to his disciples after the resurrection is renounced as extravagant. The more modern idea that perhaps Pilate himself was the source of the information concerning the trial is scarcely less improbable, and rather than take refuge, with Luca, in the supposition that Jesus remained at the entrance of the praetorium, so that those standing immediately without might with some attention and stillness have heard the conversation, I should prefer appealing to the attendants of the procurator, who would scarcely be alone with Jesus. Meanwhile, it is easily conceivable that we have here a conversation which owes its origin solely to the evangelist's own combination, and in this case we need not bestow so much labor in ascertaining the precise sense of Pilate's question, "What is truth?" since this would only be an example of the fourth evangelist's favorite form of dialogue, the contrast of profound communications on the part of Jesus with questions either of misapprehension or of total unintelligence on the part of the hearers, as chapter 12 verse 34, the Jews ask, Who is this Son of Man? So here, Pilate, what is truth? Before the introduction of Barabbas, which in all the other evangelists comes next in order, Luke has an episode peculiar to himself. On the declaration of Pilate that he finds no guilt in the accused, the chief priests and their adherents among the multitude persist in asserting that Jesus stirred up the people by his agency as a teacher from Galilee to Jerusalem. Pilate notices the word Galilee, asks whether the accused be a Galilean, and when this is confirmed, he seizes it as a welcome pretext for ridding himself of the ungrateful business, and sends Jesus to the Tetrarch of Galilee, Herod Antipas, at that time in Jerusalem in observance of the feast. Perhaps also designing as a secondary object what at least was the result, to conciliate the petty prince by this show of respect for his jurisdiction. This measure, it is said, gave great satisfaction to Herod, because having heard much of Jesus, he had long been desirous to see him, in the hope that he would perhaps perform a miracle. The Tetrarch addressed various questions to him. The Sanhedrists urged vehement accusations against him, but Jesus gave no answer, whereupon Herod with his soldiers betook themselves to mockery, and at length, after arraying him in a gorgeous robe, sent him back to Pilate. Chapter 23, verse 4 and following. The narrative of Luke's, whether we consider it in itself or in its relation to the other Gospels, has much to astonish us. If Jesus as a Galilean really belonged to the jurisdiction of Herod, as Pilate, by delivering the accused to him, appears to acknowledge, how came Jesus, and the question is equally difficult whether we regard him as the sinless Jesus of the Orthodox system, or as one who in the history of the tribute penny manifested his subjection to the existing authorities, to withhold from him the answer which was his due? And how was it that Herod, without any further procedures, sent him away again from his tribunal? To say, with Olshausen, that the interrogation before Herod had elicited the fact that Jesus was not born in Nazareth and Galilee, but in Bethlehem, and consequently in Judea, is on the one hand an inadmissible appeal to the history of the birth of Jesus, of the statements in which there is no further trace in the whole subsequent course of Luke's Gospel, and on the other hand, a totally accidental birth in Judea, such as that represented by Luke, the parents of Jesus, and even Jesus himself, being both before and after resident in Galilee, would not have constituted Jesus a Judean. But above all we must ask, through whom was the Judean origin of Jesus brought to light, since it is said of Jesus that he gave no answer, while according to all the information we possess, that origin was totally unknown to the Jews. It would be preferable to explain the silence of Jesus by the unbecoming manner of Herod's interrogation, which manifested, not the seriousness of the judge, but mere curiosity, and to account for his being sent back to Pilate by the fact that not only the arrest, but also a part of the ministry of Jesus had occurred within the jurisdiction of Pilate. But why do the rest of the evangelists say nothing of the entire episode, especially when the author of the fourth Gospel is regarded as the Apostle John? It is not easy to see how this omission can be explained. The common plea, that he supposed the fact sufficiently known from the synoptists, will not serve here, since Luke is the sole evangelist who narrates the incident, and thus it does not appear to have been very widely spread. The conjecture that it may probably have appeared to him too unimportant loses all foundation when it is considered that John does not scorn to mention the leading away to Annas, which nevertheless was equally indecisive. And in general, the narrative of these events in John is, as Schleiermacher himself confesses, so consecutive that it nowhere presents a break in which such an episode could be inserted. Hence, even Schleiermacher at last takes refuge in the conjecture that possibly the sending to Herod may have escaped the notice of John, because it happened on an opposite side to that on which the disciple stood, through a back door, and that it came to the knowledge of Luke because his informant had an acquaintance in the household of Herod, as John had in that of Annas. The former conjecture, however, is figuratively as well as literally nothing more than a back door, the latter a fiction which is but the effort of despair. Certainly, if we renounce the presupposition that the author of the fourth gospel was an apostle, we lose the ground of attack against the narrative of Luke, which, in any case, since Justin knows of the consignment to Herod, is of very early origin. Nevertheless, first, the silence of the other evangelists in a portion of their common history, in which, with this exception, there prevails an agreement as to the principal stages in the development of the fate of Jesus, and secondly, the internal difficulties of the narrative remain so suspicious that it must still be open to us to conjecture that the anecdote arose out of the effort to place Jesus before all the tribunals that could possibly be gathered together in Jerusalem, to make every authority not hierarchical, though treating him with ignominy, still either explicitly or tacitly acknowledge his innocence, and to represent him as maintaining his equable demeanor and dignity before all. If this be probable with respect to the present narrative, in which the third evangelist stands alone, a similar conjecture concerning the leading away to Annas, in which we have seen that the fourth evangelist stands alone, would only be warded off by the circumstance that this scene is not described in detail, and hence presents no internal difficulties. After Jesus, being sent back by Herod, was returned upon his hands, Pilate, according to Luke, once more called together the Sanhedrists and the people, and declared, alleging in his support the judgment of Herod as accordant with his own, his wish to dismiss Jesus with chastisement, for which purpose he might avail himself of the custom of releasing a prisoner at the feast of the Passover. This circumstance, which is somewhat abridged in Luke, is more fully exhibited in the other evangelists, especially in Matthew. As the privilege to entreat the release of a prisoner belonged to the people, Pilate, well knowing that Jesus was persecuted by the rulers out of jealousy, sought to turn to his advantage the better disposition of the people towards him, and in order virtually to oblige them to free Jesus, whom, partly out of mockery of the Jews, partly to deter them from his execution as degrading to themselves, he named the Messiah, or King of the Jews. He reminded them that their choice lay between him and a notable prisoner, Barabbas, whom John designates as a robber, but Mark and Luke as one who was imprisoned for insurrection and murder. This plan, however, failed, for the people, suborned, as the two first evangelists observe, by their rulers, with one voice desired the release of Barabbas and the crucifixion of Jesus. As a circumstance which had especial weight with Pilate in favor of Jesus, and moved him to make the proposal relative to Barabbas as urgently as possible, it is stated by Matthew that while the procurator sat on his tribunal, his wife, in consequence of a disturbing dream, sent to him a warning to incur no responsibility in relation to that just man. Chapter 27, verse 19. Not only Paulus, but even Olshausen explains this dream as a natural result of what Pilate's wife might have heard of Jesus and of his capture on the preceding evening, to which may be added, as an explanatory conjecture, the notice of the Evangelium Nicodemi, that she was pious and Judaizing. Nevertheless, as constantly in the New Testament, and particularly in the Gospel of Matthew, dreams are regarded as a special dispensation from heaven, so this assuredly, in the opinion of the narrator, happened non sine nomine, and hence it should be possible to conceive a motive and an object for the dispensation. If the dream were really intended to prevent the death of Jesus, taking the orthodox point of view, in which this death was necessary for the salvation of man, we must be led to the opinion of some of the ancients, that it may have been the devil who suggested that dream to the wife of the procurator, in order to hinder the propitiatory death. If, on the contrary, the dream were not intended to prevent the death of Jesus, its object must have been limited to Pilate or his wife. But as far as Pilate was concerned, so late a warning could only aggravate his guilt, without sufficing to deter him from the step already half taken, while that his wife was converted by means of this dream, as many have supposed, is totally unattested by history or tradition, and such an object is not intimated in the narrative. But as the part which Pilate himself plays in the evangelical narrative is such as to exhibit the blind hatred of the fellow countrymen of Jesus in contrast with the impartial judgment of a Gentile, so his wife is made to render a testimony to Jesus, in order that, not only out of the mouth of babes and sucklings, Matthew 21:16, but also out of the mouth of a weak woman, praise might be prepared for him. And to increase its importance, it is traced to a significant dream. To give this an appearance of probability, similar instances are adduced from profane history of dreams, which have acted as presentiments and warnings before a sanguinary catastrophe. But the more numerous are these analogous cases, the more is the suspicion excited that as the majority of these, so also the dream in our evangelical passage, may have been fabricated after the event, for the sake of heightening its tragical effect. When the Jews, in reply to the repeated questions of Pilate, vehemently and obstinately demand the release of Barabbas and the crucifixion of Jesus, the two intermediate evangelists represent him as at once yielding to their desire. But Matthew first interposes a ceremony and a colloquy, chapter 27:24 and following. According to him, Pilate calls for water, washes his hands before the people, and declares himself innocent of the blood of this just man. The washing of the hands, as a protestation of purity from the guilt of shedding blood, was a custom specifically Jewish, according to Deuteronomy chapter 21:6 and following. It has been thought improbable that the Roman should have here intentionally imitated this Jewish custom, and hence it has been contended that to anyone who wished so solemnly to declare his innocence, nothing would more readily suggest itself than the act of washing the hands. But that an individual, apart from any allusion to a known usage, should invent extemporaneously a symbolical act, or even that he should merely fall in with the custom of a foreign nation, would require him to be deeply interested in the fact which he intends to symbolize. That Pilate, however, should be deeply interested in attesting his innocence of the execution of Jesus, is not so probable as that the Christians should have been deeply interested in thus gaining a testimony to the innocence of their Messiah, whence there arises a suspicion that perhaps Pilate's act of washing his hands owes its origin to them alone. This conjecture is confirmed when we consider the declaration with which Pilate accompanies his symbolical act. "I am innocent of the blood of this just man." For that the judge should publicly and emphatically designate as a just man one whom he was nevertheless delivering over to the severest infliction of the law, this even Paulus finds so contradictory that here, contrary to his usual mode of exposition, supposes that the narrator himself expresses in these words his own interpretation of Pilate's symbolical act. It is surprising that he is not also struck by the equal improbability of the answer which is attributed to the Jews on this occasion. After Pilate, by declaring himself guiltless of the blood of Jesus, and by the addition, "See ye to it," has laid the responsibility on the Jews, it is said in Matthew that all the people cried, "His blood be on us and on our children." But this is obviously spoken from the point of view of the Christians, who, in the miseries which shortly after the death of Jesus fell with continually increasing weight on the Jewish nation, saw nothing else than the payment of the debt of blood which they had incurred by the crucifixion of Jesus, so that this whole episode, which is peculiar to the first gospel, is in the highest degree suspicious. According to Matthew and Mark, Pilate now caused Jesus to be scourged, preparatory to his being led away to crucifixion. Here the scourging appears to correspond to the vergis caedere, which, according to Roman usage, preceded the securi percutere, and to the scourging of slaves prior to crucifixion. In Luke it has a totally different character. While in the two former evangelists it is said, "When he had scourged Jesus, he delivered him to be crucified." In Luke, Pilate repeatedly, verses 16 and 22, makes the proposal, "Having chastised him, I will let him go." That is, while there the scourging has the appearance of a mere accessory of the crucifixion, here it appears to be intended as a substitute for the crucifixion. Pilate wishes by this chastisement to appease the hatred of the enemies of Jesus, and induce them to desist from demanding his execution. Again, while in Luke the scourging does not actually take place, because the Jews will in no wise accede to the repeated proposal of Pilate, in John the latter causes Jesus to be scourged, exhibits him to the people with the purple robe and the crown of thorns, and tries whether his pitiable aspect, together with the repeated declaration of his innocence, will not mollify their embittered minds. This, however, proving also in vain. Chapter 19, verse 1 and following. Thus, there exists a contradiction between the evangelists in relation to the scourging of Jesus, which is not to be conciliated after the method of Paulus, namely, by paraphrasing the words ton Iesun fragelosas par edoken ina starothi in Matthew and Mark, thus, Jesus, whom he had already before scourged in order to save him, suffered this in vain, since he was still delivered over to crucifixion. But, acknowledging the difference in the accounts, we must only ask, which of the two has the advantage as regards historical probability? Although it is certainly not to be proved that scourging before crucifixion was a Roman custom admitting no exception, still, on the other hand, it is a purely harmonistic effort to allege that scourging was only made to precede crucifixion in cases where the punishment was intended to be particularly severe, and that consequently Pilate, who had no wish to be cruel to Jesus, can only have caused him to be scourged with the special design which Luke and John mention, and which is also to be understood in the narratives of their predecessors. It is far more probable that, in reality, the scourging only took place as it is described by the two first evangelists, namely, as an introduction to the crucifixion, and that the Christian legend, to which that side of Pilate's character, in virtue of which he endeavored in various ways to save Jesus, was particularly welcome as a testimony against the Jews, gave such a turn even to the fact of the scourging as to obtain from it a new attempt at release on the part of Pilate. This use of the fact is only incipient in the third gospel, for here the scourging is a mere proposal of Pilate, whereas in the fourth the scourging actually takes place, and becomes an additional act in the drama. With the scourging is connected, in the two first Gospels and the fourth, the maltreatment and mockery of Jesus by the soldiers, who attired him in a purple robe, placed a crown of thorns on his head, and, according to Matthew, a reed in his hand, and in this disguise first greeted him as King of the Jews, and then smote and maltreated him. Luke does not mention any derision on the part of the soldiers here, but he has something similar in his narrative of the interrogation of Jesus before Herod, for he represents this prince with his men of war as mocking Jesus and sending him back to Pilate in a gorgeous robe. Many suppose that this was the same purple robe which was afterwards put on Jesus by the soldiers of Pilate, but it must rather have been thrice that Jesus had to wear this disguise, if we take the narrative of John into the account, and at the same time refuse to attribute error to any of the synoptists. First, in the presence of Herod, Luke; secondly, before Pilate brought Jesus forth to the Jews, that he might excite their compassion with the words, "Behold the man," John; thirdly, after he was delivered to the soldiers for crucifixion, Matthew and Mark. This repetition is as improbable as it is probable that the one disguising of Jesus, which had come to the knowledge of the evangelists, was assigned by them to different places and times, and ascribed to different persons. While in the two first Gospels the process of trial is already concluded before the scourging, and in the third, on the rejection of his proposal to scourge and release Jesus by the Jews, Pilate forthwith delivers him to be crucified. In the fourth evangelist, the scene of the trial is further developed in the following manner. When even the exhibition of Jesus scourged and disguised avails nothing, but his crucifixion is obstinately demanded, the procurator is incensed, and cries to the Jews that they may take him and crucify him themselves, for he finds no fault in him. The Jews reply that according to their law he must die, since he had made himself the Son of God, a remark which affects Pilate with a superstitious fear, whence he once more leads Jesus to the praetorium, and inquires concerning his origin, whether it be really heavenly, on which Jesus gives him no answer, and when the procurator seeks to alarm him by reminding him of the power which he possesses over his life, refers to the higher source from whence he had this power. Pilate, after this reply, seeks, yet more earnestly than before, to release Jesus, but at last the Jews hit upon the right means of making him accede to their will, by throwing out the intimation that, if he release Jesus, who has opposed himself to Caesar as an usurper, he cannot be Caesar's friend. Thus, intimidated by the possibility of his being calumniated to Tiberius, he mounts the tribunal, and, since he cannot prosecute his will, betakes himself to derision of the Jews in the question, whether they then wish that he should crucify their king. whereupon they, keeping to the position which they had last taken with such evident effect, protest that they will have no king but Caesar. The procurator now consents to deliver Jesus to be crucified, for which purpose, as the two first evangelists remark, the purple mantle was removed, and he was again attired in his own clothes. End of section 131. Part 3, Chapter 3, Section 132 of The Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich STRAUSS, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, History of the Passion, Death, and Resurrection of Jesus. Chapter 3, Retirement to the Mount of Olives, Arrest, Trial, Condemnation, and Crucifixion of Jesus. Section 132. The Crucifixion. Even concerning the progress of Jesus to the place of crucifixion, there is a divergency between the Synoptists and John. For according to the latter, Jesus himself carried his cross thither, chapter 19, verse 17, while the former state that one Simon, a Cyrenian, bore it in his stead, Matthew chapter 27, verse 32, and parallel passages. The commentators, indeed, as if a real agreement were assumed as a matter of course, reconcile these statements thus. At first, Jesus himself endeavored to bear the cross, but as the attempt made it obvious that he was too much exhausted, it was laid on Simon. But when John says, "And he, bearing his cross, went forth into Golgotha, where they crucified him," he plainly presupposes that the cross was borne by Jesus on the way thither. But the statement so unanimously given by the Synoptists respecting the substitution of Simon appears the less capable of being rejected, the more difficult it is to discover a motive which might lead to its fabrication. On the contrary, this individual trait might very probably have remained unknown in the circle in which the fourth gospel had its origin, and the author might have thought that, according to the general custom, Jesus must have carried his cross. All the Synoptists designate this Simon as a Cyrenian, that is, probably one who had come to Jerusalem to the feast, from the Libyan city of Cyrene, where many Jews resided. According to all, the carrying of the cross was forced upon him, a circumstance which can as little be urged for as against the opinion that he was favorable to Jesus. According to Luke and Mark, the man came directly out of the country, and as he attempted to pass by the crowd advancing to the place of crucifixion, he was made use of to relieve Jesus. Mark designates him yet more particularly as the father of Alexander and Rufus, who appear to have been noted persons in the primitive church. Compare Romans chapter 16 verse 13, Acts chapter 19 verse 33, 1 Timothy chapter 1 verse 20, 2 Timothy chapter 4 verse 14. On the way to the place of execution, according to Luke, there followed Jesus, lamenting him a great company, consisting especially of women, whom he, however, admonished to weep rather for themselves and their children, in prospect of the terrible time which would soon come upon them. Chapter 23, verse 27 and following. The details are taken partly from the discourse on the second advent, Luke chapter 21, verse 23. For as there it is said, Ui tais en gastri ek usais, kai tais thilas usais en ek einais tais hemerais. So here Jesus says that the days are coming in which I sterai, kai kolii, uk eg en isan, kai mastoi, oi uk eth rapsan, will be pronounced blessed, partly from Hosea chapter 10 verse 8. For the words, "Then shall they begin to say to the mountains," etc., are almost exactly the Alexandrian translation of that passage. The place of execution is named by all the evangelists Golgotha, the Chaldaic Gulgoleth, and they all interpret this designation by the place of a skull, or a skull, Matthew verse 33 and parallel passages. From the latter name it might appear that the place was so called because it resembled a skull in form, whereas the former interpretation, and indeed the nature of the case, renders it probable that it owed its name to its destination as a place of execution, and to the bones and skulls of the executed which were heaped up there. Where this place was situated is not known, but doubtless it was out of the city. Even that it was a hill is a mere conjecture. The course of events after the arrival at the place of execution is narrated by Matthew, verse 34 and following, in a somewhat singular order. First, he mentions the beverage offered to Jesus. Next, he says that after they had nailed him to the cross, the soldiers shared his clothes among them, then that they sat down and watched him. After this, he notices the superscription on the cross, and at length, and not as if supplying a previous omission, but with a particle expressive of succession in time, the fact that 2 thieves were crucified with him. Mark follows Matthew, except that instead of the statement about the watching of the cross, he has a determination of the time at which Jesus was crucified, while Luke more correctly relates first the crucifixion of the 2 malefactors with Jesus, and then the casting of lots for the clothes, and the same order is observed by John. But it is inadmissible on this account to transpose the verses in Matthew 34, 37, 38, 35, 36, as has been proposed, and we must rather abandon the author of the first gospel to the charge that in his anxiety not to omit any of the chief events at the crucifixion of Jesus, he has neglected the natural order of time. As regards the mode of the crucifixion, there is now scarcely any debated point, if we accept the question, whether the feet as well as the hands were nailed to the cross. As it lay in the interest of the orthodox view to prove the affirmative, so it was equally important to the rationalistic system to maintain the negative. From Justin Martyr down to Hengstenberg and Olshausen, the orthodox find in the nailing of the feet of Jesus to the cross a fulfillment of the prophecy, Psalm 22 verse 17, which the Septuagint translates, oruxan kairos mu kai podas. But it is doubtful whether the original text really speaks of piercing, and in no case does it allude to crucifixion. Moreover, the passage is nowhere applied to Christ in the New Testament. To the rationalists, on the contrary, it is at once more easy to explain the death of Jesus as a merely apparent death, and only possible to conceive how he could walk immediately after the resurrection, when it is supposed that his feet were left unwounded. But the case should rather be stated thus. If the historical evidence go to prove that the feet also of Jesus were nailed, it must be concluded that the resuscitation and the power of walking shortly after either happened supernaturally or not at all. Of late there have stood opposed to each other 2 learned and profound investigations of this point, the one by Paulus against, the other by Barr in favor of, the nailing of the feet. From the evangelical narrative, the former opinion can principally allege in its support that neither is the above passage in the Psalms anywhere used by the evangelists, though on the presupposition of a nailing of the feet it was so entirely suited to their mode of accounting for facts. Nor in the history of the resurrection is there any mention of wounds in the feet, together with the wounds in the hands and side. John chapter 20, verses 20, 25, and 27. The other opinion appeals not without reason to Luke chapter 24, verse 39, where Jesus invites the disciples to behold his hands and his feet. It is certainly not here said that the feet were pierced, but it is difficult to understand how Jesus should have pointed out his feet merely to produce a conviction of the reality of his body. The fact that among the fathers of the Church, those who, living before Constantine, might be acquainted with the mode of crucifixion from personal observation, as Justin and Tertullian, suppose the feet of Jesus to have been nailed, is of weight. It might indeed be concluded from the remark of the latter, qui Christus solus a populo tam insigniter crucifixus est, that for the sake of the passage in the Psalms, these fathers supposed that in the crucifixion of Christ his feet also were pierced by way of exception. But as Tertullian had before called the piercing of the hands and feet the propria atrocia crucis, it is plain that the above words imply not a special manner of crucifixion, but the special manner of death by crucifixion, which does not occur in the Old Testament, and by which, therefore, Jesus was distinguished from all the characters therein celebrated. Among the passages in profane writers, the most important is that of Plautus, in which, to mark a crucifixion as extraordinarily severe, it is said, offigantur bis pedes, bis brachia. Here the question is, does the extraordinary feature lie in the bis, so that the nailing of the feet as well as of the hands only once is presupposed as the ordinary usage, or was the bis offigere of the hands, that is, the nailing of both the hands, the usual practice, and the nailing of the feet an extraordinary aggravation of the punishment? Everyone will pronounce the former alternative to be the most accordant with the words. Hence it appears to me at present that the balance of historical evidence is on the side of those who maintain that the feet as well as the hands of Jesus were nailed to the cross. It was before the crucifixion, according to the two first evangelists, that there was offered to Jesus a beverage which Matthew, verse 34, describes as vinegar mingled with gall, Mark, verse 23, as wine mingled with myrrh, but which, according to both, Jesus, Matthew says after having tasted it, refused to accept. As it is not understood with what object gall could be mixed with the vinegar, the choli of Matthew is usually explained by the aid of the esmornismenon of Mark, as implying bitter vegetable ingredients, especially myrrh, and then either wine is actually substituted for vinegar, or the latter is understood as sour wine, in order that the beverage offered to Jesus may thus appear to have been the stupefying draught consisting of wine and strong spices, which, according to Jewish usage, was presented to those about to be executed for the purpose of blunting their susceptibility to pain. But even if the text admitted of this reading and the words of this interpretation, Matthew would assuredly protest strongly against the real gall and the vinegar being thus explained away from his narrative, because by this means he would lose the fulfillment of the passage in the Psalm of Lamentation elsewhere used messianically, They gave me also gall for my meat, and in my thirst they gave me vinegar to drink. Psalm 69, verse 21. Matthew incontestably means, in accordance with this prophecy, real gall with vinegar, and the comparison with Mark is only calculated to suggest the question whether it be more probable that Mark present the incident in its original form, which Matthew has remodeled into a closer accordance with the prophecy, or that Matthew originally drew the particular from the passage in the psalm, and that Mark so modified it as to give it an appearance of greater historical probability. In order to come to a decision on this question, we must take the two other evangelists into consideration. The presentation to Jesus of a drink mingled with vinegar is mentioned by all four, and even the two who have the vinegar mingled with gall, or the myrrhed wine, as the first drink offered to Jesus, mention afterwards the offering of simple vinegar. According to Luke, this offering of vinegar was an act of derision committed by the soldiers not very long after the crucifixion, and before the commencement of the darkness, verse 36 and following. According to Mark, shortly before the end, 3 hours after the darkness came on, one of the bystanders, on hearing the cry of Jesus, my God, etc., presented vinegar to him, likewise in derision, by means of a sponge fixed on a reed. Verse 36. According to Matthew, one of the bystanders, on the same cry and in the same manner, presented vinegar to him, but with a benevolent intention, as we gather from the circumstance that the scoffers wished to deter him from the act. Verse 48 and following. Whereas in John, it is on the exclamation, I thirst, that some fill a sponge with vinegar from a vessel standing near, and raise it on a stem of hyssop to the mouth of Jesus. Verse 29. Hence it has been supposed that there were 3 separate attempts to give a beverage to Jesus. The first before the crucifixion with the stupefying drink, Matthew and Mark. The second after the crucifixion, when the soldiers in mockery offered him some of their ordinary beverage, a mixture of vinegar with water called posca, Luke. And the third on the complaining cry of Jesus, Matthew, Mark, and John. But if the principle of considering every divergent narrative as a separate event be once admitted, it must be consistently carried out. If the beverage mentioned by Luke must be distinguished from that of Matthew and Mark on account of a difference in the time, then must that of Matthew be distinguished from that of Mark on account of the difference in the design, and again the beverage mentioned by John must not be regarded as the same with that of the 2 first synoptists, since it follows a totally different exclamation. Thus, we should obtain in all 5 instances in which a drink was offered to Jesus, and we should at least be at a loss to understand why Jesus, after vinegar had already been thrice presented to his lips, should yet a 4th time have desired to drink. If, then, we must resort to simplification, it is by no means only the beverage in the 2 first Gospels and that in the 4th, which, on account of the agreement in the time and manner of presentation, are to be understood as one, but also that of Mark, and through this the others, must be pronounced identical with that of Luke, on account of their being alike offered in derision. Thus there remain 2 instances of a drink being offered to Jesus, the one before the crucifixion, the other after, and both have a presumptive support from history, the former in the Jewish custom of giving a stupefying draught to persons about to be executed, the other in the Roman custom, according to which the soldiers on their expeditions, and the completing of execution was considered as such, were in the habit of taking with them their posca. But together with this possible historical root, there is a possible prophetic one in Psalm 69, and the two have an opposite influence. The latter excites a suspicion that the narrative may not have anything historical at its foundation. The former throws doubt on the explanation that the whole story has been spun out of the prophecies. On once more glancing over the various narratives, we shall at least find that their divergencies are precisely of a nature to have arisen from a various application of the passage in the Psalms. The eating of gall and the drinking of vinegar being there spoken of, it appears as if in the first instance the former particular had been set aside as inconceivable, and the fulfillment of the prophecy found in the circumstance, very possibly historical, since it is mentioned by all the four evangelists, that Jesus had vinegar presented to him when on the cross. This might either be regarded as an act of compassion, as by Matthew and John, or of mockery, with Mark and Luke. In this manner the words, "They gave me vinegar to drink," were indeed literally fulfilled, but not the preceding phrase, "in my thirst." Hence, the author of the fourth gospel might think it probable that Jesus actually complained of thirst, that is, cried, "I thirst," an exclamation which he expressly designates as a fulfillment of the Scripture, by which we are doubtless to understand the above passage in the Psalms. Compare Psalm 22, verse 16. Nay, since he introduces the "that the Scripture might be fulfilled" by Jesus knowing that all things were now accomplished, he almost appears to mean that the fulfillment of the prophecy was the sole object of Jesus in uttering that exclamation. But a man suspended on the cross in the agonies of death is not the one to occupy himself with such typological trifling. This is only the part of his biographer who finds himself in perfect ease. Even this addition, however, only showed the fulfillment of one half of the messianic verse, that relating to the vinegar. There still remained what was said of the gall, which, as the concentration of all bitterness, was peculiarly adapted to be placed in relation to the suffering Messiah. It is true that the presentation of the gall as meat, which the prophecy strictly taken required, was still suppressed as inconceivable, but it appeared to the first evangelist, or to the authority which he here follows, quite practical to introduce the gall as an ingredient in the vinegar, a mixture which Jesus might certainly be unable to drink from its unpalatableness. More concerned about historical probability than prophetic connection, the second evangelist, with reference to a Jewish custom, and perhaps in accordance with historical fact, converted the vinegar mingled with gall into wine mingled with myrrh, and made Jesus reject this, doubtless from a wish to avoid stupefaction. As, however, the narrative of the vinegar mingled with gall reached these two evangelists in company with the original one of the presentation of simple vinegar to Jesus, they were unwilling that this should be excluded by the former, and hence placed the two side by side. But in making these observations, as has been before remarked, it is not intended to deny that such a beverage may have been offered to Jesus before the crucifixion, and afterwards vinegar also, since the former was apparently customary, and the latter, from the thirst which tormented the crucified, natural. It is merely intended to show that the evangelists do not narrate this circumstance, and under such various forms, because they knew historically that it occurred in this or that manner, but because they were convinced dogmatically that it must have occurred according to the above prophecy, which, however, they applied in different ways. During or immediately after the crucifixion, Luke represents Jesus as saying, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." Verse 34. An intercession which is by some limited to the soldiers who crucified him, by others extended to the real authors of his death, the Sanhedrists and Pilate. However accordant such a prayer may be with the principles concerning love to enemies elsewhere inculcated by Jesus, Matthew chapter 5, verse 44, and however great the internal probability of Luke's statement viewed in this light, still it is to be observed, especially as he stands alone in giving this particular, that it may possibly have been taken from the reputed messianic chapter, Isaiah chapter 53, where, in the last verse, the same from which the words, "He was numbered among the transgressors," are borrowed, it is said, "He made intercession for the transgressors," which the Septuagint erroneously translate, "He was delivered for their transgressions," but which already the Targum Jonathan renders by pro peccatis deprecatus est. All the evangelists agree in stating that two malefactors, Matthew and Mark call them thieves, were crucified, one on each side of Jesus, and Mark, if his 28th verse be genuine, sees in this a literal fulfillment of the words, "He was numbered with the transgressors," which, according to Luke chapter 22, verse 37, Jesus had the evening before quoted as a prophecy about to be accomplished in him. Of the further demeanor of these fellow sufferers, John says nothing. The two first evangelists represent them as reviling Jesus. Matthew chapter 27, verse 44, Mark chapter 15, verse 32. Whereas Luke narrates that only one of them was guilty of this offense, and that he was rebuked by the other. Chapter 23, verse 39 and following. In order to reconcile this difference, commentators have advanced the supposition that at first both criminals reviled Jesus, but that subsequently one of them was converted by the marvelous darkness. More modern ones have resorted to the supposition of an enallage numeri. But without doubt those only are right who admit a real difference between Luke and his predecessors. It is plain that the two first evangelists knew nothing of the more precise details which Luke presents concerning the relation of the two malefactors to Jesus. He narrates, namely, that when one of them derided Jesus by calling upon him, if he were the Messiah, to deliver himself and them, the other earnestly rebuked such mockery of one with whom he was sharing a like fate, and moreover as a guilty one with the guiltless, entreating for his own part that Jesus would remember him when he should come into his kingdom. Whereupon Jesus gave him the promise that he should that very day be with him in paradise. In this scene there is nothing to create difficulty until we come to the words which the second malefactor addresses to Jesus. For to expect from one suspended on the cross a future coming to establish the messianic kingdom would presuppose the conception of the whole system of a dying Messiah, which before the resurrection the apostles themselves could not comprehend, and which therefore, according to the above representation of Luke, a thief must have been beforehand with him in embracing. This is so improbable that it cannot excite surprise to find many regarding this conversion of the thief on the cross as a miracle, and the supposition which commentators call in to their aid, namely, that the man was no common criminal, but a political one, perhaps concerned in the insurrection of Barabbas, only serves to render the incident still more inconceivable. For if he was an Israelite inclined to rebellion, and bent on liberating his nation from the Roman yoke, his idea of the Messiah was assuredly the most incompatible with the acknowledgment as such, of one so completely annihilated in a political view as Jesus then was. Hence, we are led to the question whether we have here a real history, and not rather a creation of the legend. Two malefactors were crucified with Jesus. Thus much was indubitably presented by history. Or did even this owe its origin to the prophecy, Isaiah chapter 53, verse 12? At first, they were suspended by the side of Jesus as mute figures, and thus we find them in the narrative of the fourth evangelist, into whose region of tradition only the simple statement that they were crucified with Jesus had penetrated. But it was not possible for the legend long to rest contented with so slight a use of them. It opened their mouths, and as only insults were reported to have proceeded from the bystanders, the two malefactors were at first made to join in the general derision of Jesus, without any more particular account being given of their words. Matthew and Mark. But the malefactors admitted of a still better use. If Pilate had borne witness in favor of Jesus, if shortly after a Roman centurion, nay, all nature by its miraculous convulsions had attested his exalted character, so his two fellow sufferers, although criminals, could not remain entirely impervious to the impression of his greatness. But though one of them did indeed revile Jesus agreeably to the original form of the legend, the other must have expressed an opposite state of feeling, and have shown faith in Jesus as the Messiah. Luke. The address of the latter to Jesus, and his answer, are besides conceived entirely in the spirit of Jewish thought and expression. For, according to the idea then prevalent, paradise was that part of the netherworld which was to harbor the souls of the pious in the interval between their death and the resurrection. A place in paradise and a favorable remembrance in the future age were the object of the Israelites' petition to God, as here to the Messiah. And it was believed concerning a man distinguished for piety, that he could conduct those who were present at the hour of his death into paradise. To the cross of Jesus was affixed, according to the Roman custom, a superscription, Mark and Luke, or a title, John, which contained his accusation, Matthew and Mark, consisting, according to all the evangelists, in the words, "the King of the Jews." Luke and John state that this superscription was couched in 3 different tongues, and the latter informs us that the Jewish rulers were fully alive to the derision which this form of superscription reflected on their nation, and on this account entreated Pilate, but in vain, for an alteration of the terms. Verse 21 and following. Of the soldiers, according to John 4 in number, who crucified Jesus, the evangelists unanimously relate that they parted the clothes of Jesus among themselves by lot. According to the Roman law de bonis damnatorum, the vestments of the executed fell as spolia to the executioners, and insofar that statement of the evangelists has a point of contact with history. But, like most of the features in this last scene of the life of Jesus, it has also a point of contact with prophecy. It is true that in Matthew, the quotation of the passage Psalm 22 verse 18 is doubtless an interpolation. But on the other hand, the same quotation is undoubtedly genuine in John, chapter 19 verse 24, that the scripture might be fulfilled which saith, "They parted my raiment among them, and for my vesture did they cast lots." Here also, According to the assertion of Orthodox expositors, David, the author of the psalm, under divine guidance, in the moments of inspiration, chose such figurative expressions as had a literal fulfillment in Christ. Rather, we must say, David, or whoever else may have been the author of the psalm, as a man of poetical imagination, used those expressions as mere metaphors to denote a total defeat. But the petty, prosaic spirit of Jewish interpretation, which the evangelists shared without any fault of theirs, and from which Orthodox theologians, by their own fault, however, have not perfectly liberated themselves after the lapse of 18 centuries, led to the belief that those words must be understood literally, and in this sense must be shown to be fulfilled in the Messiah. Whether the evangelists drew the circumstance of the casting of lots for the clothes more from historical information which stood at their command, or from the prophetic passage which they variously interpreted, must be decided by a comparison of their narratives. These present the divergency that while according to the synoptists all the clothes were parted by lot, as is evident from the words, "They parted his garments, casting lots," in Matthew verse 35, and the similar turn of expression in Luke verse 34, but still more decidedly from the addition of Mark, "What every man should take," verse 24. In John it is the coat or tunic, alone for which lots are cast, the other garments being parted equally, verse 23 and following. This divergency is commonly thought of much too lightly, and is tacitly treated as if the synoptical representation were related to that of John as the indefinite to the definite. Koinol, in consideration of John, translates the words dimeris onto balontes of Matthew thus: partim dividebant, partim in sortem conjicebant. But the meaning is not to be thus distributed, for the they parted states what they did, the casting lots how they did it. Besides, Koinol passes in total silence over the words tis tiari, because they undeniably imply that lots were cast for several articles, while according to John the lots had reference only to one garment. If it be now asked which of the two contradictory narratives is the correct one, the answer given from the point of view to which the comparative criticism of the Gospels has at present attained is that the eyewitness John gives the correct particulars, but the synoptists had merely received the indefinite information, that in parting the clothes of Jesus the soldiers made use of the lot, and this, from unacquaintance with the more minute particulars, they understood as if lots had been cast for all the garments of Jesus. But not only does the circumstance that it is John alone who expressly cites the passage in the Psalms prove that he had an especial view to that passage, but in general this divergency of the evangelists is precisely what might be expected from a difference in the interpretation of that supposed prophecy. When the psalm speaks of the parting of the garments and a casting of lots for the vesture, the second particular is, according to the genius of the Hebrew language which abounds in parallelism, only a more precise definition of the first, and the synoptists, correctly understanding this, make one of the two verbs a participle. One, however, who did not bear in mind this peculiarity of the Hebrew style, or had an interest in exhibiting the second feature of the prophecy as specially fulfilled, might understand the and, which in reality was indicative only of the more precise definition, as denoting addition, and thus regard the casting of lots and the distribution as separate acts. Then the hematismos, which was originally a synonym of hematia, must become a distinct garment, the closer particularization of which, since it was not in any way conveyed in the word itself, was left to choice. The fourth evangelist determined it to be the tunic, and because he believed it due to his readers to show some cause for a mode of procedure with respect to this garment, so different from the equal distribution of the others, he intimated that the reason why it was chosen to cast lots for the tunic rather than to divide it, probably was that it had no seam, which might render separation easy, but was woven in one piece. Thus, we should have in the fourth evangelist exactly the same procedure as we have found on the side of the first, in the history of the entrance into Jerusalem. In both cases, the doubling of a trait originally single, owing to a false interpretation of the vav in the Hebrew parallelism, the only difference being that the first evangelist, in the passage referred to, is less arbitrary than the fourth is here, for he at least spares us the tracing out of the reason why 2 asses must then have been required for one rider. The more evident it thus becomes that the representation of the point in question in the different evangelists is dependent on the manner in which each interpreted that supposed prophecy in the Psalms, the less does a sure historical knowledge appear to have any share in their representation, and hence we remain ignorant whether lots were cast on the distribution of the clothes of Jesus, nay, whether in general a distribution of clothes took place under the cross of Jesus. Confidently, as Justin appeals in support of this very particular to the Acts of Pilate, which he had never seen. Of the conduct of the Jews who were present at the crucifixion of Jesus, John tells us nothing. Luke represents the people as standing to look on, and only the rulers and the soldiers as deriding Jesus by the summons to save himself if he were the Messiah, to which the latter adds the offer of the vinegar, verse 35 and following. Matthew and Mark have nothing here of mockery on the part of the soldiers, but in compensation they make not only the chief priests, scribes, and elders, but also the passers-by vent insults against Jesus, verse 39 and following, 29 and following. The expressions of these people partly refer to former discourses and actions of Jesus. Thus the sarcasm, "Thou that destroyest the temple and buildest it again in 3 days, save thyself," Matthew and Mark, is an allusion to the words of that tenor ascribed to Jesus, while the reproach, "He saved others, himself he cannot save," or "save thyself," in all 3 refers to his cures. Partly, however, the conduct of the Jews towards Jesus on the cross is depicted after the same psalm of which Tertullian justly says that it contains totem Christi passionem, when it is said in Matthew and Mark that they passed by reviling him, wagging their heads and saying, Luke says of the rulers, they derided him. This is certainly nothing else than a mere reproduction of what stands in Psalm 22, verse 8. Septuagint, "All they that see me laugh me to scorn. They shoot out the lip and shake the head." And the words which are hereupon lent to the Sanhedrists in Matthew, "He trusted in God, let him deliver him now if he will have him," are the same with those of the following verse in that psalm, "He trusted in the Lord that he would deliver him. Let him deliver him, seeing he delighted in him." Now, though the taunts and shaking of the head on the part of the enemies of Jesus may, notwithstanding that the description of them is drawn according to the above Old Testament passage, still very probably have really happened. It is quite otherwise with the words which are attributed to these mockers. words which, like those above quoted, are in the Old Testament put into the mouth of the enemies of the godly, could not be adopted by the Sanhedrists without their voluntarily assuming the character of the ungodly, which they would surely have taken care to avoid. Only the Christian legend, if it once applied the psalm to the sufferings of Jesus, and especially to his last hours, could attribute these words to the Jewish rulers, and find therein the fulfillment of a prophecy. The two first evangelists do not tell us that any one of the 12 was present at the crucifixion of Jesus. They mention merely several Galilean women, 3 of whom they particularize, namely, Mary Magdalene, Mary the mother of James the Less and of Joseph, and, as the third, according to Matthew, the mother of the sons of Zebedee, according to Mark, Salome, both which designations are commonly understood to relate to the same person. Matthew verse 55 and following, Mark verse 40 and following. According to these evangelists, the 12 appear not yet to have reassembled after their flight on the arrest of Jesus. In Luke, on the contrary, among all his acquaintance, whom he represents as beholding the crucifixion, verse 49, the 12 would seem to be included. But the fourth gospel expressly singles out from among the disciples the one whom Jesus loved, that is, John, as present, and among the women, together with Mary Magdalene and the wife of Cleopas, names instead of the mother of James and John, the mother of Jesus himself. Moreover, while, according to all the other accounts, the acquaintances of Jesus stood afar off, according to the fourth gospel, John and the mother of Jesus must have been in the closest proximity to the cross, since it represents Jesus as addressing them from the cross, and appointing John to be his substitute in the filial relation with his mother, verse 25 and following. Olshausen believes that he can remove the contradiction which exists between the synoptical statement and the presupposition of the fourth gospel as to the position of the friends of Jesus, by the conjecture that at first they did indeed stand at a distance, but that subsequently some approached near to the cross. It is to be observed, however, in opposition to this, that the synoptists mention that position of the adherents of Jesus just at the close of the scene of crucifixion and death, immediately before the taking down from the cross, and thus presuppose that they had retained this position until the end of the scene, a state of the case which cannot be but held entirely consistent with the alarm which filled the minds of the disciples during those days, and still more with feminine timidity. If the heroism of a nearer approach might perhaps be expected from maternal tenderness, still the total silence of the synoptists, as the interpreters of the common evangelical tradition, renders the historical reality of that particular doubtful. The synoptists cannot have known anything of the presence of the mother of Jesus at the cross. Otherwise, they would have mentioned her as the chief person before all the other women. Nor does anything appear to have been known of a more intimate relation between her and John. At least in the Acts, chapter 1, verse 12 and following, the mother of Jesus is supposed to be with the 12 in general, his brothers, and the women of the society. It is at least not so easy to understand how the memory of that affecting presence and remarkable relation could be lost, as to conceive how the idea of them might originate in the circle from which the fourth gospel proceeded. If this circle be imagined as one in which the Apostle John enjoyed peculiar veneration, on which account our gospel drew him out of the trio of the more confidential associates of Jesus, and isolated him as the beloved disciple, it will appear that nothing could be more strikingly adapted to confirm this relation than the statement that Jesus bequeathed, as it were, the dearest legacy, his mother, in reference to whom, as well as to the alleged beloved disciple, it must have been a natural question whether she had left the side of Jesus in this last trial. To John, and thus placed this disciple in his stead, made him vicarius Christi. As the address of Jesus to his mother and the favorite disciple is peculiar to the fourth gospel, so, on the other hand, the exclamation, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?" is only found in the two first gospels, Matthew verse 46, Mark verse 34. This exclamation, with the mental state from which it proceeded, like the agony in Gethsemane, constitutes in the opinion of the Church a part of the vicarious suffering of Christ. As, however, in this instance also, it was impossible to be blind to the difficulties of the supposition that the mere corporeal suffering, united with the external depression of his cause, overwhelmed Jesus to such a degree that he felt himself forsaken by God, while there have been both before and after him persons who, under sufferings equally severe, have yet preserved composure and fortitude. The opinion of the Church has here also, in addition to the natural corporeal and spiritual affliction, supposed as the true cause of that state of mind in Jesus, a withdrawal of God from his soul, a consciousness of the divine wrath, which it was decreed that he should bear in the stead of mankind, by whom it was deserved as a punishment. How, presupposing the dogma of the Church concerning the person of Christ, a withdrawal of God from his soul is conceivable, it is the part of the defenders of this opinion themselves to decide. Was it the human nature in him which felt so forsaken? Then would its unity with the divine have been interrupted, and thus the very basis of the personality of Christ, according to the above system, removed. Or the divine. In that case, the second person in the Godhead would have been separated from the first. As little can it have been the God-man, consisting of both natures, that felt forsaken by God, since the very essence of this is the unity and inseparableness of the divine and the human. Thus, urged by the self-contradiction of this supranaturalistic explanation, to fall back on the natural mode of accounting for the above exclamation by the sense of external suffering, and yet repelled from the idea that Jesus should have been so completely subdued by this, commentators have attempted to mollify the sense of the exclamation. It consists of the opening words of Psalm 22, a passage which is classical for this last scene in the life of Jesus. Now, this psalm begins with a complaining description of the deepest suffering, but in the course of its progress soars into joyful hope of deliverance. Hence, it has been supposed that the words which Jesus immediately utters do not give his entire experience, and that in thus reciting the first verse, he at the same time quotes the whole psalm, and especially its exulting close, just as if he meant to say, "It is true that I, like the author of this psalm, appear now forsaken of God, but in me, as in him, the divine succor will only be so much the more glorified." But if Jesus uttered this exclamation with a view to the bystanders, and in order to assure them that his affliction would soon be merged in triumph, he would have chosen the means the least adapted to his purpose, if he had uttered precisely those words of the psalm which express the deepest misery. And instead of the first verse, he would rather have chosen one from the 10th or the 12th, or from the 20th to the end. If, however, in that exclamation, he meant merely to give vent to his own feeling, He would not have chosen this verse if his actual experience in these moments had been, not what is there expressed, but what is described in the succeeding verses. Now, if this experience was his own, and if, all supernatural grounds of explanation being dismissed, it proceeded from his external calamities, we must observe that one who, as the Gospels narrate of Jesus, had long included suffering and death in his idea of the Messiah, and hence had regarded them as a part of the divine arrangements, could scarcely complain of them when they actually arrived as an abandonment by God. Rather, on the above supposition, we should be led to think that Jesus had found himself deceived in the expectations which he had previously cherished, and thus believed himself forsaken by God in the prosecution of his plan. But we could only resort to such conjectures if the above exclamation of Jesus were shown to have an historical foundation. In this respect, the silence of Luke and John would not, it is true, be so serious a difficulty in our eyes that we should take refuge in explanations like the following. John suppressed the exclamation, lest it should serve to countenance the Gnostic opinion, by admitting the inference that the aion, which was insusceptible of suffering, departed from Jesus in that moment. But the relation of the words of Jesus to the 22nd Psalm does certainly render this particular suspicious. If the Messiah was once conceived of as suffering, and if that psalm was used as a sort of program of his suffering, for which it was by no means necessary as an inducement that Jesus should have really quoted one of its verses on the cross, the opening words of the psalm which are expressive of the deepest suffering must appear singularly adapted to be put into the mouth of the crucified Messiah. In this case, the derisive speech of the bystanders, "He calleth for Elias," etc., can have had no other origin than this, that the wish for a variety of taunts to complete this scene after the model of the psalm was met by the similarity of sound between the Eli in the exclamation lent to Jesus and the name Elias, which was associated with the Messiah. Concerning the last words which the expiring Jesus was heard to utter, the evangelists differ. According to Matthew and Mark, it was merely a loud voice with which he departed, verse 50 and 37. According to Luke, it was the petition, "Father, into thy hands I commend my spirit," verse 46. While according to John, it was on the brief expression, "It is finished," that he bowed his head and expired, verse 30. Here it is possible to reconcile the two first evangelists with one or other of the succeeding ones by the supposition that what the former describe indefinitely as a loud cry, and what according to their representation might be taken for an inarticulate expression of anguish, the others, with more particularity, give in its precise verbal form. It is more difficult to reconcile the two last Gospels. For whether we suppose that Jesus first commended his soul to God, and hereupon cried, "It is finished," or vice versa, both collocations are alike opposed to the intention of the evangelists. For the expression of Luke, kai tauta eipon exepnusen, cannot be rendered, as Paulus would have it, by "soon after he had said this, he expired." And the very words of the exclamation in John define it as the last utterance of Jesus, the two writers forming different conceptions of the closing words. In the account of Luke, the common form of expression for the death of Jesus, "he delivered up his spirit," appears to have been interpreted as an actual commending of his soul to God on the part of Jesus, and to have been further developed with reference to the passage Psalm 31, verse 5, Lord, into thy hands I commend my spirit. A passage which, from the strong resemblance of this psalm to the 22nd, would be apt to suggest itself. Whereas the author of the fourth gospel appears to have lent to Jesus an expression more immediately proceeding from his position in relation to his messianic office, making him express in the words, "It is finished," the completion of his work, or the fulfillment of all the prophecies, with the exception, of course, of what could only be completed and fulfilled in the resurrection. Not only these last words, however, but also the earlier expressions of Jesus on the cross, will not admit of being arranged in the succession in which they are generally supposed. The speeches of Jesus on the cross are commonly reckoned to be 7, but so many are not mentioned by any single evangelist, for the two first have only one, the exclamation, my God, etc. Luke has 3, the prayer of Jesus for his enemies, the promise to the thief, and the commending of his spirit into the hands of the Father. John has likewise 3, but all different, the address to his mother and the disciple, and the exclamations, I thirst, and it is finished. Now the intercessory prayer, the promise and the recommendation of Mary to the care of the disciple, might certainly be conceived as following each other, but the dipso and the Eli come into collision, since both exclamations are followed by the same incident, the offering of vinegar by means of a sponge on a reed. When to this we add the entanglement of the tetelestai and the pater, etc., it should surely be seen and admitted that no one of the evangelists, in attributing words to Jesus when on the cross, knew or took into consideration those lent to him by the others, that, on the contrary, each depicted this scene in his own manner, according as he, or the legend which stood at his command, had developed the conception of it to suit this or that prophecy or design. A special difficulty is here caused by the computation of the hours. According to all the synoptists, the darkness prevailed from the 6th hour until the 9th hour. In our reckoning, from 12 at midday to 3 in the afternoon. According to Matthew and Mark, it was about the 9th hour that Jesus complained of being forsaken by God, and shortly after yielded up the ghost. According to Mark, it was the 3rd hour, 9 in the morning, when Jesus was crucified. Verse 25. On the other hand, John says, chapter 19, verse 14, that it was about the 6th hour, which, according to Mark, Jesus had already hung 3 hours on the cross, that Pilate first sat in judgment over him. Unless we are to suppose that the sundial went backward, as in the time of Hezekiah, this is a contradiction which is not to be removed by a violent alteration of the reading, nor by appealing to the about in John, or to the inability of the disciples to take note of the hours under such afflictive circumstances. At the utmost, it might perhaps be cancelled if it were possible to prove that the fourth gospel throughout proceeds upon another mode of reckoning time than that used by the synoptists. End of section 132. Part 3, Chapter 4, Section 133 of the Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich STRAUSS, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, History of the Passion, Death, and Resurrection of Jesus. Chapter 4, Death and Resurrection of Jesus. Section 133, Prodigies attendant on the death of Jesus. According to the evangelical accounts, the death of Jesus was accompanied by extraordinary phenomena. 3 hours before, we are told, a darkness diffused itself and lasted until Jesus expired. Matthew chapter 27 verse 45 and parallel passages. In the moment of his death, the veil of the temple was torn asunder from the top to the bottom. The earth quaked, the rocks were rent, the graves were opened, and many bodies of departed saints arose, entered into the city, and appeared to many. Matthew verse 51 and following and parallel passages. These details are very unequally distributed among the evangelists. The first alone has them all, the second and third merely the darkness and the rending of the veil, while the fourth knows nothing of all these marvels. We will examine them singly according to their order. The darkness which is said to have arisen while Jesus hung on the cross cannot have been an ordinary eclipse of the sun caused by the interposition of the moon between his disk and the earth, since it happened during the Passover, and consequently about the time of the full moon. The Gospels, however, do not directly use the terms eclipse of the sun, the two first speaking only of darkness in general, and though the third adds with somewhat more particularity, and the sun was darkened, still this might be said of any species of widely extended obscuration. Hence it was an explanation which lay near at hand to refer this darkness to an atmospheric instead of an astronomical cause, and to suppose that it proceeded from obscuring vapors in the air, such as are especially wont to precede earthquakes. That such obscurations of the atmosphere may be diffused over whole countries is true, but not only is the statement that the one in question extended api pasan, or holin tingin, that is, according to the most natural explanation, over the entire globe, to be subtracted as an exaggeration of the narrator, but also the presupposition, evident in the whole tenor of their representation, that the darkness had a supernatural cause, appears destitute of foundation from the want of any adequate object for such a miracle. Since, then, with these accessory features, the event does not in itself at once carry the conviction of its credibility, it is natural to inquire if it have any extrinsic confirmation. The fathers of the Church appeal in its support to the testimony of heathen writers, among whom Phlegon, especially in his Chronikois, is alleged to have noticed the above darkness. But on comparing the passage preserved by Eusebius, which is apparently the one of Phlegon alluded to, we find that it determines merely the Olympiad, scarcely the year, and in no case the season and day of this darkness. More modern apologists appeal to similar cases in ancient history, of which Wettstein in particular has made a copious collection. He adduces from Greek and Roman writers the notices of the eclipse of the sun which occurred at the disappearance of Romulus, the death of Caesar, and similar events. He cites declarations which contain the idea that eclipses of the sun betoken the fall of kingdoms and the death of kings. Lastly, he points to Old Testament passages. Isaiah chapter 50 verse 3, Joel chapter 3 verse 20, Amos chapter 8 verse 9, compare with Jeremiah chapter 15 verse 9. And rabbinical dicta, in which either the obscuring of the light of day is described as the mourning garb of God, or the death of great teachers compared with the sinking of the sun at midday, or the opinion advanced that at the death of exalted hierarchical personages, if the last honors are not paid to them, the sun is wont to be darkened. But these parallels, instead of being supports to the credibility of the evangelical narrative, are so many premises to the conclusion that we have here also nothing more than the mythical offspring of universally prevalent ideas. A Christian legend which would make all nature put on the weeds of mourning to solemnize the tragic death of the Messiah. The second prodigy is the rending of the veil of the temple, doubtless the inner veil before the Holy of Holies, since the word porreketh, used to designate this, is generally rendered in the Septuagint by katapētasma. It was thought possible to interpret this rending of the veil also as a natural event, by regarding it as an effect of the earthquake. But, as Lightfoot has already justly observed, it is more conceivable that an earthquake should rend stationary fixed bodies, such as the rocks subsequently mentioned, than that it should tear a pliant, loosely hung curtain. Hence, Paulus supposes that the veil of the temple was stretched and fastened not only above, but also below and at the sides. But first, this is a mere conjecture, and secondly, if the earthquake shook the walls of the temple so violently as to tear a veil which even though stretched was still pliant, such a convulsion would rather have caused a part of the building to fall, as is said to have been the case in the Gospel of the Hebrews, unless it be chosen to add, with Quinol, the conjecture that the veil was tender from age, and might therefore be torn by a slight concussion. That our narrators had no such causes in their minds is proved by the fact that the second and third evangelists are silent concerning the earthquake, and that the first does not mention it until after the rending of the veil. Thus, if this event really happened, we must regard it as a miracle. Now, the object of the divine providence in effecting such a miracle could only have been this: to produce in the Jewish contemporaries of Jesus a deep impression of the importance of his death, and to furnish the first promulgators of the gospel with a fact to which they might appeal in support of their cause. But, as Schleiermacher has shown, nowhere else in the New Testament, either in the apostolic epistles, or in the Acts, or even in the epistle to the Hebrews, in connection with the subject of which it could scarcely fail to be suggested, is this event mentioned. On the contrary, with the exception of this bare synoptical notice, every trace of it is lost, which could scarcely have been the case if it had really formed a ground of apostolical argument. Thus, the divine purpose in ordaining this miracle must have totally failed, or, since this is inconceivable, it cannot have been ordained for this object. In other words, since neither any object of the miracle, nor yet a mode in which the event might happen, naturally can be discovered, it cannot have happened at all. In another way, certainly a peculiar relation of Jesus to the veil of the temple is treated of in the epistle to the Hebrews. While before Christ, only the priests had access into the holy place, and into the Holy of Holies only the high priest might enter once in the year with the blood of atonement. Christ, as the eternal high priest, entered by his own blood into the holy place within the veil, into the Holy of Holies in heaven, whereby he became the forerunner of Christians, and opened access to them also, founding an eternal redemption. Chapter 6, verse 19 and following, chapter 9, verses 6 and 12, chapter 10, verse 19 and following. Even Paulus finds in these metaphors so close an affinity to our narrative that he thinks it possible to number the latter among those fables which, according to Henke's definition, are to be derived a figurato generi dicendi. At least the event, even if it really happened, must have been especially important to the Christians on account of its symbolical significance, as interpreted by the images in the epistle to the Hebrews, namely, that by Christ's death the veil of the Jewish worship was rent asunder, and access to God opened to all by means of worship in the Spirit. But if, as has been shown, the historical probability of the event in question is extremely weak, and on the other hand, the causes which might lead to the formation of such a narrative without historical foundation very powerful, it is more consistent with Schleiermacher entirely to renounce the incident as historical, on the ground that so soon as it began to be the practice to represent the office of Christ under the images which reigned throughout the epistle to the Hebrews, nay, in the very earliest dawn of this kind of doctrine, on the first reception of the Gentiles, who were left free from the burthen of Jewish observances, and who thus remained without participation in the Jewish sacrifices, such representations must have entered into the Christian hymns and the evangelical narratives. On the succeeding particulars of the earthquake and the rending of the rocks, we can only pronounce a judgment in connection with those already examined. An earthquake, by which rocks are disparted, is not unprecedented as a natural phenomenon, but it also not seldom occurs as a poetical or mythical embellishment of the death of a distinguished man, as for example, on the death of Caesar. Virgil is not content with eclipsing the sun, but also makes the Alps tremble with unwonted commotion. Now, as we have only been able to view the prodigies previously mentioned in the latter light, and as, besides, the historical validity of the one before us is weakened by the fact that it rests solely on the testimony of Matthew, we must pronounce upon this also, in the words of Fritzsche, Messiae abitum atrocibus ostentis, quibus, quantus vir cum maxime experasset, orbi terrarum indicaretur, illustrem esse oportebat. The last miraculous sign at the death of Jesus, likewise peculiar to the first evangelist, is the opening of the graves, the resurrection of many dead persons, and their appearance in Jerusalem. To render this incident conceivable is a matter of unusual difficulty. It is neither in itself clear how it is supposed to have fared with the ancient Hebrew saints after their resurrection, nor is anything satisfactory to be discovered concerning a possible object for so extraordinary a dispensation. Purely in the resuscitated themselves, the object cannot apparently have lain, for had it been so, there is no conceivable ground why they should be all awaked precisely in the moment of the death of Jesus, and not each at the period prescribed by the course of his own development. But if the conviction of others was the object, this was still less attained than in the miracle of the rending of the veil, for not only is any appeal to the apparition of the saints totally wanting in the apostolic epistles and discourses, but also among the evangelists Matthew is the only one by whom it is recorded. A special difficulty arises from the position which the determination of time after his resurrection occupies between the apparently consecutive stages of the event. For if we connect these words with what precedes, and thus suppose that at the moment of the death of Jesus, the deceased saints were only reanimated, and did not come out of their graves until after his resurrection, this would have been a torment for the damned, rather than a guerdon for the holy. If, on the contrary, we unite that determination of time to what follows, and thus interpret the evangelist's meaning to be, that the resuscitated saints did indeed come out of their graves immediately on their being reanimated at the moment that Jesus died, but did not go into the city until after his resurrection. Any reason for the latter particular is sought in vain. It is but an inartificial way of avoiding these difficulties to pronounce the whole passage an interpolation, without any critical grounds for such a decision. A more dexterous course is pursued by the rationalistic expositors, when they endeavor to subtract the miraculous from the event, and by this means indirectly to remove the other difficulties. Here, as in relation to the rending of the veil, the earthquake is regarded as the chief agent. This, it is said, laid open several tombs, particularly those of some prophets, which were found empty, because the bodies had either been removed by the shock, or become decomposed, or fallen a prey to wild beasts. After the resurrection of Jesus, those who were friendly to him in Jerusalem, being filled with thoughts of resurrection from the dead, these thoughts, together with the circumstance of the graves being found empty, excited in them dreams and visions in which they believed that they beheld the pious ancestors who had been interred in those graves. But the fact of the graves being found empty would scarcely, even united with the news of the resurrection of Jesus, have sufficed to produce such visions, unless there had previously prevailed among the Jews the expectation that the Messiah would recall to life the departed saints of Israel. If, however, this expectation existed, it would more probably give birth to the legend of a resurrection of the saints coincident with the death of Jesus, than to dreams. Whence Huzza wisely discards the supposition of dreams, and attempts to find a sufficient explanation of the narrative in the emptiness of the graves on the one hand, and the above Jewish expectation on the other. But on a nearer view, it appears that if once this Jewish idea existed, there needed no real opening of the graves in order to give rise to such a mythus. Accordingly, Schneckenberger also left the emptiness of the graves out of his calculation. When, however, he yet speaks of visionary appearances which were seen by the adherents of Jesus in Jerusalem, under the excitement produced by his resurrection, he is not less inconsequent than Huzza, when he omits the dreams, and yet retains the laying open of the graves. For these two particulars being connected as cause and effect, if one of them be renounced as unhistorical, so also must the other. In opposition to this view, it is remarked, not without an appearance of reason, that the above Jewish expectation does not suffice to explain the origin of such a mythus. The actual expectation may be more correctly stated thus. From the epistle of Paul, 1 Thessalonians chapter 4 verse 16, compare 1 Corinthians chapter 15 verse 22 and following, and more decidedly from the Apocalypse chapter 20 verse 4 and following, we gather that the first Christians anticipated, as a concomitant of the return of Christ, a resurrection of the saints, who would thenceforth reign with Christ 1,000 years. Only at the end of this period, it was thought, would the rest of the dead arise, and from this second resurrection the former was distinguished as the first resurrection, or the resurrection of the just. Luke chapter 14 verse 14. In place of which Justin has the holy resurrection. But this is the Christianized form of the Jewish idea, for the latter referred not to the return, but to the first advent of the Messiah, and to a resurrection of Israelites only. Now in the statement of Matthew, likewise, that resurrection is assigned to the first appearance of the Messiah. For what reason, however, it is there connected with his death. There is certainly no indication in the Jewish expectation, taken in and by itself, while in the modification introduced by the adherents of Jesus, there would appear rather to have lain an inducement to unite the resurrection of the saints with his own, especially as the connecting of it with his death seems to be in contradiction with the primitive Christian idea elsewhere expressed, that Jesus was the first begotten from the dead, Colossians chapter 1 verse 18, Revelation chapter 1 verse 5, the first fruits of them that sleep, 1 Corinthians chapter 15 verse 20. But we do not know whether this idea was universal, and if some thought it due to the messianic dignity of Jesus to regard him as the first who rose from the dead, there are obvious motives which might in other cases lead to the representation that already at the death of Jesus there was a resurrection of saints. First, there was an external motive. Among the prodigies at the death of Jesus, an earthquake is mentioned, and in describing its violence, it was natural to add to the rending of the rocks another feature which appears elsewhere in accounts of violent earthquakes, namely, the opening of the graves. Here, then, was an inviting hinge for the resurrection of the saints. But there was also an internal motive. According to the ideas early developed in the Christian community, the death of Jesus was the specially efficacious point in the work of redemption, and in particular, the descent into Hades connected with it, 1 Peter chapter 3 verse 19 and following, was the means of delivering the previously deceased from this abode. Hence, from these ideas, there might result an inducement to represent the bonds of the grave as having been burst asunder for the ancient saints precisely in the moment of the death of Jesus. Besides, by this position, yet more decidedly than by a connection with the resurrection of Jesus, the resuscitation of the righteous was assigned to the first appearance of the Messiah, in accordance with the Jewish idea, which might very naturally be echoed in such a narrative in the Judaizing circles of primitive Christendom, while at the same time Paul and also the author of the Apocalypse already assigned the first resurrection to the second and still future advent of the Messiah. It was then, apparently, with reference to this more developed idea, that the words after his resurrection were added as a restriction, probably by the author of the first gospel himself. The synoptists conclude their description of the events at the death of Jesus with an account of the impression which they made more immediately on the Roman centurion, whose office it was to watch the crucifixion. According to Luke, verse 47, this impression was produced by what was done, that is, since he had beforehand mentioned the darkness, by the departure of Jesus with an audible prayer, that being the particular which he had last noticed. Indeed, Mark, as if expounding Luke, represents the exclamation, "Truly this man was the Son of God," as being called forth from the centurion by the circumstance that Jesus so cried out and gave up the ghost. Verse 39. Now in Luke, who gives a prayer as the last utterance of Jesus, it is possible to conceive that this edifying end might impress the centurion with a favorable opinion of Jesus. But how the fact of his expiring with a loud cry could lead to the inference that he was the Son of God will in no way appear. Matthew, however, gives the most suitable relation to the words of the centurion, when he represents them as being called forth by the earthquake and the other prodigies which accompanied the death of Jesus, were it not that the historical reality of this speech of the centurion must stand or fall with its alleged causes. In Matthew and Mark, this officer expresses the conviction that Jesus is in truth the Son of God. In Luke, that he is a righteous man. The evangelists, in citing the former expression, evidently intend to convey the idea that a Gentile bore witness to the Messiahship of Jesus. But in this specifically Jewish sense, the words cannot well have been understood by a Roman soldier. We might rather suppose that he regarded Jesus as a Son of God in the heathen sense, or as an innocent man unjustly put to death, were it not that the credibility of the whole synoptical account of the events which signalized the death of Jesus being shaken, this, which forms the top stone, as it were, must also be of doubtful security, especially when we look at the narrative of Luke, who, besides the impression on the centurion, adds that on the rest of the spectators, and makes them return to the city with repentance and mourning, a trait which appears to represent not so probably what the Jews actually felt and did, as what in the opinion of the Christians they ought to have felt and done. End of section 133.